That's enough for me. What do you want from me? Hello and welcome to the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. What a year we've had. Over the last 12 months, over 1,000 teams have been battling it out to reach here, the grand final and the final 13. My name's Alicia Judge. I'm going to be guiding you through all the action today as we find out what team are going to be crowned Digital Schoolhouse Champions 2020. But thankfully, I'm not alone. I'm going to be joined by two fantastic commentators, Nims and Bowie. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hello, good morning.
And how are you guys feeling? Are there any specific tactics you guys are going to be looking out for in these matches?
Well, Nims and I were we were in London doing one of the events for the London schools and kind of seeing some of the players at play there. I think because obviously it's a team game, it's all about strategizing who you're going to be sending out at different points. Obviously, teams have a variety of different players that will be available to play, and maybe they're going to be thinking about, okay, well, we might want to leave some of our best players to make big comebacks if we go down, or lead with a burning charge first to try and get those the early points, and then try to hold on to those advances at the beginning. So those kind of things are the basics in terms of how you want to play with your certain players. We've got obviously a whole host of characters, so I think an interesting part of each game is when we're going to be getting to the smash down section. We'll talk about the rules fully in a bit, but when characters may overlap, if teams know that other teams have a certain character, they might try and swipe it away, which is another tactic we might see in these kinds of formats.
Exciting. Well, I mean, speaking of the format, should we dive into the format and go through that so people know what's coming up?
Absolutely. And again, just echoing what Bowie just said, I'm super excited about today, and in terms of all the players and the talent we're going to be seeing it coming across the screen. So in terms of the format, as you can see right now, all of our teams are split into 4 groups, which will be Group A to D. They'll all be, of course, randomly put into these groups, and we'll take a look at which school is in which group very shortly. Once we've done this, 3 of the groups will have 3 teams. And one of the groups having 4 teams. The groups with 3 teams, these teams will each get something called a bye. And now a bye basically, for you guys, for it to make sense, essentially means that one of the teams will get a pass in terms of not having to play as many games. So essentially the groups with 3 schools will start off all with 1 point each. And of course, the group with 4 teams, as in the 4 schools, they will all start with 0 points each, and essentially will have more games. All of the games, of course, will be played in a round-robin format for each group, with 1 point awarded for the win. All the games, of course, are best of 5, so there'll be a whole roster of different types of games we'll play, which again, myself and Bo will go through as we play each game for each school. And the team with the most points in the group after the round robins progresses to the semi-finals. And as I said, all games are best of 5, and they vary between 1v1 matches, 2v2s, and 3v3s.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if none of that bye format made sense to you, don't worry, it will as we go throughout the day. But I'm super excited to see these best of 5s. Are you guys? Because there's such a variety in the gameplay formats that we've got coming up. Like you were saying, Nims, we've got the 2v2 for game 1, but then we're going to be switching to Smashdown. Bowie, can you kind of walk us through what that means and how that's going to work?
Yeah, sure. So in Smashdown, basically what happens is that we'll play potentially up to 3 rounds of Smashdown, which are going to be 1v1 matches. Whenever a character is picked during Smashdown, that character is locked out for the following 2 Smashdown rounds. So if, say, in round 1 we have Roy going up against Mario, then afterwards, Mario and Roy cannot be used in future games. So this is what I was mentioning earlier, that if a team knows that another player on another team has a character they really like, they might try and grab that away from them and use it early so they can't use it when they come into play.
Exactly. And we're going to be seeing a real variety of teams today. As I said earlier, we have 13 teams playing today who have battled it out from over 1,000 over the last 12 months. So should we take a look at some of our groups?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
So Group A, we're going to have Team Thunk and Dunk, William Howard School and PLS. Now, Team Thunk and Dunk are representing Norton College. William Howard School are, of course, William Howard School, and PLS are Prendergast Ladies School. Ladywell School, sorry. And Group B, we've got Creative Computing Club, Southend High School and Altrincham Grammar School. And in Group C, we've got the Coventry Crosshairs going against Holy Trinity College and the Black Horse Knights. Some really, really great names in there.
They really are.
Very creative. And Group D, we've got Access Denied, who I believe represent Access Creative College. We've got Pool Academy and Team Forest, who represent the Forest School. And we've also got, finally, New College Swindon, because, of course, our Group D actually has 4 teams. So we're not going to have a bye team in there. All of the schools that are competing here are going to have 0 points when they start. But it will all make sense as we play if that still sounds confusing. So what are you guys looking forward to with these particular schools? Are you expecting anything to be happening today?
Do you know what? I think Bowie mentioned it before in terms of the whole having, let's say, being able to essentially between the matches. So say, for example, if you were playing your first game with Mario, if you're then after that, if you go into the next round, you can't use Mario. Or if you're playing as Donkey Kong, you can't use Donkey Kong in the next round. So I'm really interested to see the versatility from these players. Myself and Bowie got to witness some of this incredible talent earlier this year in some of the qualifying rounds, and they are absolutely incredible players. We've seen some real, I've seen a lot of Smash games in my time, but these guys were pulling out stuff that I was like, I'm clearly old and I clearly don't know how to play this game. So it's going to be really interesting to see in terms of how much these guys have trained in terms of bringing out new techniques. And then again, that key word being versatility in qualifying for this game, because these teams really are going to have to think about strategizing. Okay, well, if I've played as a sword main, I might go to a brawler style next or a gunner style next, or it's just going to be really interesting to see where these guys take these characters, as there is such a big roster of characters in this game.
Yeah, you set this bar so high there, Nims, with, that I'm expecting really big things from our team. No pressure, guys.
You will not be disappointed, I promise you. You will not be disappointed.
I'm so excited. All right, well, I know that we want to get the first game started, but before we do, let's just quickly run through the schedule for today that we will be going through. So we're going to have a round robin 1, starting us off, we'll be going into now. At 10:45, we're going to enter our round robin 2, and obviously into the third at 11:30. At 12:15, we have an incredible panel for you, moderated by the wonderful Elle Oasley-Wood, where we're going to be talking about careers in video games, talking to developers who are working at some of the most exciting studios in the UK right now. Then at 1:15, we'll be back to run through the semi-finals. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the grand final. So definitely make sure that you're tuned in then, because we will be finding out which team will be crowned Digital Schoolhouse champions. So I think that we are just getting ready for our first game. And while we wait for the go-ahead, there are some really cool prizes. Have you guys heard what the prizes are?
I have, and I'm very jealous.
I was wanting to kind of keep it on the low down so we could all reveal it together and share in that excitement. So,
they are some pretty cool prizes. We are going to have a bunch of different codes going to the winning team of 4 games. Not 1, not 2. 4 games. We've got 2 Point Hospital, Team Sonic Racing, Sonic Mania, and The Crew 2. You're set for Christmas, basically, with those codes. We've also got a goodie bag, including a selection of Mario goodies that just look amazing. And I think the most exciting thing is a 1-year license for the champions of Construct 3. If you don't know what Construct 3 is, it's a game engine, which basically means that you're going to be able to create your own games games at home in your bedroom. How exciting is that?
Pretty sweet. A whole year license to just to play around and try, and especially because like the wonderful thing about Digital Schoolhouse about kind of introducing students, to this element of modern day gaming really, and the more kind of like, as you were saying with the whole panel, is bringing the industry to younger people, and that chance to be able to express that creative side and have a chance to like play around with an engine like that, potentially create something special, is a chance that is very hard to pass up.
Completely. We are going to take a really quick break while we are preparing for our next, our first round. Mm-hmm. But stay with us. We'll be right back and we'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. We have kicked Bowser out of the system. The gremlins are all gone, and we are ready to go into our first game, which is William Howard School versus PLS. Take it away, Bowie and Nims.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
So yeah, our
you.
first game is going to be our first round of Group A as a reminder. So we're jumping straight into it. So yeah, it is going on. We start off with a doubles game. So you can see there are two Kirbys on screen. But yeah, game one is a doubles match. Yeah, it's two of our players get picked out. We can see the red team right now representing PLS and the blue team representing WHS as well. So looking like so far in the opening stages of this first game, 3 stocks have been taken, but PLS holding on to an extra 5th. As I mentioned that, never mind. Great start.
Curse of the commentator there, Bowie. Curse of the commentator. Right, strong play here from, of course, Ike and Link. Taking full advantage of the power of those swords, but both duo Kirbys still holding out strong. Oh, tried to survive it, but blue Kirby loses a stock.
Yeah, got knocked down and then got footstooled by the PLS player who managed to get away, and that put blue Kirby a little bit too far down. Couldn't quite get back, so nice stock take there as well. Looking pretty good right now for PLS.
Very much so. Looking very, very well here. 2 stocks still remaining for 2 of our players. 1 stock remaining now for Link. It's that curse of the commentator thing happening again. Look, Link loses a stock just as I mentioned it. Smash Ball is now available though.
Yeah, we should mention this, that when it comes to the rules taking play in this tournament, that we do have Smash Balls specifically that are available. You won't see a ton of other items, but yeah, we do allow the Smash Balls just to allow our players to really show the strength of their characters' abilities in total. Kirby getting a nice, well, tried to copy his own Kirby, but he will just become Kirby rather than a regular Kirby. And then got that forward smash to take that first stock. Looking pretty good for PLS. They have 2 stocks up. It's going to be a 2v1 situation, but we do have an Ike. We were mentioning earlier, very, very powerful character. The Ragnell is a strong sword, and he has a pretty strong counter too. So potentially able to get this hit. There it goes. Doesn't take the focus yet. Very nice.
Very much so. But our Kirby is putting up quite the fight. Even with a 2v1 situation, our Kirby is holding up strong. Still a low percentage here for our Kirby player. Both Link and Ike, very high percentages, so anything is potentially possible here. Oh, very close.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding on, which is the most important thing. Got to keep those stocks alive. But yeah, they're really good. Really good approach from our players there.
Very nice.
Yeah, knocked our Ike player off stage and yeah, tried to recover, but both of them covered as many options as they can, getting off stage, trying to find different heights to force different options from their opponent, and then punish. You can see the PLS player there, PLS2, the Kirby, getting a load of KOs there. So our first 2 players will be locked off. So a thing I should note as well is that we can't see it right here because obviously this is happening remotely, but there are more than 2 players obviously in the team. The idea is that we want to get every single player from each school playing before the final. So I believe there's 4 players in the team.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that essentially as we play out that if we had players 1 and 2 playing the first game, we want to see a new player in the next game. So
absolutely.
we started with our doubles to begin with, just a regular 2v2 match with items with the items that are available, and then as we go to the next 3 games, as we said, it's Smashdown. So it's gonna be 1v1 for all 3, just a simple 1v1, 3 stocks, yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see how that goes forward. We're looking for 3 points, so there's 1 point currently over to PLS right now. We're 1-0 up over WHS.
WHS, absolutely, yes, indeed. So again, as you said, Bowie, we're going to be looking at now in this next game a Smashdown, and in this Smashdown, obviously the player that did not, or the team member that did not play at that first 2v2 will now be taking part in this particular game. And of course, the same rules will then start to apply in terms of characters that have been used will not be able to be used further as we go into the games. It is, of course, a best of 5, but obviously we're looking for, 3 points. And again, it's in already. I'm still Link's Link is, I feel like, especially with a lot of young players, Link and Kirby are quite the popular choices. I've seen lots of young players going for a Link and Kirby team up, actually. I've seen a lot of play of that online. So it's interesting to see where those two particular players or one of those players is going to go next, considering that Link and Kirby are now out of it. Again, maybe perhaps the Link player might go for another sword style character. But in terms of a Kirby, I mean, that's going to be interesting to see where they would go.
Well, yeah, I mean, the characters haven't been written off yet because we're entering the Smashdown right now. But yeah, I mean, you are right. I mean, we do see those characters quite a lot. I think the thing about Kirby specifically is that obviously having multiple jumps means that he has got a very robust and quite straightforward approach to recovery, and I think that's a pretty nice thing. Speaking of other sword characters, we do have a Lucina coming out and Mario. We'll just confirm exactly who's who. I believe it's Prendergast Ladywell School's player is the Lucina, and William Howard School player is Mario, I believe. We'll just get that confirmed. No confirmation on the game, though. I think we have both players have to ready up to get into that game.
Changed his mind.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to play against the Lucina. Hopefully, we don't see a character swap in that regard. So I'll be a bit cheeky. You know what? Actually, okay, there we go. Okay,
here we go. So it's a Mario versus Lucina situation, Barry.
Okay, so it's okay. We have the Prendergast Ladywell School playing Mario and William Howard on the Lucina. So they're going to be swapped around to the other side right now. But yeah, we're into Town and City. Okay, cool, nice. Straightforward stage, nice simple line with a few platforms there. Now, both of these characters very, very strong in their fundamentals. Mario is a combo king. If he gets like down throw into up tilt, and then the up air strings will start coming out. So you've got to be careful.
And you can start to see it already. Our Mario player is going in for those combos, but Lucina's still trying to push him away, trying to keep him at bay, because as you said, if he gets into that combo with that excellent grab there, it's pretty much a strong play here for Mario.
Yeah, and hello, jumping over and getting caught by the dash back turnaround forward smash. Yeah, good spacing from our PLS player here. Very, very well. Just kind of seeing the movement coming out from the Lucina and then punishing effectively. But, we haven't really seen too much from Lucina as a character right now. But, she's got a very, very good coverage with that sword. Very, very nice and robust hitboxes. Difficult to deal with with optimal spacing. So we'll see what they can do. But here's the up air strings.
And there it is. It's that technique from Mario is working a lot in PLS's favor, racking up that percentage with those combos. Smash Ball available. Mario tries to go for the Smash Ball. Lucina tries. Oh, okay, there it is.
This is very important, though, because specifically the thing with Lucina's final smash is critical hit. Is a one-hit KO, but nice evade.
Excellent evade there.
You see, just trying to fish with these forward smashes, just trying to find some wayward movement, but goes up for the air dodge.
No.
Whatever. Yeah, a little bit of over commitment there from the Mario, but I can see why. He had that prime position for like the forward air catch on the air dodge, but the error allowed our Lucina player to get that forward smash on the ground and get that KO turnaround. So it's a 100% deficit. It's a stop.
Oh, there it is. Mario even had a cheeky time to have a little taunt there, I noticed as well.
I've seen a couple coming out from this player. I think maybe he's doing a little bit of strength there. Good stuff. Oh, beautiful.
Okay, Mario. Wow.
2-0. 2-0 to PLS. That's a wonderful play.
Beautiful
very
play.
Nice.
You better clip that on your Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
Stick that on your Twitter, mate. That was a brilliant play.
Yeah, that's a scary thing about Mario. He's like, short, sharp hits that he can always connect very, very well. And when you have that pressure off stage, it can force options out of your opponents. And just Mario coming over with that forward air, just that dunk is super good. And, it was a pressurizing drink.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you get caught in that combo, he can just rack up that percentage really fast. And then all it takes is just one smash from whatever side or angle, and that's it. But excellent play from our Mario player there. Beautiful play. Really boosted him off the edge and with the punish smashing down straight away. But beautiful play as well from our Lucina player. Unlucky, of course, with the smash ball attack. That would have been a beautiful play for our Lucina player. But now, of course, as we move into game 3, Bowie, that means that Mario and Lucina are now no longer available to play.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. So, obviously, there are a whole ton of characters available to our players, so you should think there'll be a choice, but you never know if either of those characters will be a bit of an issue for the other team. Like, man, actually, you know what, Mario's my main. I might have to change this up. So it's 2-0 right now to Prendergast Ladywell School, PLS, over William Howard School, WHS. So if PLS won't win one more game, that's it from them. They will, take that point, and they will be they'll have 2 points on their board. Obviously, due to the bye, they have an early point awarded to them. So looking pretty good so far for them.
It is.
And that's kind of the way they want to start this game.
Well, let's see. We had a Mario and Lucina. Who knows? We might see Luigi and Roy in the next one.
Could you imagine? Yeah, a little bit more explosive, I guess. But Luigi is a character that you don't really want to see sometimes. I know that everyone loves Luigi, but
I know.
The fact that he has a 0 to death from grab is just really upsetting.
Yes, it's
plunger.
Frustrating to say the least. Oh gosh, oh god, just bringing back horrible memories. But yes, of course, it's going to be interesting once again to see where both of our players go next. I believe we're ready. Oh wow, interesting. Okay. Heavy, powerful characters coming next, guys. Very heavy characters.
You say heavy, and we're talking like super heavy with Bowser. He is a monster. Not only, obviously, the whole idea is usually power is a trade-off for speed. Not with this guy. It's actually Bowser is ridiculously fast as well, and he's got the strongest fire breath in the game. It deals 30% if you get the whole amount. It's really scary. Big hitboxes. He's a scary character, but he's up against a wolf who is really nimble and has one of the meatiest back airs I've ever seen. Not a traditional FBC meaty, but you know what I mean, just powerful.
Yes. Absolutely, and it's going to be, we're seeing lots of evasive attack here from Wolf, but Bowser putting in that punish, tries to edge, but Wolf pushes him back.
Yeah, and then gets a turnaround immediately. So, goes for the high recovery. It's easy for the back air, but does miss that back air. Gets another one, though. You can see that chunking hit whenever he gets that. Okay, here's the back throw. What is Bowser going to do?
Tries to... Oh, with that, breaks the shield. Smash ball, baby.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because Bowser becomes Giga Bowser when he does that, but we have got... He missed it. That was very weird. It looked like he got it, but he missed.
Oh no! Okay.
Yeah, this is an interesting first stock. It looks like, it does look like the favor is in Wolf right now, but you just can't underestimate any big hit that comes out from this Bowser.
Exactly as you said, all it will take is just one of the heavy attacks from Bowser. Tries to go for the grabs again.
Yeah, he dashed back for a forward smash, but the Wolf player from PLS, very aware of that one.
Absolutely. Uses
24K.
There we go. Okay, right.
Yeah, the blaster from Wolf has got a fair chunk of hits done, so it might just caught our William Howard School player off a bit there. So the Bowser does fall down, loses his first stop. Shield damage, please. It's very nice stuff from the Wolf though, following the movement, and you can see that stuff really, really well. And there's another spike.
Look at this! Come on.
So this is the stuff that I'm liking to see from certain players. Is you want to see players who are reading movement, making decisions to cover options as well, and that's the thing that is really putting apart the two players right now. Is Wolf is kind of reading where the options are going, finding the ways to punish rather than kind of reacting late. He's making advances early and trying to cover the options.
Absolutely. This Wolf player is very much a fast learner. He's picking up the techniques from our Bowser player and strategizing almost instantly. That was some beautiful edge guarding that we saw there, taking away a stock from Bowser. He's going to try and go for that technique again, but Bowser is also trying to hold up, but Wolf with the slight disadvantage, of course, high percentage, losing a stock. This is an interesting game. We're seeing some very different techniques here from our players.
Yeah, that forward tilt connecting and taking that stock as well, we should mention. But again, it's one of those things that I wouldn't say it's impossible. We just need some inspired play coming out from Bowser. You know, just try and get some hits, maybe, you know, get these neutral airs landing. Like the neutral air from Bowser is super scary. That one there, yeah, the Whirling Fortress. Well, Whirling Fortress is up B, but it's kind of, yeah, that move is super nice, and it just deals like a ton of damage. You can connect it enough. This is the second time.
Not close enough. Not close enough.
Oh, that was bold. That was bold.
Ow.
You see as well that Wolf player getting off stage, really trying to pressurize as well, jumping as far as he can out, covering options.
Oh, he tries to go for the grab there. Ah, unlucky. Unlucky.
Oh, we've seen that before, and that's unfortunate. That's a 3-0 then for Prendergast. Ladywell. Congratulations to them winning their first game 3-0. They will gain 1 point and have 2 on the board. Just one more victory for them will see them making their way to the semi-final. But a good first game for PLS.
That was a very, very, very good game. It's interesting, actually, Bowie. I've personally noticed there has been quite a increase in players playing as Wolf. I've noticed, especially in the competitive scene, a lot of players do pick up on Wolf because he is one of those dark horse characters. Even though he's a wolf, I'm calling him a dark horse. But he very much is one of those characters, as you said, very, very nimble and light-footed, but packs quite the punch when it comes to his attacks.
Yeah, he can string a lot of things together as well, really nicely as well. You know, he's got a really good neutral game and a really good advantage state. If you can like push into that advantage state and kind of just tack away consistently. The blaster is one of those moves that's quite understated, but it's really annoying to deal with because not only does the blaster itself have good hit stun, but also it does have like a bladed edge, so you can also catch people for good damage. It does I think the last time I checked it was like 8-ish%, so it's like so much damage for a blaster shot. But you know, he is a danger. He is a danger, and very
yeah. I mean, he was using that attack very, very well. That was probably pretty much his technique for edge guarding there, just keeping him at bay. But interesting play, of course, from Bowser, even though being quite quick and quite heavy attacks, unfortunately, just couldn't get any attacks in there on our Wolf player. So that was a very interesting game, considering where we started from our Link and Kirby players, and then seeing the Ike, and then going to Lucina and Mario, then going straight to complete like powerhouses right at the end there. So very, very interesting play from our first 2 scores. I believe we're just waiting to get started into our next game.
Okay.
But Alicia, where are you? Are you still here?
Hello. I've been watching those matches on the edge of my seat. Can you believe the taunts that Mario player was throwing out? That was so cheeky.
Yeah, I think definitely that's one thing that I've really been enjoying about this event is that when you cover a lot of the more competitive side, they're kind of like the more like serious competitive, and I find like the schools have that little bit of rivalry. They have that kind of like. They really enjoy kind of, teasing each other in game and having that fun. And I enjoy seeing that.
And PLS were right to be confident. I mean, their scores on their qualifier were 5-1. So this is a really strong team. And I think coming into this tournament with that kind of qualifying score, they've got a bit of a swagger to them. And hey, I'm here for it.
Oh goodness! Again, and as I said before, it's really interesting to see the versatility from already just the first 2 scores, and this is right at the beginning of our day, and the versatility that we're seeing is already. I can tell you from now, it's going to be quite the interesting day to see where our teams go with showcasing to us. What kind of plays they're going to go, what kind of techniques they're going to use, what kind of characters they're going to go for. And I'm pretty sure, as you said, Alicia, like they came with quite a stride in their step, a playthrough. And I believe I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a few tricks up their sleeve as they progress further forward into their game. So there's lots
for sure.
There's a lot to see.
There's going to be lots of twists and turns. I mean, I'm curious if you guys were going up against PLS in that matchup, what characters would you have chosen? What would you have chosen against Mario, say?
Oh, I'm just going to go out and say Luigi.
Yeah. The ultimate battle.
That's it. That's literally it.
I mean, I'm not very good at saying what I should go. It's because when it comes to me, I'm always a character loyalist when it comes to games like this. So I just play my main because I love it. And even though the Belmont can sometimes get completely mixed by Mario, I enjoy playing it. So the B button's my friend. So I don't know. I would probably I'd probably just throw out Belmont and just try and annoy him from afar personally, and just try and annoy my opponent into a victory. But.
Completely fair. I believe we're just waiting for our next round to start. I know that we're going to have William Howard School playing. I'm not quite sure of the second. I think Norton College, who are actually known as Team Thunk and Dunk, one of our more creative names today. But we're a couple of minutes away as Team Thunk and Dunk and William Howard School get ready to fight. Let me tell you a little bit about these teams. So Team Thunk and Dunk, they are another team that came into this match with a super high score. Their regional qualifiers, win-losses, they won 4 of their games and they lost none. So this is a really strong team coming in. So we're probably expecting some pretty big things, right, guys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the clues in the title of one of the schools, Thunk and Dunk, like they are.
It says a lot when a team. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I mean, I was going to say with William Howard School, they also qualified 3-0. So, these are both champions that are coming in undefeated in their qualifiers. We'll see who comes out on top in this matchup.
As you're saying, like being undefeated is like a thing to say about these. Even though it was a 5-1 for Prendergast, it seems like they had more games overall, so there was like more games to play in general. But it seems like with a tighter ship and maybe like more focused teams coming out of those matches, without a loss for both of these teams is very very good to see. So 4-0 and 3-0. They've got good records behind them, and let's see if that can like take them forward. It's not over completely just yet, because I think right now if we have like each team beating each other, we'll have like a kind of like a 2-2-2 situation, which we'll have to kind of look into how we're going to rule it when it comes to a tie. But it's not over just yet. We'll have to see what happens in this second game.
I mean, this is both of their first tournaments. Both Team Thunk and Dunk and William Howard have never entered the Digital Schoolhouse tournament before. So, I mean, Nims, do you find that you get super surprised when you're meeting a team for the first time? Like, what are your expectations as a commentator?
Do you know what? I really do get excited when you come across a new team, because there isn't essentially any kind of expectation, because you kind of just go in completely. I would say you're kind of just going in completely blind, because you don't know what's going to happen. Especially when I met some of these schools earlier this year, when me and Bowie went to some of their qualifying rounds, we genuinely just did not know what to expect. And already from just the first few games that we've played here, it's amazing to see where the thought process is going. So I'm just gonna completely just have my mind open to each of these teams, because I'm pretty sure the expectation in terms of like what they're going to throw at us is definitely going to be, 1, interesting, and 2, very exciting. Again, this round robin, in terms of the different types of rounds and the different types of play styles that these players have to do, it leaves you with no choice of really showcasing versatility and how the different avenues of playing these characters can be portrayed in this game. So expectation-wise, I'm just going to be entertained all day. That's literally, it's just going to solidify even more how bad I am at this game. The more and more I watch other players.
That is not true, Nim.
Honestly,
I have seen you play.
The more and more I watch these guys, I'm like, this next kid is probably 13, 14, maybe 15 or 16. And it's probably just going to obliterate me if I ever try to play against these guys, because they're so talented. And it's incredible to see like Digital Schoolhouse really like showcase these, amazing kids who are just amazing at this game. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I think one of the most wonderful things about this tournament is, Digital Schoolhouse is putting this on so that you guys at home and the schools that are playing can learn a little bit more about esports, how it works, and think about careers in this amazing industry. And we're seeing from the talent of the players, some professional potential pros of the future kind of forging and battling it out here on the stream today. And yeah, I'd be really, really intrigued as well to see whether some of the people are like, oh, I wonder what's going on behind the scenes. We've got people in the sky that are beaming us these graphics and everything that you see. It's an incredible job. You've got to be really reactive and be able to move with everything that happens throughout the day, the highs and the lows. And yeah, there are a lot of different avenues in esports, and it is such a joy to be able to run through it with you guys at home today.
Can I just say also, just to like one point, I am so jealous that kids have this opportunity, because I wish I had this when I was at school. Oh my God. If I was at school and my teachers came up to me and was like, by the way, Digital Schoolhouse, they want to run a Super Smash Brothers tournament. Would you be interested? I would probably just faint with excitement. I would be like, oh my God. My school teacher is actually asking me to come and play a game to represent my school. Right?
Like, in school assembly back in the day, sometimes in assembly, the head teacher would like read out the scores of the netball tournament and the cricket game, and they'd be like, oh, yes, we watch. Now it's going to be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Speaking of, I think we are ready, for our next game. So I'm going to throw to you guys. Take it away for Thunk and Dunk versus William Howard.
Here we go.
Thank you very much indeed, Alicia. We're on to our second game then. We're going to be jumping in as soon as possible. So yeah, Team Thunk and Dunk from Norton and WHS again. We just saw William Howard just play. They lost their first game 3-0. They had some moments of inspiration. A close first one. They almost had a nice reverse sweep. Looks like we've got pretty much almost the same team. We've got an older Ike versus young Ike, and then two pieces of bubblegum. But one that can put you to sleep, and it has some explosive moments, and one that has, I guess, a bit more of an all-rounded overall kit. But so far, Norton doing a great job to edge guard that Kirby. Wonderful from the Jigglypuff.
It's a very interesting play. The Bubblegums are going at it for one another. Kirby versus Jigglypuff and the Ikes. The Smash Ball is available. All of our players trying to grab it here. The blue Kirby tries to grab it on the side.
There's a big smash from Ike there. And there is also, he gets the Great Leaper. There it is. Connecting the Great Leaper. That should be, maybe, at this percentage, it's going to be close. Okay, yeah, it's going to be enough, yeah.
It is, absolutely. Lots are happening in this first match. Both of our teams are going at it in our first game of our second round. It seems like the Bubblegums are just going for one another and the Ikes are just going for one another. This is a very interesting play.
Yeah, this is what happens in doubles a lot of the time. You'll have like different phases of play where you'll see these two 1v1s and maybe some more kind of like team-focused, combo-centric gameplay as well. But back and forth with the stocks, it's all like even here at 4 apiece currently. Evading the sleep there with the Kirby.
That was dangerous.
Ike's got some seriously wonderful aerial stuff. He recently had a bit of a buff in a recent patch where a lot of what he does is, he can basically connect his aerial stuff a lot more. He used to be quite focused around his neutral air, just like doing a lot of the work, like popping enemies up. Wonderful up smash on that stock. Take that stock. Yeah, he can just do a lot more now in the air. He feels like a more rounded character, I think, for a lot of
yes, absolutely. Okay, switching it up a little bit now. Both of our Jigglypuff and Kirby trying to take on the Ikes as well. Jigglypuff, beautiful side smash there, taking their stock away from Ike.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of great edge guarding from the Jigglypuff, but at the same point, said Jigglypuff is also really, really light, so it's dangerous to be fighting something as powerful as Ike. If you're a Jigglypuff...
Oh, that ether.
Yeah, we've got one stock apiece now. However, Jigglypuff is very, very low, and there is that Smash Ball is on stage. So if the red team can get it,
missed too early.
Yeah, I don't like seeing
Wow.
misses.
Jigglypuff is out of the game now, unfortunately. It is now going to be a 2v1 situation with a Kirby and Ike versus our Ike.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. They're good. Just a good, solid bit of composed play is enough. You can see this red Ike getting. Oh, okay, fair enough. The hammer came through. Oh, it's still alive.
Oh, no, he's still there. He's still there.
That was close, though. Is this still possible? Again, just one good hit. It goes for the ether, very wayward. Dash attack comes through. No grab, no punish. Dash attack again. Okay, so this
could be both of our players strategizing here. One going straight forward for the in-close encounter, and then one Ike from behind. But this is it. That's it from WHS Blue Kirby player here, taking that smash. And the point, of course, going to our blue team. William Howard School taking that first point in the first round, the second round, sorry, of this first set of games. So that is a point to William Howard School. Interesting play there, Bowie. That was very, very... Yeah. I mean, that was interesting, considering both of our players, both of our teams, should I say, both having an Ike strong sword character on their teams, and then of course one of our players going for Kirby once again, but then the interesting change to Jigglypuff.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So, I mean, I think the thing I was really enjoying there about that was that, we had a lot of great edge guarding potential coming out from our players, and I think that was kind of what I wanted to see, and Norton were doing a really, really good job of that early on. Yeah, there was a lot of that quite early on, which I really enjoyed seeing. And the Jigglypuff had a lot of that going for them. Unfortunately, because they were so light, they lost their stocks fairly early across the board. And I think in that particular team, in that particular pairing, I felt like the Jigglypuff player was doing a lot more of the pressurizing and a lot more of their kind of finishing off stocks. And the Ike was just, being that, this big bully, getting percentage up and just kind of trying to control the center. But, when it came to like the finishing off, we had like a lot more confidence from the Jigglypuff player in certain areas of the map, but it didn't quite work out for them in the end, because losing your teammate early means you're in a 1v2 situation, and it's not very easy. Did all right, but couldn't quite get the big punishes necessary to make the comeback. So we are just going to hold for the games momentarily, as I do want to remind you that it is the 11th of November. Very, very important thing we're going to be doing in a few minutes. We'll just kind of like hold you here for a little bit. We'll do what needs to be done on these days, and then we'll jump straight back into the game. So just before that point, though, we will just kind of keep talking about what we've seen. We did see, obviously, that William Howard lost their first match against Prendergast Ladywell 3-0, and to get a win on the board is a nice confidence booster after coming off of a 3-0 loss.
Absolutely. That essentially just shows us as viewers that these games are not over yet. This is only, again, our first group in Group A, and all of our teams are really going to go for it. They're really thinking about what characters they're going to use, strategizing in terms of if they are losing some of the rounds, they're coming back in and winning some of those rounds. So this particular group, I would say there's some very interesting play from all the talent and all the players. And it's definitely not over yet. That's for sure. So it's going to be fun to see now where William Howard goes. Are they going to do the same sort of technique in terms of going with the Ike and the Jigglypuff, or the Ike and Kirby? Are they now going to jump into sort of like the Mario and Lucina style vibe again? Are they going to go for all of that? Are they going to go for all that particular technique again, or are they going to show us a completely different avenue of fighters across this massive roster of characters that they could use? So that's going to be interesting.
There's definitely some I would like really want to see, because the thing about this as well is that these kids are getting used to competitive Smash, and maybe some of them are a part of the competitive community as well. So I'd be interested in seeing some of the more kind of like competitive characters that we see quite often in those scenes, like the Palatinas and the Warriors as well, potentially even a Pikachu, the Jokers. There's a lot of high level characters that we haven't seen just yet. Maybe there's a Peach player hiding amongst these as well.
Who knows? We might even see one of your Belmont brothers, Bowie. We might see a Richter. We might see a Simon. Who knows?
That's correct.
Who knows?
I mean, if any of these guys play Belmont, that's who I want to win the tournament. I'm not allowed to be biased, but you know what? I don't care. I love the B button. What can I say? Take this. Take this.
Just whipped it. Just whipped their way through the whole tournament. Oh my goodness me. But as Bowie just did mention, folks, we are about to go into a 2-minute silence for our Remembrance Day, as it is the 11th of November. Of course, we do hope that you guys join us in holding for this 2 minutes of silence and remembering this very special day.
Yeah, so obviously we will take a pause in the broadcast and we'll come straight back to it. But we want to pay our respects to the Armed Forces community, past and present, obviously, because on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we will remember them. So please join us with a 2-minute silence.
Welcome back to the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. We are midway through our games this morning. We've just seen some incredible play from Team Thunk and Dunk versus William Howard School. And William Howard School have taken the first point, and very shortly we'll be going back in to their next game. But I'm going to welcome back Bowie and Nims. Bowie, Nims, how are you guys doing? How's the throats? You guys do a lot of talking today. Have you got your strepsils?
Oh yeah, we've got the vocal zone throat lozenges. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Doing that. You're doing a great job. I mean, what are you expecting from the second round? We've now seen one game from William Howard School and Thunk and Dunk. What are you expecting from this second one?
I mean, well, so far, William Howard have taken their first game, after losing a 3-0 in their first match against Prendergast Ladywell. But they got a win on the board, and I think that confidence is going to push them forward. They took the same pairing in the first game, so I assume we're going to see the Bowser player come out again for them, and I think they maybe want to try and push, just blitz through the gates and be like, "Bosh! Here's a 2-0 deficit. Deal with that." But maybe they kind of, because they don't have to play their third player in the second game as long as they have their third player played by the third game. So they might want to try and use the Ike or Kirby player again. Maybe try and test the waters. I don't know how well these schools know each other and the players who are playing, so they may not be able to counterpick anyone specifically. But maybe they'll change up the order that they're going to send out their players.
That's a really good point because, the Super Smash Bros. Community is huge, here in the UK. So I do wonder whether any of the players may have kind of come across each other at another tournament around the UK. I mean, how many tournaments are there a year normally?
Normally, I use that word very, very specifically because obviously this year's been very, very different. Online, yeah. The elephant in the room, by the way. So I mean, we normally the community is a bit thin because we have like the UK community, then we have the European community, and we have like super majors around Europe, around everywhere, and we normally have maybe like 4 or 5 super major tournaments. There's like one in the UK, one in Holland. I think one in Italy as well. So yeah, we have them like all over the shop. I think one in Sweden as well. So a bunch of places. But the UK have like, these very, very dedicated regions. The Midlands has got a wonderful region. The North is getting this burgeoning, growing region all the time. So there's, great events happening all over. There is a hub in London. So like a lot of players know the London scene. But, like when it comes to the Midlands and North and even the Irish scene, there's like loads and loads of tournaments going on. There's a few events. There's Regen, which is a fantastic team in the Midlands. There's an event called Schism over in Ireland that's like also fantastic too. I could go on and on. I don't want to kind of like labor the point too much, but we have loads of tournaments. I'd say like if you want to give you a number, probably in the region of like 15 to 20 big tournaments like consistently happening every year, and then probably like we have weeklies in our local area all the time, like just one a week, maybe two a week, so just tons. Sorry, I went on.
So, I mean, no, you went on because there's so much to get involved in. And so we're going to throw into the next match now to see 2 teams who are getting involved in a tournament. Let's see what happens as we move into this next game. Take it away, Bowie and Nims.
All right, so this again will be a smashdown. Oh, interesting, Bo. We have got 2 very different characters on the screen here. Our going for a Ganondorf and our William Howard going for a Inkling character now. Both very different characters from what we've seen so far in the game. Inkling, of course, very, very interesting play with all the different weapons and abilities that they can use. Ganondorf being a very powerful character here could pack quite the punch for our Inkling player.
Yeah, the thing when it comes to fighting games and like competitive games like these, fundamentals are a big part of this. And Ganondorf's one of those characters that a player with fantastic fundamentals will always shine with this character because he's slow, right? Haven't got the strongest, the most like I guess varied moveset in terms of what he can do, but he's really powerful, and like good spacing and good positioning and good decision making will always trump because he's just so powerful. But so far, the speed of Inkling that we're seeing, and like you just see how much they can like work and combo together is really working out. Yeah, very. Oh no, bad timing on the. On the grab there. So yeah, Ganondorf has a command grab, but he did it at the height where he fell through the platform because he was like not high. He was not high enough to get over it, but he did. He was not too low to grab the edge, and that was a really unfortunate one.
Yes, indeed. And of course, as you said, Ganondorf does have some very heavy attacks. You got to watch out for that sword. But our Inkling player utilizing, splatting lots of that ink onto our Ganondorf player. Of course, the more ink you place onto your opponent, the more heavier damage you can inflict on your opponent playing as the Inkling player. Ganondorf goes to the final smash there and takes
and he got it!
Smashes an attack off.
That is actually huge, though, for Norton, because also Team Thunkendunk, because specifically he had a 2-stock deficit, managed to get the stock back, and then that final smash, evening the stocks out. He's back in this, and that's really what we want to see. The Warlock kicks just doing so much.
It's so very, very heavy.
Oh, that's it! He's done! Oh, he's not! Okay, that was good. That was good DI. That was good DI. That would have taken him. He would have been done with a regular hit there, but that was good DI.
Tries to come in with the roller.
That's just scary. This is why Ganondorf's scary. It's just like anything big, it's gonna KO. It's a big boy. Just don't get hit by anything huge. Inkling, if you want to stay alive. Okay, that's a forward smash counter. Okay, there's the grab. This is scary for both players here. And remember, this is looking for a 2-0 lead for William Howard. So if this Inkling gets it, this is a good position to be in.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
I want to ask where the DI was there. So a DI is a term. If you're confused by the term DI, directional influence is a thing where you can kind of slightly influence the trajectory of your knockback by pressing on the control stick in certain angles, and it can basically save your life sometimes by making, if you're going a certain distance, if that distance is slightly angled a certain way, you won't hit the blast zone. But there wasn't much accurate DI there, unfortunately. So yeah, William Howard School taking that first game there. So yeah, they have to just go back here. So yeah, 2-0 then to William Howard.
Yes, and that was some excellent play there from both of our fighters. You got to watch out for that sword. That sword from Ganondorf. You got to watch out for it. It is a dangerous attack if you get in the way of it. So it looked like it was almost over for Inkling there. Ganondorf pushing onto that forward smash with the sword, and of course using the ultimate smash ball as well. But Inkling pulled through, proving this quick and nimble abilities, utilizing the ink splatting, really getting some heavy damage in on Ganondorf there, taking him out. It's gonna be. I keep using the word interesting because everything is interesting right now. Where are we gonna go next? Are we gonna stick with the similar sorts of characters? But I'm seeing a King K. Rool, and I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, when we have Ganondorf and we have King K. Rool, I think rather than Thunk and Dunk, it should be Chunk and Dunk, because we got some big characters on stage right now.
Are we gonna see that infamous golden belly? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Are we going to see it? Right, I think they are. So this will now be, of course, our 1v1 again in this particular game. And as we said before, characters that have previously been used, obviously you cannot use them again. So I know definitely one of them is going to, of course, be King K. Rool. But what is our other opponent going to choose, or who should I say they're going to choose? That's going to be what will really show us what the next game is going to be like. So but first, of course, we have to send a message.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Everybody, let's have some fun, of course. Very important. Who do you think, Bowie? Where do you think this is going to go?
I mean, it's one of those things that I don't think that William Howard can tell who Norton have picked up here. So yeah, unless they're watching the stream, who knows? Stream sniping. But I mean, the thing with King K. Rool is that whilst he is a big lad and he's got some great stuff, like a well-played character. If I'm gonna look at like the idea of like a tier list, right? So the good characters in the game that kind of put forward by a community. King K. Rool's on the lower end of that, apparently, but like it's like a bad character, quote unquote, a bad character, not actually bad, but if a character considered to be not so great is played by a really good character, it matters less. Because again, fundamentals are so important. And King K. Rool's got some nifty tricks and some fun play and some gimmicks that you can like play around to maybe trick your opponent to losing stock sometimes. The blunderbuss is a thing, and Gallagher, if you're listening, I hate you. It's like, I think you want someone who's going to be, quite robust in their in their kind of like defensive play to go against this. I think just so you can kind of deal with the shenanigans that are going to come out from King K. Rool, because he's a bit of a troll character. Let's be serious. So if you can hunker down and weather the storm, and then go in with your offense, that'll be really, really good.
Just blunderbuss and crown, blunderbuss and crown, blunderbuss and crown through the whole thing, and you never know. You might. Well, again, like you said, it's all about the fundamentals for our players that they have in terms of playing with King K. Rool. And King K. Rool is quite the entertaining fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. There's some really nifty little tricks you can pull off when playing against him. Does pack quite a punch, obviously considered more of a heavier character. He is a heavier character in this game. So if our fighters, from what we've seen so far, they're pretty much showcasing to us their versatility, from picking quick and nimble light characters to characters that are a lot more stronger, a lot more heavier. and of course characters that utilize a lot of different items, like our Inkling player there, really showcasing using the ink ability, of course splatting as much as they can on their enemy to then inflict more of a heavier damage to take them out. But again, smash balls are available in this game that can really change the game up in terms of removing stock very, very quickly and very, very easily. But wow, we've changed. Okay,
we've got a Mario, and a Beleth. I didn't expect to see that.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so this week we got Combo City, as we probably expected from William Horden, because I believe we saw a bit of the Mario last time.
Yes, we did indeed.
But yeah, we've got a Beleth. Now she's a very, very different style of character than the regular kind of Fire Emblem stuff. I mean, both them and Corrin kind of have that similarity. A bit of a slower paced character, let's say, but has real potential here and there for stealing some stocks away, and it's got some interesting shenanigans with some of these ancient weapons, which is really, really important. The up B in particular, you can actually grapple to bring someone down and then footstool them below you, which is horribly insulting when it happens against you, but great when you do it.
Yes, absolutely. And again, Beleth does have a very, very powerful forward smash with those ancient weapons, so you have to be very careful here. Our Mario player is playing very carefully here, tries to go in with that little up combo there. Smash Ball is available. Oh, there's the charge up. Oh, beautiful. Again, that charge up, very dangerous.
That's all they need. Yeah, this is going to be good though. Getting some good distance, hopefully, then going to be unleashing that final smash. No, holding on to it for now. Maybe he wants to get rid of the stock first and then use the final smash to try and cheese out a second stock.
Tactful play here. Tactful play.
Okay, she's gone.
Is it enough? It is enough.
Okay, yeah, gets that grab. He's trying to find these strings, but the forward air just interrupting.
That's it.
See the up air strings happening again. I'm liking the tuxedo Maz, I'm just saying.
I mean, he's got a wedding to get to. He's trying to finish this match quickly. So, I mean, good recovery.
Nice challenge there as well. The charging down smash goes for the get up attack just to challenge
that beautiful play of up combos here. Our William Howard player very much trying to get that up combo in as much as he can, because it does take off quite a lot of percentage for Beleth.
It just racks up slowly but surely.
2 stock apiece, both of our fighters at a considerably high percentage. Tries to get up combo again, collects the coins.
The super jump punch is pretty good at connecting. Okay, yeah, sure. So you can see there's a nice variety of attacks that Beleth has, depending on the weapon they choose to use. It's one of those movesets that's it has loads of really interesting stuff, but it's just difficult to make it all work in your favor. Okay, it does get the grapple recovery.
Good recovery.
Mario trying to read the roll in, but didn't get it. So yeah, you can see that inspired decision.
It's a very, very edge-heavy game at the moment. Our Beleth player has to be very careful here with a very high percentage. Anything is possible for both.
Oh, no! Only pulled that move out twice, but the timing on that one was wonderful. That is really good, though. Does recover. Okay, this is good. Norton taking the lead in this third game. Looking to get a point on the board and not go down 3-0.
Oh, someone might want to flick the analog stick.
I think, the observer needs to press a button. There we go. Okay, so Norton... Oh, sorry, Team Thunk and Dunk, I should say, rather than Norton College. They lose their second stock now. Okay, good. Yeah, the neutral air into back air, just to try and get those easy bread and butters. Okay, parry.
Perfect shield there.
Nice. So yeah, the spear covers, that the not just, it kind of goes through the ground a little bit, so it covers the edge quite nicely if someone's trying to pressure you really on the edge, which is a super nice decision just to find that.
Oh, beautiful throw into the air. Tries to go for an upwards combo. Once again, this is brilliant play here from William Howard. Smash ball available. Beleth knocks it back.
There's an up smash as well. I think we get that one. Tries to go for the hair. Okay, gets it. Okay, now can they get the finish?
Activation, it connects.
Here we go. Can we get the absolute finish? It should be enough at 120%. Definitely. Team Thunk and Dunk. Thunk the smash ball. And dunks Mario out of the game. 2-1. Still in it.
Somebody had their Weetabix this morning. There was some beautiful play from a Beleth player. That arrow, Bowie? That arrow? The aim on that arrow. Can we please take a minute to just talk about that arrow? What on earth?
A full minute? As I mentioned, they didn't really bring the move out that often, so it's one of those things that I love about certain players and about certain movesets like this. That you'll always have like a particular move that can do really impressive things, but the chances to use it are so tiny. The window of opportunity is minimal, and it's all about recognizing that window of opportunity and then immediately, capitalizing on that as well. So, I only threw it out once, I think, just randomly throughout, but then to actually get the snipe on that, I think is a complacent looking Mario from the opponent, and then going, okay, I'm gonna throw it out now. Young Link coming to the table then for
interesting.
Yeah, I like.
Again. Yes, I mean, as you said, Bowie, and it's nice to see actually, Beleth being actually seen. Of course, it's one of the more recent characters that's been added to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate character roster, and showcased there very beautifully. Beleth packs quite the punch when it comes to all the different attacks. That forward smash, very, very powerful if charged up, and of course, being very careful of that arrow. And of course, if you charge up that arrow enough, you can actually do a very powerful blow. And of course, as you saw in that game, completely took out that player from that beautiful play. But of course, our Mario player as well, beautiful up combos, repetitively seen in that game. Beleth couldn't seem to get out of those. So there was quite an interesting play from both sides of our scores there. Again, showing us that versatility across the board with the fighters that they're choosing to play as. So it's all to play for. Both of our teams have scored some points so far. I believe we're going to go into our next game again, which is a 1v1. And we're seeing, it's Roy's our boy versus Young Link.
My old main. Okay, well, I kind of still main Roy. Roy is very good in this game. Roy is very good in this game. Young Link is a menace, right? He's got the bomb, he's got the boomerang, he's got the arrows, and they are all really, really tricky to deal with. And I think he's very, very small as well, he's very, very nimble, and that's going to be difficult. So the thing with Roy is he is the reverse of Marth. Marth has a sweet spot on the tip of his sword, whereas Roy has his sweet spot on the hilt of his sword. So you want to be hitting as close in as possible to the bottom of the blade. An early error from William Howard puts Norton into a good position. So here you can see the boomerang into grab with the hook shot into up air to kind of follow up. I keep saying Tooling. Young Link's got some interesting stuff to go, so that's the most important thing. But you can see these aerial follow-ups and combos coming out from the turnaround from Roy. Very, very nice. Yeah, he can turn around. The recovery frames on Flare Blade is tiny. You got nothing at all, so yeah.
But as you said, Bo, you got to watch out for all those little inventory items that Young Link has. The charged up bow and arrows you just saw there, and the bombs, and the hook shot as well. You got to be careful because he is very quick and could potentially pack in quite a lot of percentage, build it up really quickly and very easily for our Young Link player. But Roy, of course, good grab there, throw into the air, smash ball available, tries to now keep Young Link away from that smash ball as much as he possibly can. Good throws, goes for the smash ball, grabs it.
So, yeah. The thing is, can we get Roy's critical hit on deck as well? So the thing with Toon Link, oh my word, Young Link, I'm just been so long, I'm so sorry. Why are you saying Toon Link? I guess it's just because he's cartoony. The call out!
Wow.
Oh, jeez. He saw an action being taken from young Link and just pressed the B button. I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay, stop.
That's the thing to also remember with Roy in terms of his recovery back onto the stage is quite short. He doesn't have much of a comeback if he gets too far off the stage. So this could play in young Link's hands, but who knows? We're seeing some very good play from all of our players. Young Link utilizing full advantage of all the different abilities that he has, but Roy, with that speed, trying to keep young Link as much at bay as he possibly can. There's the ups. Comes back down with it.
Down there's around, just kind of super nice. Yeah, I mean, young Link's just doing a good job. There's a dash attack, not going to be enough despite the percentage. That's very, very close. Tries to find the edge finish, but that'll be enough. Okay.
Stock a piece.
Not insurmountable now for William Howard. This is definitely doable. We'll have to see how patiently the young Link player can play now. Okay, yeah, there's the up B out of the outer shield. Very, very nice decision just to punish any attack that comes out quite waywardly. There's a grab again to get the follow-up. But here comes the Roy combos, hopefully. We'll maybe see something there. Okay, tower spot, though.
Good grabs.
Okay. Back throw. Yeah, it's hard to follow up with the throws that Roy has, especially at like mid%. Back throw. Yeah, landing back is going to be enough.
Trying to carefully rack up that percentage because Roy does have, of course, the disadvantage here. A very, very high percentage for Roy.
Oh my word! The young Link threw out the forward smash, connected it, but then just didn't follow up because they didn't think it would land. It was just like a warning shot, and so they didn't do the second piece.
There is a smash ball available. Knocks it off the side. It's back. Okay, this could be it. No, too early, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit. Trigger happy. Oh, that's going to be enough. Whoa. William Howard. That was a big stock deficit and lead there for Norton College, but William Howard, our Roy player, taking it back and with a wonderful reverse sweep of fortune. Not a reverse sweep, but like a reverse of fortune, gets the victory, making sure that William Howard get their win 3-1.
Wow.
Oh dear.
And again, it just goes to show Roy's our boy for that game. Roy is our boy for that game. Beautiful play there. That was surprising is the word to say, I think, for that game. Lots and lots of manic play to begin with. Of course, our Roy player losing a stock, unfortunately, right at the beginning of the game there. It seemed like, of course, young Link did have the upper hand throughout that game. Devastating blows, lots of utilization, of course, the hook shot and the arrows and the bombs. But Roy, once again, that blade, you got to be careful of that blade because it does pack a punch.
Yeah. We'll just we'll welcome back Alicia to have a quick chat about that game, and we'll move forward to our next game going forward. Hello, Alicia. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, no, that was an amazing game. Just, how we thought that potentially one of the teams could have been bringing it back, Team Thunk and Dunk, but no, William Howard School kind of came out on top.
Yeah, very much so.
I was just like phasing out at the moment there. Yeah. I mean, the thing we saw. Yeah, I was just taking it all in and just had a moment. I think the thing we saw was that there was moments of real interest from young Link, doing a lot of the stuff that we see from that character. The outer shield game is very, very strong for young Link. The Nair is a very, very powerful move. The neutral air, the up B outer shield as well can connect, and had a lot of opportunity to build up percentage, but could never connect into the finishing blow, which I think was a real issue. And that's a big difference between young Link on one side and Roy on the other, who is an absolute battering ram of a character. If he connects that forward smash, as we saw at the end, wasn't the biggest percentage on young Link, but young Link's kind of light at 70%. Rage Roy, sweet spot. See ya. Gone.
One of the things that I really loved, match, the core of oohs that came out with the Mario and Burleth matchup. What did you guys make of that combination?
I mean, you don't see Belef often, so
you
the
don't,
matchup as a
and
whole
that's what's amazing. That's what's amazing, is you don't see that character very often. It's one of the new characters that's been added very, very recently to the roster of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And to see a character come out like that and be played very, very, very well. Again, just that bow and arrow, man. I'm just blown away by the timing of that bow and arrow. As Bowie mentioned earlier, it's not easy to get that timing correct. And you've got to be very, very quick in terms of your thinking and timing when utilizing that bow, because charged up properly and unleashed, it's an instant stock take. So it's again, these players, once again, as I said to you at the beginning, Alicia, we're gonna see some talent today. We're gonna see some talent, and they're keeping us on our toes. They're literally keeping us on our toes because we don't know who we're gonna see. It's such a massive roster of characters. So each time we think, oh, okay, we as soon as we start to think that, okay, we know where this is going, they just throw a new character in. I mean,
for sure.
That's what happens. So,
I mean, speaking of characters, Bowie, you were saying earlier that Ganondorf is one of those players, one of those characters where players with really strong fundamentals can shine through. What are some other characters who players with strong fundamentals could be using to really take the field?
Well, I mean, fundamentals will always be very, very important. You know, we have like the super technical characters out there that require intense focus and tech skill. But yeah, there are some characters who just like are very, very basic. Or like when I say basic, you know, it's not like, you know, there's not much to them, but it's just kind of like, you know, they are, you know, easy to pick up and play. And then you have like a low skill floor, but like a high skill ceiling kind of thing. You know, Mario is one of those ones as well. You know, he's got a very simple and like a kind of considered approach to a lot of what he does. But you know, you can pick that up, and it's all about spacing. It's about understanding the timing and being able to kind of like play the game itself like to a certain level. You know, you're looking for things like, again, timing is a big thing in spacing and decision making. I think that's one of those things is, you know, understanding speed. And so a thing that I might talk about is frame data, which is a whole conversation. Let's talk about it another time. But the idea that, you know, certain moves that characters have will start up at a certain time, and being able to see an animation and then just like cover it and knowing those ins and outs. So like for Ganondorf, you know, it's like he's quite slow. Some things are fast, but some things are slow. So knowing when you can like go, okay, I'm pressurizing an enemy in the air, I'm going to force an air dodge. So I'm going to, you know, do a jump up and make them think I'm going to attack. I wait for them to punish, and then, or wait them to make an option and then punish them. And those are the kinds of things I'm talking about, is understanding the moveset, understanding, you know, how you're going to position and how you're going to play to, you know, punish your opponent.
No, absolutely. Sorry, go on.
Go for it. No, go. After you.
After you. No, I mean, there's such an incredible roster of characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I mean, you know, the game's been out now for 2 years, I believe, since 2018, and we've had a load of new players, new characters added in that time. I believe today that players aren't allowed to use Minecraft Steve. That's the only character that they're not allowed to use.
Yes.
The unusual thing is,
characters.
I was just going to say that, like, because he recently released, not everyone may have had a chance to play him yet and get to grips. So, you know, we can't account for everyone having picked up, you know, the brand new character. So just to make sure there's enough time for them to play in future, not allowed just for fairness all round.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we love Steve. It's not that we wanted to put him in a box in a corner. It's just that it's not fair on some players who might not have played him yet. Are there any characters that you are particularly looking forward to seeing more of, that you expect to seeing more of, that are popular with Smash players?
Popular with Smash players is a very specific word in that sentence.
That's like opening Pandora's box there.
When I say popular, I mean played a lot, not necessarily liked by the competitive community. There's a character called Palutena who's very, very good, has loads of great control in the air, you know, great, you know, has like loads of shield boxes on some of her attacks, so can't actually be challenged in certain locations. The neutral air, the Wheel of Doom, and the up air that catches everything out as well, and the back air that just can't be challenged. Palutena is a strong character, and you know, we see a lot of that in competitive Smash, and you know, one of those ones that sticks in the craw of many competitive players. But maybe we'll see it, and maybe we won't. But it's one of those characters that I am expecting to see at some point. Maybe later on in the tournament. Maybe, you know, now. Who knows? But yeah, well, that character, a personal character I want to see is Belmont, of course, and maybe Zelda. But yeah, that's me.
I want to see the wacky play, Alicia. I want to see the wacky plays. I want to see Wario throw. I want to see Wario throw his motorbike across the screen. I want to see Pac-Man just eating pellets all across the screen. I want to see Olimar throwing his Pikmin all over the screen. I just want to see wacky play. That's what I love about this game, is how wacky this game can get. You know, I want to see Banjo-Kazooie like just swooshing across the screen. I want to see all of the really sort of, again, keyword wacky. I want to see all of the fun plays from our fighters. Of course, you know, I agree with Bo, with everyone he just said there. Palutena is a very, very strong character. Simon and Richter are very, very strong characters as well. It'll be interesting to see if people pick up the likes of Zelda, Rosalina, Peach, very, very technical fighters in this game. Even with the echoes, of course, Daisy. Who knows? Let's see.
Hi.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yes, Nims. I so enjoyed in that previous round the tuxedo Mario taking it away, and your comment saying he's late for a wedding. You know,
he is literally late for a wedding.
Get out the way.
He's got a wedding to get to for sure. Oh, mate.
you're right. It's the wackiness of this game that just makes it so fun and so unpredictable, and just such a beautiful game.
What about you, Alicia? Who are you expecting to see?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, do you know what? I know that it's not the most pro character, but I do love a good Kirby. I really enjoyed the Kirbys that we were seeing. I think it's that character that you start with, right? You know, it's the one that everyone begins with when they're first playing Smash Bros. But there's so much that you can actually do with him at some of the higher levels as well. And it's just one of those versatile characters that I really enjoy seeing within a game.
It's a good choice.
But
it's a good choice.
I think that we are nearly ready for our next game in this Group A. It's going to be Norton College again, otherwise known as Team Thunk and Dunk, going up against PLS. Now, we've seen both of these teams play now already, so we've got a bit of a sense of their style, kind of the characters that they favour. So it will be interesting to see who comes out on top in this particular game. Do you guys have any predictions? Are you laying down any bets?
Honestly, from what we've seen so far, I don't know.
I'll make the call to say that.
Go either way.
Yeah, I mean, Prendergast Ladywell did beat William Howard quite convincingly, and then William Howard, beat out Norton, not as convincingly, but still, pretty well with the 3-1. But I will say that just because you beat one player or one team beats one team doesn't mean that the other team can't beat. There's like that, like the win triangle, if you will. Doesn't mean that because you're suddenly better than the third team if you beat the second, and then the second beat the third. If you know what I mean. So I'm not going to write Norton College off, but I'd say that we've seen a lot of strength from Prendergast, not just in how well they handled William Howard, but also in the individual play that they had, the confidence they had going forward, and pressurizing a lot of situations. So. There's definitely stuff that I would say, but puts PLS in what I would say is an advantageous position.
Yeah, and PLS definitely have an advantage in that this is actually their second digital schoolhouse tournament. It's actually Team Thunk and Dunk's first. So, this is territory that PLS have trodden before and done fairly well in previous years. But we are going to be starting that game. So, Nims and Bowie, if you want to take it away, and we will see who will win.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Straight in.
Okay. It's the battle of the Team Pink. We've got a pink Donkey Kong, and we've got a Kirby going straight against that King K. Rool we were talking about, Bowie, and of course our Ike back in there for Norton College. Quite the play happening here. Two very, very big and heavy characters on the stage. Kirby, of course, balancing that out with the lightness. Ike, of course, packing that punch with a very heavy sword ability. Both of our players going for that same strategies we saw before. One player going for the other player and the other player going for the other.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll see a lot of that. We've seen some interesting stuff on the right-hand side between the Donkey Kong and the Ike player. But as we say that, Kirby goes down early on. Nice first stock from... Oh, double stock. This is what I'm saying. Don't write Team Thunk and Dunk off so far. It's looking pretty good. They've got the a 2-stock lead right now over Prendergast Ladywell, which is looking very nice.
You got to be careful of that punch from Donkey Kong. Charged up and used correctly, that is a very powerful blow to the team. But again...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, good recovery. Kirby makes it back onto the stage. Our King K. Rool player utilizing that blunderbuss, shooting out, but of course with the boxing glove as well, grabs, throws Donkey Kong off the side. Edge guards, but Donkey Kong comes straight back in there. Oh, wow.
It's going to land. We'll take a stock. It looks like it's, 3 stocks versus 4. Right now, we have a lot of percentage racking up onto King K. Rool. And, okay. That looks like Donkey Kong's got it. You got to stop that. You got to stop that.
You really have got to stop that. Oh, no.
Okay. He missed. So, a little bit breathing easy for Team Thunk and Dunk. Oh, lovely back air. Not enough. Good air dodge to survive from the blast zone.
Oh, with the thwomp, takes the stock away from King K. Rool.
Yeah, what's really important here right now for Team Thunk and Dunk is they want this Ike to stay alive. You do not want to lose this stock. And wow, a lovely edge guard. This is a great start right now for Team Thunk and Dunk, putting the pressure on to PLS.
Okay, 2 very, very strong characters here going up against Kirby. Kirby, of course, this could all be played for. Ike has a very high percentage here, but does, of course, hold on to 2 stock, whilst King K. Rool and Kirby only having 1.
Oh, went for the back air. That was going to be beautiful. We didn't get it.
Yeah.
Such a good move, like the animation.
Very good up B recovery there, even if he gets blown off the stage.
Okay, yeah. So opting for the throw forward rather than for the back throw into team combo. Needs to be careful here of each other. This is the difficult part. It's not hurting each other at this point because it could work against them if they hit each other. This Kirby's playing very, very calm and composed. There's a dash attack. That's going to be enough. Really? That was like 70. That was 74% before the hit. Really?
It's the ether.
Why not?
It's the ether. Underestimating the ether. But very good play here. Very, very good play for, of course, blue team. William Howard. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I was saying. Even though I was saying that PLS, looked quite advantageous because of that first, game that went so well for them, it doesn't mean that suddenly they're going to be, winning against Team Thunk and Dunk. It doesn't matter what happens. It's about how you play the game at the moment. So right now, it's a 1-0 lead for Team Thunk and Dunk from Norton College. Yes. And PLS currently on the back foot. And if it goes this way, we'll have to be looking at the individual round scores to see exactly how we're going to rank this. If it does end up in a tie, we'll have to consult production and find out exactly how we're going to go forward. We've got a Jigglypuff coming out from Team Thunk and Dunk. We saw that a little bit earlier as well in the doubles game. We saw good edge guarding, good confidence, and all-round good play. So we'll see what they bring out in the 1v1.
Lots of singing.
Wonderful singing.
lots and lots of singing. Soothing singing. You say soothing, but again, be very careful of that ability because it is a lethal ability from Jigglypuff in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for sure. So where are we going to go next, Bo? We saw some heavy characters coming out there. Donkey Kong, King K. Rool, Ike, of course, powerful, heavy attacks from our fighters. Where are we going to go next? That is the question. Are we going to see the likes of the Marios again? Are we going to go back to more sword play from the Lynx, or maybe perhaps see another Beleth situation? Interesting popularity here with the Fire Emblem roster, but just as I said that, no, we're going to Final Fantasy. Cloud is here.
We do indeed have a Cloud, a little bit different. If you've played them, previous iterations of Super Smash Bros, you might have played Cloud in the past. A little bit different than what he was. Had a bit of a slight buff in a recent patch that makes him feel a little bit better. But we're gonna be seeing that the usual play, maybe trying to charge up the limit gauge whenever we can, holding onto that and using it at very opportune moments. The limit cross slash is a big KO move for a lot of Cloud players, but Cloud's got a lot of really good fast arrows. You can see that up air comes out very, very nice and quickly. The neutral air as well is a good one to just to knock around. And this forward tilt, nice and quick, does catch a few things, and it is another good KO move. The thing about Cloud, though, that's going to be very important, and what's going to be interesting about this matchup is that Cloud's recovery isn't the strongest. It's not infallible. Nice, there, as I was saying, the limit cross slash, nice confirm of the KO to begin with. Cloud's recovery is not like terror bad, but it is exploitable. So we'll see if the Jigglypuff can do that. But right now, getting combo to high heaven.
Yes, indeed. And of course, reiterating exactly what you said, that limit break is available for our Cloud player. Unfortunately, utilizes it incorrectly there, losing it, but charging it back up can prove quite fatal, or could prove quite fatal for our Jigglypuff player. But Jigglypuff is holding on strong, even though with one stock less than Cloud, tries very hard to stop Cloud there from charging up that limit break.
To get some off stage. Yeah, looking for just a hit there with the forward tilts. Trying to land with the down air, nothing happens with that. Roll back from Jigglypuff. Now, yeah, Jigglypuff wants to be off stage rather, and like trying to pressurize, because that, you know, it's a very linear recovery, just straight up with that Clim Hazard. A limit Clim Hazard allows a little bit more movement after the jump up, so that's kind of why. Okay, so the limit's there, right? Recovery comes out. But don't be punished, really?
Oh, wow. Oh, Jigglypuff tries to go for it, utilizing that full advantage of being able to float so much off the side of the stage, but takes him out. Beautiful.
Yeah,
play there from Jigglypuff.
That's a bit of greed from the Cloud player, looking for that for the smash ball. Gets punished, but that immediate scoop, 2 scoops, please, of Jigglypuff flavored ice cream. We'll take that stock.
Yes, indeed. Now, 1 stock, of course, remaining for our Jigglypuff player. This could be the game for PLS. Limit Break is available for Cloud.
I was thinking, I saw that little knock up, and I was thinking, is a rest going to come in? So Jigglypuff has a very, very powerful move called Rest that puts her to sleep when you use it, but if you land it on the sweet spot, will pretty much kill a character.
That's it, pretty much. Ooh, tries to go for the edge guard ability. Look at that!
That's not ideal. That's not ideal. You don't want to do that, Cloud. Still a stock in, though, so...
Tries to charge the limit break while Jigglypuff is off the side of the stage. Perfect shield there.
Yeah, tried to find the forward smash, but couldn't. Okay, up tilt comes out, no up air to follow. Too far knocked away from this very, very light balloon.
Okay. Tries to keep him at bay.
Okay, yeah. It's getting closer and closer to that point where Jigglypuff does not want to be at, but, you know, oh, there it is! Beautiful!
Wow! Wow, wow, wow. That's
untechable. Untechable. You saw the red flash after the limit cross slash knocked Jigglypuff into the wall. That means you cannot do what's called a tech by pressing the guard button upon hitting the stage. That was done. Done and dusted.
Yep, you cannot escape that blade. You cannot escape it. Excellent play from both of our players there. Beautiful, beautiful play. Just when we thought that things were heading in the lead for Cloud, Jigglypuff threw in that little, destroy off the side of the stage there, taking away a stock and really upped the game there, making everybody literally on edge. But of course, devastating blow from Cloud at the end there, really taking away Jigglypuff. Pretty much instantly. So that was some very, very good play from both of our fighters. It's nice to see the Cloud play there. I do enjoy watching Cloud being played very technically there by our fighter, utilizing full advantage of the limit break and keeping that Jigglypuff player. Again, Jigglypuff having the slight upper hand there with being able to float quite a lot around the stage and being able to get further and further off the stage and coming back with swift returns, but Cloud still proving very powerful attacks utilizing that sword.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of I guess gas in the tank, I guess we can say, to use an Americanization. It's really, really funny when you have like things that are very Americanized and you can't really think of a British variant. We would never say something like, I know, we wouldn't say petrol in the tank, would we? No. Anyway, regardless of me fumbling, let's have a look forward. It's a 1-1 situation then, so we'll see who we've got. We've got Bowser again coming out from Norton College, and again, as we saw in Game 1 against Lucina, we've got PLS bringing out their Mario.
It's a classic combo. It's a classic combo.
This is El Clasico indeed, yeah. This is, but we've got combo fodder for a combo king, and we've also got, you know, which is really weird to say. Like, the big hitboxes means that, you know, these up air strings are going to be real.
Yes.
Which is great to see. Here we go. Okay.
Are we going to see more of those up air combos from our PLS fighter? Are we going to see it? What are we going to see from this Bowser player here? Oh, there we go. As I said it, the up combos were coming back in again. Bowser tries to smack that down, breaking that combo.
Yes, running up and throwing out a down smash is not ideal. Okay, there it is, the Koopa Claw. Now that is a very important tool that we didn't see too much of last time we saw this Bowser. Yeah, the Koopa Claw is a command grab, and if you do grab it, or grab your opponent, you can, oh, hello. Not coming back from that, I don't think. Yeah. Good catch on that down smash to push away, to get the 2-frame. But yeah, the Koopa Claw's a command grab, very powerful. If you can grab onto the top platform there, it's probably going to aid in your in KOing early. We'll see. Great pressure right now from this Mario.
Absolutely. Both of our players opting for the more up close and personal fighting here. Both really getting into each other's faces and pulling out quite the punch of combos, forward attacks, lots and lots of forward attacks. PLS trying really hard to pull that forward attack, trying to throw Mario into that perfect up combo that ever so beautifully demonstrated in previous games. The Smash Ball is available, but they're just really oh, look at that throw. Bowser, careful. Brings it back in. Is he going to go for the activation?
Oh, okay.
Right, goes for
nice.
Maybe not. He's holding out for the next stop.
Yeah, Koopa Claw to get the stock, and then try and just like find a way to use the Smash Ball now. Oh, and waited too long. There could be penance for that. We'll see. Gets it again.
He gets it back.
This is interesting play. I guess they're just using it as like a scare tactic, making it hard to, like, you know, when am I going to use it?
I just feel like I want to shout across the mic. Press the B button. Please. Press the. There it is.
Okay, here we go.
No.
Looking for the punch.
He's not even there.
Okay, and he threw the punch out. It was almost like the animation was used in a way to kind of like confuse the Mario player where he was, and he fell down. There's a fire breath. Hold on to that. Look at that percentage. 23%. All right, calm down.
Wowzers, indeed. Oh,
again,
beautiful tactic, Mario. Beautiful.
Patience and shield, up smash, out of shield. Very nice. So, a thing that you'll see... Okay, that was scary. Oh, he's done it again! The double cape! Let's go! And the taunts! Okay, that was sick. Okay.
That was so sick.
Okay, I have to break that down. 2-1 to PLS. That was it. Okay, right. So this is the thing. A very unused move. Only used it twice in the game. It was in that final play, right? So at the end, jumped off the stage and just used the cape to turn around Bowser, who pushed him away, which then forced him to make a decision because he was a little bit shaken up by the fact that he turned around, went for a very early whirling fortress, straight into Mario to cape him away and turn it around again. Twofer. That's the twofer. Let's go.
I told you guys. I hope Alicia's listening as well. I told you guys. These school kids pulling out the stops. As we're definitely awake now, guys. We're warming up. The hype is beginning to reveal itself. This is going to be quite the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. PLS pulling out some tricks there, of course, from our Mario player. Amazing play. I hope that gets clipped. That's a highlight right there already.
I want to find out who that kid was because he was sick.
That was
one thing. Team Thunk and Dunk just got dunked, so it's time to thunk, and they just brought out the Ganondorf once again to bring the pain. We're going to see Warlock punches galore. Probably not. Shouldn't be landing that at all. If you get hit by a Warlock punch, you deserve to lose a stock. I'll say that.
I mean, yeah. I don't even know what. I'm just going to say yep. Absolutely. But of course, we're going to see the Ganondorf. Ganondorf again with that. You got to be careful of that sword. If he gets that sword, it's quite lethal. But what are PLS going to put up against the Ganondorf? The Ganondorf. Who are we going to see?
We've had one El Clasico. We could go for a second El Clasico.
I mean, of course, this is a Smashdown, so we have to see a different character. We have to see a different strategy.
Oh, the mirror! Interesting. I wonder how that works in terms of mirrors because of Smashdown, but it seems like we're just going to go with it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 2-1 to PLS. A little bit of respect beforehand. Before we get into it. Okay, cool. We'll have to have a look at that to make sure, but it is the mirror. That means we're going to have a lot of big hits coming out from both sides right now. These landing forward airs. It's a really, really strong move, the landing forward air. The wizard kick is strong again. It also closes ground really, really quickly. The boot, though. Okay.
Okay.
This is interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Good grabs.
Okay, wrong direction there. Had the right idea, but the wrong direction. The down smash reads the roll. We'll get straight off stage there.
We've got to stay calm. It feels like there's a bit of nervous play going on here. A little bit of a nervous play. We're thinking a little bit too much about what we're going to do. Evasive play, trying to just go in with the heavy attacks. Perfect shield. And there it is. One stock off from our team Thunk and Dunk. Nice combos.
Since you just racked up so quickly, you just blink and suddenly they're at 105%. The dash attacks, look at these. Okay, so the dash attack is an interesting one. It covers options well, but you shouldn't be just dashing in neutral with the dash attack. It's on the spot dodges.
There it is. Ooh. And that's why.
That was a roll read of the ages. Okay, PLS is doing something special right now, but that was he landed the hit, he turned around with the S smash, reading the roll backwards. That was very, very nice.
Again, reiterating again what we said before, you got to be careful. Even using that dash attack into a Ganondorf sword, you can see it can take away, activates the smash ball, goes in. Oh, it's not enough.
It's a stock back. Yeah. It's a stock back. 174%. If that didn't KO, I would ask Nintendo to have a look at that S smash. That final smash.
The grabs of the throws.
Oh, okay, the down air not landing. The boots,
nice.
Giving him the Tims. Okay, there's the Warlock choke.
Still trying to go in with those dash abilities to then follow it up with combos.
The boot is a really fast move, actually. Just that forward tilt. He'll use it a lot just to cover things.
Oh, there it is. That boot. That boot.
That laugh is definitely how it feels. Getting off stage like that, going really, really deep, seeing that movement and the early up B, getting the big old down air to get the finish. Lovely to see it. That's what I want to see. I want to see big plays, get off stage, edge guard your opponent and just down air them to hell. That was great. Oh man. See, there's something about Ganondorf that's always fun to watch. It just is. We didn't see a Warlock punch, but we saw a lot of great fun. We saw the roll read F smash, beautiful. We saw the edge guard down air, beautiful. That's what I'm about. That's what I love to cast. All right. All right, Alicia, what did you think?
Yes, Alicia.
I love your face. That was an insane game. So many good plays. That incredible. Some edge guarding as well. Some really brilliant edge guarding. What's the secret, Bowie, to edge guarding really well in Smash?
I mean, I think the biggest secret I'd probably say about it is confidence. It's understanding how far the maximum range to recovery your opponent has, and then being able to push that. And also sometimes maybe even going a little bit beyond that as you're going for like the Hail Mary of this is going to happen no matter what. It's about. First of all, it's about that, understanding how far you can go. And then the follow-up to that is kind of anticipating how your opponent has been recovering. Does your opponent tend to recover lower? Do they tend to make earlier plays? And kind of meeting them halfway. It can be really big, amazing plays like that, like going really deep with down airs and doing things like that. Or it can just be a case of just running out and just like hitting them with a little paltry hit that knocks them off a little bit, but it's going to be enough. But it's about that confidence to go out there, knowing how far you can go and still recover adequately, and then kind of reading your opponent, making an anticipated move of, right, they're going to go low. I'm going to go low, neutral air. I'm going to go low, forward air, whatever.
Can we talk about that amazing PLS Mario player? I literally jumped out of my chair. That was such a great move that it pulled on Bowser to win the game. Nims, were you just, I mean, I could hear the excitement in your voice. How amazing was that?
Again, Alicia, like I said, these guys are very talented players, and I definitely think we're warming up. The hype is building. The hype is definitely building up there. Excellent play, of course, from our Mario player, utilizing that magical cape that Mario has, pulling it off, devastating blows, and just completely punishing him from not coming back onto the stage. And again, echoing what Bowie said, it's really all about thinking and remembering or strategizing how much of an ability in terms of edge recovery do our fighters have. Mario took full advantage of that, and just pulled out an incredible combo there of just forward smash, cape, back, come back, cape again, forward smash. It proves to you that real technical play here, and there are some incredible players from all of the schools that we've seen so far. So I feel like a broken record when I'm saying this. We're going to see some talent today, Alicia. We are going to see some. The hype is real. It's real.
I really like to imagine that Mario player was the one earlier who was, doing the bring it on, doing the taunts. Yep. He knew he just had some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, he definitely is reiterating that he has a wedding to go to. Hurry up,
Exactly.
I've got to get my wedding suit on. And I got a jet, so let's get this sorted.
Speaking of time, on the other end of the scale, we had Bowser holding his Smash Ball for what felt like a millennium.
Oh my god,
just letting you gonna use it. I mean,
there's one of two explanations for that, and there's one side of it, which is I'm going to hold on to this so you don't know when I'm going to use it to make you much more like intimidated and make it harder for you to make a decision going in, which is quite risky because you can get hit, lose it, and they can get it and then use it against you. But maybe that's one of the decisions. The other side of the coin is that kind of the gentleman's agreement of I'm not going to use this right now, kind of thing, or I'm just not going to use it at all. Some people try to whiff it. We try to make sure that people use it. We want our players to use it, but it's kind of a thing that's kind of intrinsic with the competitive community. So maybe if the player's more used to that, didn't want to go for that. However, when it was used, almost used it when he was already in an advantageous position that didn't really need to utilize it. But what it did cause with the animation of Bowser jumping back, becoming Giga Bowser, was the camera changing and all that kind of hubbub on the screen almost seemed to make the Mario flounder in their recovery and just fell. So a nice kind of mix up in how it was used somewhat. So interesting.
And we had a bit of a cheeky match, didn't we? We had a Ganondorf versus Ganondorf, which is a bit of a curveball for a Smashdown match. But mirror matches are so interesting because it feels like you get a true level playing field for our players. So much of Smash Bros is about sort of trying to figure out the weaknesses of your opponent and choosing a player, if you can, that can really sort of capitalize on those. But with Ganondorf versus Ganondorf, is it fair to say, Nims, that we really saw those two players battling it out on a completely even playing field, so we could see their abilities truly?
I'm gonna quote the infamous FGC here, and for those of you guys that don't know, FGC stands for the fighting game community. It's been droned into my head that one of the commandments of the FGC is footsies and fundamentals. Yes, I said it, and that was clearly evident in that match. Bowie obviously mentioned earlier that Ganondorf is quite a slow player compared to other fighters, and if you do have that basic fundamental skill, when it comes to the fighters, it really showcased there. One particular Ganondorf player was utilizing that forward dash, trying to then get into some combos. The other Ganondorf player really thinking about, okay, he's using the dash a lot. Let me just stop that with that big boot, and just booted him off the side of the stage. Then just going in again with the forward smash of the sword. So it's really, really important. And again, really good to see both fighters from both different schools utilizing footsies and fundamentals. Yes, I said it again. And just really making sure that they know and understand the skill sets for whoever their players. Again, as you said, Alicia, when you see a mirror match like that, it's really interesting to see how our fighters understand that on their own particular level.
For sure. And, you know, as we move forward, it's clear to say that PLS are through to the semi-finals. Should we take a look at the groups as they stand? So we have in Group A, we saw Team Thunk and Dunk with 1 point, William Howard School with 2, and PLS are through with 3. Very exciting stuff. So they'll be going through to the semi-finals. We'll see them later. Currently on Group B, we have Creative Computing Club with 2 points, Southend High School on 1, and Altrincham Grammar School on 2. Obviously, these matches are going on as we speak. And Group C coming up, we've got Coventry Crosshairs with 1, Holy Trinity with 1, because obviously they've got the bye points, and Black Horse Knights on 2. So these games are still going on. We're going to be seeing all these players later, but here is Group D. Access denied with 1 point. Poole Academy, Team Forest and New College Swindon are sitting there with 0, but it's all to play for. We will see what happens as the day progresses. But so there's so much happening. And of course, we should be pointing out what these teams are playing for. We've got some incredible prizes in this tournament. For starters, each team is going to win an incredible subscription to a game engine called Construct 3. So that's really exciting. It means that our teams are going to be able to make their own games in their spare time. That's going to be for first place and for second place. We are also going to have our champions getting a slew of codes in their back pockets. They've got codes for 2 Point Hospital, Team Sonic Racing, Sonic Mania, and The Crew 2. So they are set for the Christmas holidays. And of course, everyone, whoever comes first, second, or third, are going to get a goodie bag full of Mario goodies. So there's a lot happening today. But for the meantime, go grab yourself a cup of tea, take a quick break. We'll be back in a bit with our panel.
Hello and welcome to the Digital Schoolhouse Careers Panel, which I think is the highlight of the day. Sure, there's some Super Smash Bros happening, but I feel like this is where it's at today. So hello and welcome. My name's Ella Sillywood and I have got some incredible guests for you today. We've really picked people who have some of the coolest jobs in games. So I'm going to get right to it and let them quickly introduce themselves for you, starting off with Abubakar.
Oh, hello. Hi. My name is Abu, and I'm an actor as well as a producer, but I'm also a game developer running a studio called Silver Rain Games.
Jade, how about you?
Hello, my name's Jade, she, her. I'm a game music composer and sound designer, and just recently I joined the Silver Rains team as the audio producer.
Lovely. And Nida?
Hi, I'm Nida. I'm a user experience designer and user researcher at NetSpeak Games. I'm also part of the founding team of Plug and Play, which is an initiative to get more people of colour into the industry.
Fantastic. And finally, Wayne.
Hi, I'm Wayne Emmanuel. I work at TikTok and run their strategic gaming partnerships team for Europe and Russia.
See, did I not tell you we had the coolest guests? They've all got very exciting jobs, so I'm thrilled that we have them here today to tell you a little bit more about how they got into the industry. So that's going to be my first question. I'm interested in what you do now and how you got where you are. So what got you interested in the games industry and what was your kind of step through the door? Wayne, I'll start off with you.
Sure, yeah. So I've always loved games as a child. I think the first console we had in our house was a Game Boy, and it pretty much grew from there. For me, I would say Metal Gear Solid kind of changed everything for me, and that's where it kind of it gave me an idea that actually games could be so much more. To the point that I wanted to work in the industry, but I had zero intention in terms of making games because I don't think I'm particularly creative in that way. So yeah, kind of found an interest in gaming and ended up kind of going through studying kind of marketing and GCSE level business studies as well, and kind of found my way into the industry back in I think 2012 or 2011 at King, who make Candy Crush. So that was kind of my first step into the sector, I guess.
And Abu, you're someone who also kind of started out in a different area, but you have ended up making games, right?
Yeah. So I started off as an actor, and I still am. I still am an actor by trade. But my first sort of video game within the acting world was Assassin's Creed Origins, and that kind of opened my eyes to what it means to actually make a game. Seeing the people who work, behind the scenes and everything, and that was where really my excitement came from. Because I didn't really know that you could actually, there's a lot of mystery to a degree about games and developing and creating games. I was just an avid gamer rather than necessarily knowing that there's an idea of making games. And so, yeah, that sort of opened my eyes to it. And since then, I've still been doing, acting pieces here and there. But then I paired up with Melissa Phillips, and we've just started. Silver Rain Games, and kind of started with we're going with the idea of trying to make games now. Yeah.
Fantastic. And obviously, Jade, that's where you've ended up as well. So tell us a little bit about your journey to kind of Silver Rain Games.
Sure. So I grew up in a very typical Asian household. So I was very immersed in learning music, and my parents encouraged me to keep pursuing music in that way. So my dad bought me a Sony PlayStation 1 as like a well done for passing your grade 3 piano exams. And through that, I discovered things like Final Fantasy and absolutely fell in love with the soundtracks. And from there, that's sort of like, okay, I really want to study music seriously now. And through GCSEs, A-levels, and university, I tried to focus more on the music tech side. So I don't have a traditional music trajectory in that way. And then through that, after finishing university, I just attended a lot of game meetups and networking and kind of focused more on freelancing. And then only in the last few months, Mel just messaged me over Twitter and said hey, do you want to maybe work together at Silver Ring Games? And I was like, yeah, sure. And that's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
Oh, I love that story so much. Also, do you even work in sound in games if you didn't fall in love with Final Fantasy? I feel like whenever I talk to someone who does music, that's always such a big part somewhere, always. And
Yeah.
of course, Nida, well, this is the thing, isn't it? It genuinely, the music from that is so, and because there's been so many of them, like, let's be clear, it feels like no matter what age you are as well, you listen to Final Fantasy.
Yes.
So, Nida, tell us a little bit about your career journey, because you have kind of an unusual job, one that perhaps I think people don't know about outside of the games industry as much as they know kind of traditional game design roles.
Yeah, so as many people on the panel, I did grow up with games, but it wasn't like a huge part of my life. It's just something I did as an activity with my brothers, and I kind of fell off games for a bit till I got into university, where I studied psychology. So I was looking to go into that type of field, like becoming a therapist or something. And then I joined my university's game dev society just out of interest and seeing what it's about. And through there, I participated in game jams and got an internship whilst I was studying, doing the psychology of games. Like, even that studio didn't know what psychology, like what way psychology could contribute to games. But I came in and said, like, you know, we can make design better in this way or more ethical in this way. And from there, it's just spearheaded into now at NetSpeak Games, where I lead on UX and user research. It's been quite a journey.
So for anyone who doesn't know what kind of UX is, or how we use that within games, you know, what you have to do kind of day to day, tell us a little bit more about, you know, what you are doing when you go into the office or work from home, I guess, as we all are now. What are you doing kind of each day?
So my key job is to ensure like the player's voice is at the center of development and design. And the way I do that is using psychology, obviously, but also scientific research methods just to validate our results. So some days I will be talking to our users, figuring out, you know, what do they like about our game, what don't they like, and understanding what we can improve. And then I'll feed that back to the team. And from there, we'll make new design decisions that make the game experience much more smoother and much more interesting. And I'll collaborate with everyone within the team, from designers to programmers to artists to even the business people, figuring out what they need and how I can help them bring their vision to life, right? And kind of translate that intent, that design intent, into something really fascinating. And then the other part of it is, once that prototype is made, I then bring it to the players and test it with them directly as well. So we've got this constant feedback loop and communication with our users. And that's who we're making the game for, right? So we're going to make sure that their voice is always heard in the development process.
Oh, it sounds so rewarding. It sounds like such a lovely job.
Yeah.
Jade, for you, what's a day in your life like?
Me?
Careful.
Yeah. Bearing in mind that your boss is listening.
Yes. So maybe pre-Silver Rain adventures. I mostly just mostly talk to the developers and see what is their kind of more creative and narrative vision in terms of how can writing music or the audio design help uplift the impact of the narration? How can it make the gameplay a little bit more like the feel-good game parts of it? And to be honest, it's just basically spreadsheets, and we kind of go through the design process and say, like, okay, what kind of music do you envision for like this story cutscene, and then what kind of music do you envision for maybe the gameplay? And then what I usually do is I'll try to collect maybe some like reference tracks and say, like, oh, is this like the energy level that you're thinking of going to? Do you want the music to match the energy level of the gameplay, or maybe we can do something really cool and make it not match, and see what kind of I guess, emotional journeys we can create when we combine music and the design together. And that's basically it. And then going through that, I create a brief for myself, and then I try to write music to that, put it in the game, test it, and do more tests, or it will stay in the game. That's usually it.
What elements of gameplay are you using to kind of make those decisions? You know, which are the sections that you kind of have to think, okay, this is what will influence the music I create here?
Usually it's actually their animations. So if the design has a lot of like really fast animations, then I feel like the music should either match it or do something quite different to either elevate those animations, because I think gamers are very visual people, but they don't necessarily consciously think about the audio. Visually, it's, people talk about, oh yeah, when you do this attack, lots of things happen, like numbers everywhere. But audio is a bit mystical in some ways, because it's not like you can touch it or feel it. You can't touch it, but you can feel it, but you may not necessarily know how to talk about it. You could just say, oh yeah, it feels good. And that's so trying to communicate with someone who may not be knowledgeable in musical terms, it's a challenge, but when we get it right, it does feel good.
Abu, how did she do? Was that okay? You happy with everything she said there?
It was great. Absolutely, it was all makes sense.
No secrets given away. No,
no, not many secrets. No.
So tell us a little bit about a day in your life. And obviously there's kind of two sides there. So tell me a little bit first about kind of being a voice actor and what that's like in games. And then a little bit about your kind of new role and what it's like to, head up a game studio.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like I guess so. Yeah. So the one side being an actor, voice actor kind of thing is like normally most of the work and stuff that comes through are through my agent, through my voiceover agent, or sometimes even my acting agent. And with that, they would send me like a script or a piece, and then I'd either go to the studio or record it here at home, and then send it off and see whether it fits the world in which the developers are creating, or if it fits another world that they might be building later. So a lot of that's like one side of it. That's really purely the voice side. Whereas there's another side with the motion capture, which you actually have to physically go to a studio, put on this incredibly lovely tight suit and dance around and pretend to be a character. That's a complete other side, which kind of is more active. And then when it comes to actually the developer side of things, a lot of it really, to be honest, is me coming up with ideas and Mel saying, no, that's crazy. Can we have like a really cool haberdashery over here? And Mel would be like, why is there a haberdashery in this world? And so that's basically what my job normally entails now with the studio. It's communicating with people and talking with the team and, thinking of ideas of how can we make the player feel like and have a good time playing this game. And then Mel being like, that is incredibly expensive. Maybe we could do that if we had like 10 million. That's my job.
I like it. Wayne, tell me about a day in your life. Does it include any haberdashery?
As far as I can tell, no. But yeah. I guess the day in my life. So my role is very kind of business centric. So I work with a lot of developers and publishers across the board. So it's not. I guess it's not as exciting as what we've just heard, but it does mean
TikTok. So let's just TikTok's very exciting.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I mean, in terms of like the everyday, it's really about relationship management. So I spend a lot of my days kind of speaking to developers from AAAs to indie studios, both local and international in terms of their reach and their size, and just finding ways we can collaborate. And that's pretty much that's the similar kind of thing that I've done since I've been working in games. So having doing a very similar role, which was kind of brand partnerships, working with brands and agencies in terms of them across our games, things like Candy Crush, and then also did the same when I moved over to Rovio. It was very business centric, finding ways that we can find value from our side as a publisher, as a developer of games, seeing if we can share or exchange value with that, whether it's a brand or a client of some kind. So that's kind of what I still do today. My life I spent at an NGO at a charity setting up a gaming partnerships team there. that was vastly different because I had to understand the world of charity. But at the same time, I learned a lot more about the gaming industry in the sector because it opened up the gates in terms of who we could work with and find innovative ways of collaborating and fundraising for that particular charity, which was War Child. So there was a number of things I've had to learn to be able to kind of do that, but a lot of it is down to relationship management and understanding the sector in terms of like key players, who are decision makers, just even seasonality around game launches and releases, and finding ways to collaborate and partner.
I mean, the thing I love about your job is it's another example of a way that you can work in the games industry with the games industry, but isn't a role, that people traditionally think of. They don't realize, I could work with game companies to kind of create cool content, to build interesting things. It doesn't always have to be, if you love games, it doesn't have to be that you make them. There are lots and lots of different ways to work around games and to still, have that cool games industry life, which I am just going to say is pretty amazing. So next up, I kind of want to discuss a little bit about the skills that you need to do your job, because obviously we have lots and lots of different courses in the UK. There are lots of different ways that you can learn skills that will get you into games. So I'm interested in what for you are the key things that make you good at your job. Abu, I'm going to start off with you.
Oh yeah, I think. Oh God, skills. Oh boy, something that. I think there's a few things, right? I think ultimately, one of the things that is useful is to know, is to kind of get in regards to talking to other game devs or talking to people, attending more of this stuff to sort of gain knowledge in regards to that, in regards to the world of it all. When it comes to skill, I think again, just it depends on the area in which you want to go in. So for me, as who's kind of leaning more towards the idea of design and looking at gameplay features and stuff, it's more about learning about different types of elements of play and learning about different types of games, the different systems that are needed there, and then talking also to like either the programming team or the or even like the audio team, and seeing what is necessary, what kind of language is needed and necessary to sort of plump up and the sort of the documents in order to kind of be clear for everyone. So yeah, again, it's funny because it really does range and depend on the skill, on what you want to focus on, all that kind of stuff. But there's even, now there's all sorts of really cool engines that don't even allow you, you don't even have to know this language in order to kind of make a game, which is really cool. I think it's a tricky one because it's of course you do need skills depending on where you want to focus, but ultimately it depends on what you really want to, what you want to do, and just keep talking to people. Yeah.
I mean, and that's really interesting because you do have that kind of real mix of skills there. Nida, I'm interested in your role because it's a little bit more technical, isn't it? So what are the skills you need, whether that is kind of personal skills and, qualities that you have as a person, or the kind of technical things that you have to know to do the job that you do?
Yeah, just building on from Abu's point, like it's very different. Like UX is such a broad discipline, so it depends on where you fall. Do you lean more towards like UI design, where you want to create the screens and the mockups, or do you want to lean more towards the research side of things and run more playtests? But I think a lot of what UX comes down to is helping the team understand and solve the problems that they have. So let's say we get some playtest feedback saying players had an issue with certain features. My job would then be getting the team together and kind of breaking down that problem and devising a solution together. So is it working with our UI designer to create a new screen design, or is it working with the game designer to create a new flow for that system and teaching that system? It very much comes down to developing those communication skills, which, to be honest, I'm still learning. It's an ongoing process with any skills that you have. It's just helping people find a common language, but also understanding what they're trying to say. It's very much an empathy-driven role, right? Empathy for your players, but also empathy for your team members, because we all have the same goal. So it's ensuring we're all in line with that. On the technical end, so I can't technically even draw, and that's completely fine as a UX person, as long as you can communicate your ideas through like sketches, which can be literally pen and paper, or they can be different types of tools you can use like Figma and Sketch. Some people use balsamic as well, and you can create like black and white wireframes, which is essentially just showing your team like the steps that you think a player will go through when they're experiencing a feature. And then I will then explain why I've made the decisions that I have. Like a big part of my job is justifying the decisions I've made, because it does impact the rest of the team as well. So yeah, like Abby said, a variety of skill sets, but it will vary depending on the job you have.
Wayne, for you, what are the skills that make you good at your job? What do you need to kind of do the job that you do?
Yeah, so I think for me, it's a mixture of things, similar to everyone else. Being more kind of business centric, I guess, just from a background perspective, my first role or my first job post university was not in games. It was working for a digital company, and I've worked for pretty much digital companies all my life. And for example, in my first role, I focused on online marketing. So I learned kind of digital e-commerce and partnering with brands. And I learned a lot about commercial sales and digital sales. So that was really beneficial for me because the majority of my roles have all been revenue generating and generating income for a particular business. So that was really useful. I kind of mentioned in the start that I studied marketing as my degree. I think that absolutely gave me the foundations in terms of understanding very basic marketing principles. So, you know, even if it's the generic things like your Porter's 5 forces or kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or even something as basic as the marketing mix, those kind of fundamentals I thought was really useful in terms of understanding how any type of business works, and especially in the marketing, in any type of marketing role. So I'd say that as well. And I guess in between roles, I was kind of picking up other kind of soft skills. So understanding how to use Photoshop, basic understanding of HTML. And because all companies are digital these days, those skills are always helpful and useful to know, especially if you're working for a digital company, and all game companies are digital or have some kind of digital interface in some form. So I'd say that's useful too. And I guess when I first started working for King, that role was very much client focused. So I kind of mentioned this previously, which is relationship management, which is being able to work with people, understand schedules and deadlines. There's a little bit of project management there as well, because you might end up working on some kind of big collaborative campaign that has a very tight deadline, and it's really about working with people internally and externally in terms of pulling all those things together. So you've really got to be able to speak to people, kind of communicate to people, make it very clear what your goals and your objectives are, so we can all kind of achieve said goal by that deadline date. So I'd say those kind of skills have absolutely been useful. And I guess also specifically for me, having been interested in games, and it's probably the same for everyone here, is having a knowledge of the industry. So beyond just kind of who the major players are, it's really beneficial to understand what is a game publisher, what's a third party, who is the developer. A lot of the times, I think a lot of people will hear some of the key names or kind of big AAA studio names, but they might not understand the relationships between all the in-between studios who help to put something together. And from a business perspective, it's really important, because sometimes you actually might not be working with the big tent kind of name brand that you've heard of. It might be someone else who's kind of pulling the strings, or at least is more relevant in terms of achieving your kind of marketing promotion or that kind of partnership or whatever it is that you're working on or towards. So a definite understanding of the industry is really beneficial, as well as all those kind of other things I mentioned in terms of business-centric marketing style roles, brand partnership roles, etc.
Yeah, I'd absolutely echo that. Do your research. That's one of my biggest tips always is, make sure you do understand our industry and that kind of gaming ecosystem. Now, Jade, your career is one that I often think people get put off by, because, they think, oh, I have to be incredible. Do you know what I mean? I have to be naturally good at this. I have to be naturally creative. And whilst I'm sure, there's an element of that, what can people build? What can they go out and learn that would make them good at this job beyond just being, some kind of virtuoso?
Sure. I think what scares a lot of people off is that, like, oh, I should be a a virtuistic performer already, even before I touch the computer and start to write music. I actually, with my experience with like just talking to loads of different people, there seems to be like two groups of audio people. One is like the really technical, like, yes, we know a lot of music theory, we know orchestration, so more like traditional music knowledge in that sense. And then the other group is like, oh, I just make beats and it sounds really good. And there's not a lot of there's not a lot of interaction between the group, because a lot of people from this group, people are like, how did you get like the strings to sound good? And then the other people are just like, what's a chord for? What's mixolydian? What? So yeah, there's so basically that's happening. And I guess all I can say is like, try not to worry about labeling yourself. It is okay to figure out what you like doing, what you feel like are gaps in your knowledge. There is always a place for you within the industry somehow. And for me, basically, I've been kind of in both worlds. I'm kind of more into like this camp now, but I'm trying to get back into the traditional music camp just to brush up on my music theory and stuff. Just because it's been a while. I've been here for a little while, basically. And that's okay. So just, build up on your soft skills, just talk to people. What is the music publishing doing in terms of what it's doing with the game industry? What is like, stuff like music rights as well. That's a huge gray area that you need to be aware of. And also how to look after yourself, either financially, mentally. It's a lot. It's a big world out there. And that's okay just to go at your own pace as well. It's a marathon and not a sprint to be in this industry.
I feel like that's like just good advice for all of us, isn't it? Particularly this year. Definitely something to remember.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to move on to our Q&A, because we had some really fantastic questions sent in. So thank you so much if you did send in a question beforehand. As I said, really great questions. So I'm going to start off with, have you encountered any significant challenges throughout your career? Nida, I'm going to start with you there.
Oh God, that's a hard one. So a big one for me has just been, I think, just evangelizing what UX is. I didn't realize how big of an impact that would have on the job. So like for UX is still fairly new in the industry, about 10, 15 years old. So a big part of the job is just talking to people about what UX is and how it can support them. And for the business team, it's around, well, what return of investment will we get around that? What value will it bring? And I completely understand it, right? Because it's fairly new. But it is just keeping an open dialogue. So something I do at NetSpeak is regular workshops where I'll talk about a part of UX I really care about, and saying, this is how one game applied it really well, and this is how one game did not apply it well, and what can we learn from this? And then we'll apply that to like our game design. I also do a lot of workshops around standardization. So that could be like defining what our game design principles are, which is a key thing. What are our UI pillars? So if we are creating a UI, what standards does that need to abide by? And then it ensures that we're all on the same page around that. But it's an ongoing process. And don't ever be put off by it. Like it's a challenge, but it's a fun one. Like people might push back, but then you're also showing people your passion about UX and UI. So it's a win-win for me.
Oh, I love that. Again, just feels like good advice in general, doesn't it? If it's something you're passionate about, fight for it. Wayne, what's been your kind of biggest challenge in your career?
I guess one of the biggest challenges has been around probably the first challenge I personally found was getting into the industry. Like I said, it wasn't my first role in terms of like full-time role. So, and because I wasn't a developer, because I wasn't as creative as some of the other panelists, I couldn't go down that road. So it was really about having those transferable skills, as I mentioned earlier, to kind of get into the sector. And I think there's a lot of good things now. I think events like this and various other kind of diversity groups, I think, are helping to kind of shine a light in terms of that. But yeah, I think that for me was, from a personal perspective, was absolutely a challenge that I faced. But I think from a general kind of career perspective, in terms of working in the sector, I think there's been challenges in terms of the slight shift from the focus in terms of a AAA game now is very different to what a AAA game was, say, maybe even 10, 15 years ago. And therefore, people's understanding of the business has changed dramatically. We now have free to play. We now have games as service. We now have mobile games. That's quite different. And the reason why that's quite important is because when you're speaking to various, I guess, decision makers who might be working at a brand or some other partner that's not gaming related, and you want to speak to them about some kind of collaboration, they really need to understand this is what gaming looks like now or today. It's not box retail, which you thought, or the audience and the demographic has changed. So thinking that it's just 15-year-olds in their basement has changed massively. And I think that's been a big challenge to try and change that type of perception that actually video games are for everyone. Everyone likes games. People play games on various different devices. So just purely from, I guess, a business perspective in terms of speaking to people who are decision makers and within a position of power, that's that kind of education that we had to do from our side was a big kind of challenge, I guess, that I feel like we've been able to accomplish.
I definitely think you have. Also, I think we've been kicked out of our studio in Animal Crossing, which I'm very sad about because it was like the coolest studio ever, and I think we're now standing on a dock.
I think it's my fault because my internet, I've connected it to my mobile because my internet's terrible, and I think because I could see that I'm home right now. I didn't leave on purpose. I swear. Yeah, sure. All right, okay, good. I'm glad that we know who to point the finger at, so we know exactly ruined our gorgeous studio setup. Well, Abu, I'm going to come to you then. What's been your biggest challenge aside from ruining this interview? Well, actually, it's funny because I was actually going to say teamwork, and obviously I'm not a team player if I leave on my own. But genuinely, I think one of the biggest challenges is the idea of being able to communicate an idea or just communicating within a team. And it's not necessarily a challenge that is really hard to kind of overcome. It's just something I think, it's really important to realize that part of the whole game dev experience and actually building something is part of working as a team and working, to get to make, to communicate something in the best way possible to everyone and have everyone on the same page and understand, but also be aware that sometimes things need to change and you need to kind of cut things and you need to, adapt things. And to begin with, it's hard because a lot of the time, people sometimes who want to come into the creative industry or, game developing, they're like, I want to make my game. I want to make this game. And it doesn't work like that, a lot of the time. It's like you can make that game, but it's all part of a collaborative process. And that's what I think sometimes it can be quite hard to realize that and hard to learn that. But when you do, it becomes so much more of a beautiful process, the whole creative of building this world. And I think, again, that's why I say it's a challenge, but at the same time, it isn't something that it's ongoing, and it is something that you will just learn to adapt to. But the more you kind of give into that challenge, the better the result.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like kind of communication, collaboration, empathy. These are skills that we see come up time and time again. It's something that you've all touched on today. It is something that I think our industry really thrives on and really does require from you. You are going to need to know how to work with other people. Abu, particularly you. Jade, for you, what are some of the biggest challenges that you faced? What have you found difficult as you've built your career?
The biggest one that I actually still find challenging at the moment is just to keep going. As I said before, working in the game industry is a marathon and not a sprint. It's when I first began, people saying, oh, don't worry, once you get your first big gig, everything will just kind of start to fall into place. However, when people say that, that doesn't mean oh, your next big gig will happen exactly next month. I'm like, okay, but what about the month after? And what about 2 years later, it's difficult to, it can feel really challenging to, like, keep being active in the industry when you may not have safety nets behind you. Like, what if you need to pay rent, everyone needs to maybe look after family and all that. So it can be very difficult. So my advice on that is, again, just be aware that, a lot of it is also based on luck. And if things doesn't quite happen now, that is also okay. And, you need to keep working within your own pace. Don't compare yourself to your friends or someone else. You need to try and create and maintain a healthy relationship between you, yourself, and your work. And that's something that I still find challenging today. And yeah, just keep going if you can. Sorry, that wasn't quite a shortcut advice, but yeah, that is a challenge.
No, but I think that's what we're looking for. We don't want just trite advice that's, you can do it. It is about talking about the difficulty because, sometimes games can be a difficult industry. And as you said, it is an industry where you do need to work really hard, but there is always an element of luck, of meeting the right person, of a job coming up just when you're perfectly aligned to it, so that it is important to acknowledge that because people do think that it's, this incredible industry, which it is, but you have this sense of when you arrive, everything is going to be perfect and magical and you've made it. And that's not the case. It is always work. It is still a job. So, thank you. It is genuinely nice to have people be honest about, what it looks like behind the scenes. It's not all, I was going to say fun and games. Oh God, that's awful. So luckily, though, we do have a question that is a little bit more cheery. So we had a lovely question come through, which was basically, what has been the highlight of your career so far? So Jade, I'm going to come straight back to you for that one.
So my highlight was when I got my first gig, as in, this wasn't like a friend asking me to work on a game. It was an actual person I didn't know and paying me to work on this gig, and it was really, really cool. So this gig was my game Dragonfin Soup, and it was released on the Sony PS3 and PS Vita, and we got to travel, and so that was my real highlight. We went to Gamescom just to show off our product and met so many different people, and then later, a year or two later, we went to Taiwan and Japan as well to showcase at Bit Summit and other conferences, and yeah, that is my highlight. And now that I've experienced it, I really want to remind myself of, when things are a bit tough, remember that really good time when you got to travel, and there's always a chance that will happen again. You get to travel, you get to meet new people, see what other cool games are being developed, and yeah, that's my personal highlight.
Oh, I love that. That's a really good one. You started us off really well. Nida, can you follow it up? What's your career highlight?
Oh God, how am I gonna beat that?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So I think I'm currently living one, which is really nice. So I'm working on my first game where I've worked on it from start to release, and we're still developing, obviously, but soon I'll be able to say I've worked on a game that I've shipped. That is an amazing feeling. And also another one. Sorry, I just want to do a second one, which is really nice.
Yeah, go for it.
The work I've done with Pop and Play, which is so the aim of Pop and Play is to get more people of color into the industry. But we started about a year and a half ago, nearly 2 years. And the way I joined that team was through networking, which has come up a lot. Just meeting people at the right time. And in the past week, we've run a hashtag called I am Pop and Play, which is just people of color in the industry on Twitter, showcasing their work and their skill set. And we've had over a couple hundred people from all over the world of different ethnicities, job roles, skill sets contributing. And it's really nice and fulfilling to see other people like you achieving amazing things. And it's been a really big motivating force for me in my day-to-day work, but also really great in that we can build a platform for other people where they feel safe enough to talk about their experiences and who they are. So continuing that work will be great, I think.
I mean, yeah, if you haven't heard of Pocket Play, first of all, you should have, Pock and Play is amazing, but they're really incredible. Please do go and check out their work. You know, it's absolutely fantastic. If you are somebody from kind of a diverse background, you're feeling a little bit anxious about how you might fit into the games industry, these are the people you need. Do go and have a look at the hashtag. It's I am Pock and Play. It's so amazing. There are so many brilliant people on there. Loads of really cool jobs that, you know, even I working in this industry didn't know about. I hadn't kind of heard of before. And, you know, as Nida said, lots and lots of really cool work being showcased. So please go and check that out. I hugely recommend it. Abu, what's your highlight?
Apparently, my highlight is leaving dramatically Animal Crossing, ruining everyone. So, I think you know, a massive highlight for me is just realizing how open and helpful that the actual game industry is. I think having come from the, you know, from film and TV and being in this space where it is open and helpful to a degree, but I think the game industry are so welcoming and are really kind of, and you know, again, from someone who has never made a game before, who's never done game dev before, to now be in a position where, you know, where I am talking to other collaborators and collaborating to make a game. I mean, it just speaks volumes as to how welcoming the industry is, and just the lovely people that I've met within that space as well. I think that it just keeps on giving, to be honest, and that keeps it. There's so many highlights from that, I find, and I feel, yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely one too. I really like that. I do think we have a really welcoming industry. So yeah, I would totally agree with that. Wayne, for you, what's kind of been your biggest, best moment in your career so far?
I've had quite a few, actually, if I'm honest, which is a good thing. I would say the one that I always think back to is I worked on a partnership with Universal Music and an artist called Psy, who people probably won't remember. He did this song called Gangnam Style, and so worked on some kind of collaboration with him and with Candy Crush, and so that was at the time was really, really exciting. But I'd say the biggest career highlight to date has probably been a lot of the work that I did at War Child. It was very kind of early days in terms of doing kind of collaborations with the gaming sector as an NGO, but there was just so much potential, and the industry really just embraced us in terms of a lot of the crazy ideas that we had, and so did the charity in terms of a lot of things that I proposed. And yeah, we did so much. We worked on a game with Bandai Namco, created like DLC. I mean, that's the only game I've ever been in the credits, having worked on that DLC. I've worked with Bethesda on a concert that we did. So we did a live concert for all of the Bethesda titles at the Hammersmith Apollo back in 2018, I think. We kind of launched so many cool initiatives that I'm really proud of, and they're still doing good work now. So yeah, for anyone who's interested in kind of supporting them, I do highly recommend that you check them out.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's War Child, by the way. Do go and look at the work they're doing. It's really fantastic. So I'm going to move on to our next question. So I really like this one because I think we've touched on it a little bit, but did you plan out your career, or have you ended up where you are by chance and going with the flow? Abu, I'm going to throw that one to you.
You know what? One of the big things I've learned is that you can't plan really for anything. Like, I think you can aspire and you can aim to go somewhere, and you can, you could do the things that you love and really enjoy. And I think that is, as long as you're enjoying and you're assessing everything and seeing if you enjoy something, rather than constantly having this aim of trying to do something that you think you'll enjoy. I think that's one of the biggest learnings I've had, especially as an actor, as a game developer. It's just as a human being, you've got to constantly be assessing the space you are in and seeing if you enjoy it or if you don't. And yeah, if you told me like 3 years ago that I'd be, starting a game studio, wanting to make really, really cool games, I probably would have laughed and said, but I haven't got my, massive acting job yet, or I haven't got this yet. So I think I'd say there was an idea there, but it wasn't necessarily a plan that I completely stuck with. But when I decided that I wanted to do something and I was fully enjoying it, I really committed. And I think that's the difference, right? If you enjoy something and you really love it, commit to it 100%, and you will get so much more out of it. Yeah.
Wayne, your career feels as though it was actually quite structured, but is that just an illusion? Were you kind of frantically paddling under the surface?
No, this is going to sound really boring, but I've kind of planned my entire career to date. I would say and I'm not just literally saying this because this is in between Smash Brothers, but I remember playing this Smash Brothers Melee on the GameCube around the same time, and I think Reggie Fils-Aimé, who was president of Nintendo, I remember him being around Nintendo of America around the same time, and I remember kind of saying to myself, I want that job, or I want to work within gaming and doing something quite prominent within marketing. And at the time I was quite young, so I must have been, a nerdy type of thing to kind of say that that's what I want to be or where I want to be. But I would say absolutely, I've kind of guided myself in the industry to be where I am now. I'm very much found that first role in the industry, wanted to have build a network with publishers and developers across the globe. So have been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years. I wanted to have a real strong understanding of digital and the sector at large, and so I felt confident. So I felt that I could actually lead, that I can kind of be as creative as I can within those fields. So absolutely, I think I have absolutely kind of planned where I am, and I think a lot of things I kind of mentioned in terms of the skill sets required to do these jobs, I would say I kind of intentionally planned.
Oh, so not just an illusion then. You are as good as you sound. How annoying. How irritating.
Yeah.
Jade, tell me a little bit about for you, how your career has panned out. Did you intend to be kind of exactly where you are?
Nope. not at all. It's I think I did try to plan, and I found that it really didn't work out for me because I was putting a lot of extra pressure on myself, and that made me worry more about the extra pressure rather than what I was doing. So before then, when I did try it, I was just like, right, okay, I'll finish university in like maybe 2 or 3 years time. I'll get a studio job or XYZ, and then I'll move out. I'll move out here. I'll travel here. Just like no. So when I tried, as the kind of the months and the years went by, I just found that was just so stressful, and I just wasn't enjoying anything. So now I'm just like, okay, have I got enough safety nets behind me? Like, cool, I'm going to give going in this direction a little bit of a go just to see what is happening. And I felt that works for me fine. But also, if you're the person who plans out everything and you can hit your goals because it just works for you, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's the thing is I think it's worth having a plan, isn't it? But it's also worth recognizing that sometimes life is going to strongly disagree with your plan, and you do have to have that ability to go with the flow when that happens. So, I think you're a great example of that. So, Nida, tell me a little bit about your career. Again, same question. Are you where you thought you'd be?
No, but I'm happy where I am. So I think I had no idea what I wanted to do when I was at university. I was really stressed, like a lot of people are. Like, what am I going to do when I graduate? And this opportunity of getting an internship at Game Studio came up, and I said yes. That's a big key learning I've had, is just say yes to anything that sounds interesting, assuming you have like the money and the stuff to like fall back on and stuff. And that's been really useful for me. And then from then on, even though I haven't had like a proper plan, I've been thinking a lot more about what values I want to give out, like have personally going ahead, and what do I want to talk about going ahead? What types of projects do I want to work on? What types of people? I think like if you've asked me a year ago about what I wanted to do with my career, I would have listed out a bunch of studios I want to work for. Whereas now, for me, it's less about the studio. It's more about the projects and the people. And And especially with UX, like, because it's so new, you can make your job up as you go along. Just find out what you're interested in and find the right people to work with and collaborate with going ahead. I'm less stressed about it than I was before. But yeah, again, remember, like, you can change your career choice whenever you want. Like, nothing's stopping you. You can try out a variety of things. Like, when I first started in the industry, I was looking to get into marketing, actually. And I realized that didn't work for me. And then I shifted into UX and I realized that's a much better fit for me. So no one's going to stop you. Just aim whatever you want to do and you'll get there eventually.
Oh, I love it. Well, that's the kind of perfect way to head into our final question, which I cannot believe we're already at the end of the panel. But lastly, the obvious final question is, what is your advice for anybody who is watching today and wants to do what you do and wants to get into the games industry? So, Nida, I'm going to come straight back to you for this one.
God, there's so many things you can be doing. I think it's just putting yourself out there and being fairly proactive in your approach. So, for example, with me is I didn't really have a network because I studied psychology. I didn't study games. So I went on the internet and built like a Twitter account and started putting up my thoughts on games and UX out there. And through that, I found work. I've also gone to networking events, or now that we're remote, there's a bunch of online events you can go to and build those networks. I think just talking to people, whether they are in the same discipline as you or not, you are going to learn so much about how the industry works, what skills you need, and what steps you can take going ahead. And through that, you'll build a lot of friendships as well. Like, I think we don't talk about that enough. It's just the people you meet. Like, a lot of them will be lifelong friends or peers or people you work with in the future even, and keep those relationships close. So relationships and networking, and also just persevering through it, right? There will always be hurdles as you go through, but if you've got a strong network that you build as you go along, you'll be okay.
Oh no, we're off to a flying start. That was so good. I already feel bad to hand over to anybody else. Wayne, what would your tips be for somebody who wants to do what you do?
For me, I would say very much around kind of understanding the sector, as I kind of mentioned earlier. Read industry news websites. So places like gi.biz, MC Develop. I think Yuki's got a great set of resources in terms of understanding the sector and how things are kind of set out. So that would probably be the first kind of advice, which is around understanding the industry a little bit better as opposed to just the entertainment side of things, because I think it's easy for anyone to go onto, say, YouTube and Twitch to kind of see someone creating gaming content. But if you really understand the industry at large, I would suggest going to those dedicated, more industry-focused sites. For any type of business role, and if you kind of already have an idea or inkling of where potentially you might want to be, so whether it's in, say, I don't know, marketing or partnerships, or even something slightly different like PR or whatever it is, I would say have a look at places like LinkedIn, like see what roles already exist, what are people doing, and what skills they already have to do that. Where have they previously worked? Ask a parent or guardian in terms of seeing a site like that. Maybe there's they might have access to that somewhere. But those resources out there, 20 years ago, didn't see all the jobs are available in the industry, but now it's very easy to see what is available. So I'd probably say look what's out there, look at people that potentially you might want to be or have similar roles to in the future.
Fantastic. Abu, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne's stolen it all, really. Both Wayne and Nida. Like, generally, it's that's it, right? You've got to be, have, an ear to the ground in regards to like what's going on, talking to people. I think communication is key. I think that's one of the biggest things that where I've learned a lot from is by talking and asking questions. I think there is no such thing as a wrong or a stupid question. I think it's all about asking, just even if you feel it is the most mundane question, it's so important because one person might say something different to another. And I think that's the biggest advice I would give, is just talk to people, because again, the more we talk about it and the more open we are in regards to how to get into this industry, I think the more accessible and open it becomes. And yeah, that's it. And yeah, as I said, like, read up. I mean, YouTube's amazing for resources in regards to like learning about design or different about elements and stuff. There are these things out there as well to kind of focus on. But yeah, that would definitely is kind of what I would suggest.
Now, Jade, I'm so sorry because you are in the worst position here. We've had 3 incredible answers. Do you have anything to add? What would be your advice to someone who wants to do particularly what you do?
I think just to start it off with a general advice is definitely focus on soft skills, because you can always pick up like technical things like how does Photoshop work, how does this plugin in Unity work, for example. That can be picked up a little bit later when you find the right mentor or just asking people on the internet. What people can't really teach you is like how to be a good person. So yes, definitely focus on the soft skills, emotional intelligence, and like how to read the room, and just general people skills. That is something that I can't. I highly recommend that. In terms of like maybe writing music for games or audio stuff, try things out. If you're not very technically sure about something, maybe try fiddling with a tutorial about with Wise or whatever, or Fmod. Just give it a go. Other people say, oh, you should specialize in something, and actually that advice backfired on me because I was too specialist in a particular music genre, which is Japanese taiko drumming and Indonesian gamelan. So I'm just like, yes, I'm a specialist, but no one knows about it. So that advice has backfired on me. So my advice to counter that is to just give things a go. Find your feet, find your voice, find out what you want to create, and then it'll be much easier to find the communities to help you with your own vision and your own personal goals. I hope that's okay.
I mean, that was spectacular. What a way to finish it off. You totally did have something to add. That was absolutely wonderful. So yeah, good job, because I know it's hard to go last after a question like that. So that was absolutely fantastic. But that is all we've got time for. So, I cannot say thank you enough to our wonderful panel. They were absolutely fantastic. Nida, Jade, Wayne, Abubakar, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you at home got as much out of that as I did, because I really enjoyed it. Even if Abu stormed off in the middle of it and ruined our beautiful animal costume.
I didn't mean to. I didn't.
Yeah. Those people skills still got a little bit of work to do there, Abu. But other than that, thank you for your incredible advice. As I said, I hope that you have learned as much as I have today. Do go and check out some of the resources that we've mentioned. I'm sure they're going to be online, and you can check out the Digital Schoolhouse website. But for now, I've been Ella Citywood. That is it from our careers panel, and we will be back right after this break. Goodbye.
told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So stay true to me. I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So stay true to me. I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So stay true to me. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me. It's enough for me, and I can only be myself. That's enough for me. What do you want from me? That's enough for me, and I can only be myself. And that's enough for me. What do you want from me?
Welcome back to the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020 tournaments. My name's Lycia Judge, and if you've joined us this morning, you'll have seen a bunch of really, really exciting play, which is going to continue through this afternoon. In fact, we have the final game of our first sort of section going on right now. It's the Forest School versus New College Swindon. New College Swindon have won their first game, so I am going to throw over to our wonderful commentators, Nims and Bowie, who are going to take you straight into the action. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Yeah, as Alicia just said, I'm Bowie. This is Nims. This is Nims over here. Yeah, this is Nims. We're about to be jumping into the next game immediately. We did miss out on the 2v2, but that's okay. We hit, again, perfect timing for the first of the 1v1 Smashdowns. We've got a K. Rool and a grown, full, just regular Link on stage, who is a very tricky character with all these items, just like young Link we saw before.
Yes, absolutely. We're playing on, of course, Final Destination. Link taking full advantage, tried to use the remote bomb there. The new remote bomb, of course, from the Sheikah Slate and Breath of the Wild. Excellent use of that. It's a dangerous tool to actually have for Link in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, as he can place that bomb literally anywhere and ignite it, which could pack quite the punch for our King K. Rool player. Using the blunderbuss, he actually just suck it up into the blunderbuss. That was interesting.
Yeah, so far the stock lead for Link, getting a lot of good damage off in that first stock. You know, making use of all of the items to pop his opponent up into a good realm, a good space rather, to follow up with these forward airs, and you can see these landing nairs working out really well in this Link's favor. Those up airs to get the smash ball, but it does go over and it's missed. Lucky to see an early shot like that, I guess. Doesn't quite connect the last hit of that up smash, but does guard the forward smash afterwards. So, yeah. So far, so good from this Link player. We're seeing a lot of the kind of the stuff we're used to seeing, I guess, from from competitive Links. Good item play. It's a big part of Link's game. Very nice, just connecting those hits as well. Beautiful. 2-hit forward smash does take that stock. But yeah, the items are huge. You'll see, Nair is also a very, very big move. Link just puts his leg out and just presses anything in front of him. It's just going to happen. Really, really, really good frame data, good knockback, and he can follow it up into loads of things. But the shield armor on the belly, that up smash or down smash rather, allowing the stock to be taken. But big charge F smash as well. Yes, this Link player doing really well.
Big attacks being used here from both of our fighters. That glorious golden belly packed quite the high percentage for Link, but of course our King K. Rool player is on one stock, very high percentage. This could be a big game. Oh no! Oh, good recovery.
He's finding himself landing a lot into these attacks coming out from Link, and he needs to, like that, for example, just going really aggressive into the ground. And it's easy for the Link player to just step out of the way, counter with a nice big hit, and get that game. So whilst it was 1-0 over to New College Swindon, Forest taking a game back, making it one apiece here in our Smashdown.
Absolutely, and of course, both of these teams are now playing for a position in the semi-finals of our tournament today. It's a lot of different play here from these two particular scores. As you said, Bowie, taking full advantage of using forms of projectiles or items that are available from each of the players. Of course, King K. Rool using the blunderbuss there, Link taking advantage of the bombs. And again, placing that bomb in very specific locations can prove quite fatal for opponents in this particular fight. So it'll be interesting to see now where both of our players go. Of course, as we mentioned earlier today, in our games of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we are playing round robin. So the fighters will be playing a different series of games. And of course, throughout the games that they play, every time they use a particular character, after that round, they cannot use that character. So I think we're heading towards the weird, wonderful, and wacky play. I'm seeing a King Dedede. I like a King Dedede.
He is, he's tricky. He's got, again, multiple jumps, very, very heavy. The Gordo's like the big spike ball. His name is Gordo. Very interesting item. It can be reflected quite easily, but it's part and parcel of a lot of the kind of like stage control and neutral game, I guess, of DDD. Or D3, as I'm going to at some point call him. If you ever hear me say D3, that's who I mean, DDD.
Yes, but you got to be careful of that, Gordo, though, because if it does hit you and your percentage is at a certain level, you can go absolutely flying across the screen. So it's going to be...
It's going to be... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. I was going to say, carry on. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say that a lot of DDD players, D3 players, will jump off the stage, turn around, and kind of like plant the Gordo into the ledge, so characters can't like recover. Unless they have some kind of hitbox that will kind of like knock the Gordo off or something. But like sticking it into the wall is a thing that they'll just do to kind of get some extra coverage on the edge and kind of make it a little bit harder to recover. We've got another Mario coming out once again, and we have got that D3 as we were saying. So Forest School in the red and New Close Swindon in the blue. As we go into game 3. There's a Gordo.
Straight away there, we're seeing a Gordo straight away in the first second of the game. King DDD taking full advantage of trying to hit that into Mario to try and obtain a high percentage very, very quickly. Now, King DDD does have a very good stage recovery where he can utilize his up B attack and jump very high back onto the stage. Good up smash there.
Yeah, the up is an interesting move because like it's one of those like persistent hitboxes. So you can like if you all you need to do is like slightly catch someone, and they'll be yours. You can see the Gordo low bouncing does catch even through the super jump punch. See, that's the kind of stuff that you can do off stage with Gordos, which is very, very nice. Yeah, just trading there.
Interesting trade there. A Mario player did utilize the cape against the Gordo there towards the beginning of that combo. Now, of course, the cape can literally just knock it back towards him. So it will be interesting to see how Mario continues to play out this flurry of Gordos that we're just seeing going towards him, putting up quite the fight.
I'm noticing our player from New Close Swindon is doing a very specific thing. Obviously, utilizing the recovery to kind of like just stay on the edge. Nice Gordo spit out. Yeah, so you can throw out the Gordo, suck it up, and then spit out. This is what I'm seeing. Exactly that. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say he's been jumping down and like breathing in as he goes down past the ledge. He's been going for these D3 like self KOs that takes down the opponent with them. So he gets an entire stock lead, really putting the hurt on our Forest player here. That was huge.
We even saw a cheeky taunt there from King Diddles. Oh, very nice.
And trying to cover up the damage to get both off. This is the back air now being really, really aggressive. You can see he's like turning up the pace because he doesn't want this the Mario to get back into this one. It's going to be quite difficult with 142% on their last stock. And there is the final smash as well. I'm trying to find it.
Goes for it. No, a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Good throws. Mario trying his very best to get in and try and perform at least some form of strong, solid combo. If he can actually get into the sort of central area of the city, he can create, as you can see, a beautiful...
That was what I was...
Beautiful.
That was... Absolutely, well, yeah, lovely usage of the up editor and bring him all the way to the top and then get the up B, the up B super jump punch, but that's going to be enough. The up tilt will take it. Too much percentage taken for Mario. He will fall down. 2-1.
2-1 indeed, of course, to our new college.
Yeah, New College Swindon.
Yes, absolutely. Now, again, that was a very good match in the sense of it was very nice to see that our Mario player was actually, in a sense, learning the strategy that King DDD was throwing out towards him. I mean, it started off very much kind of like King DDD trying to throw as many Gordos and using that hammer quite a lot to keep him back. But once Mario kind of discovered, once he gets in up close and personal with King Dedede, he can really perform some serious combos and actually take him out, as we saw with that incredible up combo there, just completely taking him away. So it's very nice to see that our players today are actually really trying to learn and strategically understand one another when it comes to their play styles for this game.
So I think to remember as well, as we are reaching the end of our round robin stage of the grand finals here for the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. We have 3 of our teams have already qualified for their semi-final place. We've currently got Prendergast Ladywell School, All Trinkum Grammar School for Boys is through, I believe, as well, and Holy Trinity College, I think. Actually, no, I'll get confirmation on the third one shortly. I believe that'll be coming through in a minute. And then this is the last space up for grabs, and currently, as we have, I believe, New College Swindon is 2-1 up right now. If they win this, they will take that last 4th slot in the semi-final. Again, just waiting. I think was it Coventry College was the third. That's still happening. Okay, so we're still waiting.
Yes, we are indeed.
Okay. I see. Yeah, it's game 5 right now for that one, for the third slot.
Yes. Who have we? I mean, we've seen quite a variety of characters. I mean, obviously, there's a few populars that keep returning within rounds. We've seen quite a lot of Mario, quite a lot of the Fire Emblem roster of characters being shown in these quarterfinal rounds. But look who's back! It's Ganondorf.
But we also have the Luigi we were talking about earlier.
Wow, very powerful Luigi.
There's a specific thing I'm looking for, because we haven't seen Luigi yet. So there's one particular thing that Luigi is known for as a character in Smash Bros. Ultimate, and that is that he has. Here we go. Can he do it? Right, this thing here. Yep. He has an amazing. Okay, didn't quite do it. But no mind. Just turn around. Up B. So he has a 0 to death from grab. If he gets a grab, there's a combination he can do with using like the spike hitbox of down air to kind of like keep landing people, grab, re-grab, and then basically build up to do the super jump punch to finish it. Nice pressure. That he hasn't taken any damage. Great start so far from New College Swindon, looking to go into the semi-finals.
Beautiful.
That grab is scary from Luigi.
It is indeed, and of course. I always find it hilarious when you see Luigi do the run and the slaps forward. He just kind of like unleashes this flurry of slaps without even looking forwards.
It is not the most ideal move, but it does come out sometimes. Yeah, bless it. It is funny, but it's very easily punishable from anyone with their wits about them. But yeah, if you throw it out, if you're like catching either a decision or like punishing a movement, it works out nicely. It's a bit of damage knockback. It's fun without relieving too much pressure as well. So, oh god, the whiffs back and forth. The whiffs.
Has a smash ball. Oh no! Oh, good recovery.
Yeah, he let him recover though. There was no pressure coming out from the Ganondorf on the edge, and that was the most important thing. He needs to find a way to keep this pressure up if he wants to. The rollbacks, big fan. Okay, there's going to be the wizard kick. That's one. He
wanted to keep that smash ball, I think, for this particular stock, Bowie. He just wanted to get rid of it, and now he may go in for the activation. It connects.
Wow. Okay, yeah. From that position,
there's the strategy.
From 0 as well. That was really, really nice. Just letting him roll in and being like, all right, great, thank you. Looking good then for Ganondorf. Or more good. You want to be careful for that wizard choke, I think it's called, because that similar to the King Dedede, using the breathe in and then running off stage and taking yourself down as well. The same would happen with that particular choke. Hold, grab thing. Well, this is looking really good right now for Forest.
Very intense. Nice.
Gets his stock back. Yeah, nice.
Okay, of course, now Luigi is at a 56% disadvantage. Ganondorf does have the slight upper hand here, but it all depends. These combos that Luigi is putting out, very, very intense. Very, very nice.
Yeah, tried to go for the chain grab, but couldn't quite follow it up. Didn't get the sweet spot on the down air, but it's okay. Lots of pressure still, taking the percentage lead as well. There is a very dangerous move. Oh, another one. Oh. He was following the movement there. You can see with those chokes. This is looking very scary for both players.
Oh no. Oof. Okay, Ganondorf has it.
This is looking very scary.
Recovering. Oh. Oh!
Good timing.
Right, is this it? No.
I think it might be. That might be it. Goes down and once again, yeah. Really, really nice edge guard. We were close to a fifth game. Very close to fifth game. Sadly, though, the Ganondorf cannot recover. Luigi takes the game 3-1 going over to New College Swindon. They will advance to the semi-finals. And, yeah, that should be... I mean, looking at it, it looks like we're in our... we're still waiting for the final game to be decided that's happening off stream. But yeah, that's 3 guaranteed into the semi-finals, as I was mentioning earlier. Prendergast Ladywell. We also have Altrincham Grammar School for Boys. We just saw New College Swindon lock themselves in as our third one, and we currently have the other one that's going. Our fourth semi-finalist is going to be decided off stream because they're in Game 5 right now. It's been a long campaign on their side. We jumped into this one earlier on to see a full series, but we're at the end of that one. That's been the one that's been going on quite a lot. So yeah, 3-1, really, really good stuff overall. Saw some nice games there.
Solid play from both teams, both schools, should I say, in that game. I mean, again, just very insightful play there in terms of the style of all of our fighters and what they are intentionally going in to do. I mean, prime example being that Ganondorf taking the smash ball and actually holding on to it, keeping Luigi in fear for quite some time, not utilizing the smash ball, but just going for an array of combos and just taking him out, reducing a stock, and then coming back and then utilizing the smash ball to then put even more of the punish and applying more pressure to Luigi. So to really keep Luigi on his toes throughout that game.
Okay, so it's looking like, this is the final game going on right now. This is between Big Creative and Coventry College. So this is I think this is the final stock, because the last game is a 3v3, which is every character or every player has 1 stock for their character. So this is pretty much like last game of this deciding match between these two, and it comes down to the last stock as well. And we have a Lucina versus a Sonic. We've got speed and intense defensive play versus the fundamental swordswoman that is Lucina.
Absolutely. And again, this is the match point. This will decide which school will be going into the semi-final. Sonic, very, very speedy character, as you said, Bowie. Packs quite the blow if, mastered is, I should say. They're good recovery. Lucina still trying very hard to keep Sonic at bay, but once Sonic uses that charge spin attack, it does quite pack the punch. Very high percentage for both players. Smash Ball is available. Oh, hit with the spring.
That's going to be it, actually. The spring is enough. The Dolphin Slash doesn't have enough horizontal distance. So, that's going to be it. The Sonic takes it, and we'll just get a confirmation. I need to have a quick look to confirm the name. That was... which one? It said... BCE lost that one. So, okay, that was Coventry College.
That
was Coventry College who won that one. So, congratulations to them.
Yes. So that does mean that Coventry College does go into the semi-final as our final team going into the semi-final. That's the end of our... do we have one more game?
No, I was going to say, continue.
No. Yes, I was just... double checking and making sure. So we have our
I was going to say, so our 4 finalists. We're going to go and have a look. Well, I think we should probably. Shortly we'll bring Alicia back to have a chat about we'll bring her in now. Alicia, we summoned thee. Hello.
Thank you.
Good.
I appear in a puff of smoke. Hello. How exciting. We officially have our 4 teams that will be entering the semi-finals. And before 3 p.m, we will have a champion team who will have won the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. But actually, I should say, before we get into that, now is a really good time to mention that registration is open for next year's tournaments. And next year, the Digital Schoolhouse tournament will also be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So if you're sat there at home watching and you're like, hang on a sec, I think I could take him. I think I could do well in this tournament. Then absolutely register. Let's see you back here next year. To do so, you just need to head to digitalschoolhouse.org.uk/esports. And registration closes at 5 p.m. on Friday, the 30th of November, 2020. So you actually don't have that long if you want to register. It's also worth talking to your school. You know, Digital Schoolhouse goes into schools, it runs programs and really helps kind of spread those computing skills that you would need to enter the games industry. So have a word with a teacher and say, hey, there's a championship for this game called Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The teacher might already know it, and you could set up a team in your school. So we'll see you back here next year. How cool would that be, Nims, to just see someone who'd been watching the stream this year come back next year and then just literally smash the competition?
Honest to God, like, again, I've been saying this throughout the entirety of this tournament today. It's incredible to see the talent that we are witnessing. It's even, as you can see from the reactions that me and Bowie are giving out to you guys, you are honestly very, very talented players. And I'm pretty sure that there are lots of kids who are watching around the country right now thinking that, you know what, I can do that as well. I want to take part. And again, we encourage everybody from wherever you are in the UK, wherever, what school you go to, of course, maybe speak to your teachers and speak to whoever's in charge of maybe your IT department. Get in touch with Digital Schoolhouse, because they do, besides, of course, this incredible tournament, there's lots of other fantastic opportunities that Digital Schoolhouse can put you in touch with if you're thinking about maybe working in this industry. Maybe perhaps you would like to come and join myself and Bowie and do some commentary with us. Have a seat with us, sit with Alicia as well. We would love you guys have a chat with us as well.
I did want to actually quickly mention that, because I know obviously we need to have a look at graphics very, very, very quickly, but I did want to just like jump upon what Nims just said there, because it was something that happened and took place earlier in the year when we were in London doing one of the qualifiers for the DSH tournament earlier, is that we were working with a few of the students who were there who wanted to see a bit more of the production side. So they would join Nims and I, and we would sit there and kind of take some of the students through OBS and how to actually kind of like put on the production itself and actually do commentary with us, and it was like fun to kind of like see young talent getting involved and being able to communicate the important parts of the game and get into the production side. So whilst this is a tournament for you guys to play in, it's also a production and a tournament for you guys to kind of like produce and create as well. So it was fun to do that, and we'll hopefully get to do it more as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's worth saying, I don't know if you guys saw the panel that Elle Oasley Woods moderated earlier talking about careers in games, but one of the key takeaways from that is that if you're sat here at home and you want to have a career in the games industry, you want a job, but you're like, oh, I'm not particularly good at maths, so I don't know how to program, or oh, I'm not particularly good at art, so I don't know if I could be a games artist. That's okay. The beautiful thing about the games industry is that there really is a job for everyone. If your favorite subject at school is history, look at the Assassin's Creed franchise. They hire historians literally to create these amazing immersive open worlds and consult with the games designers to create these huge sprawling levels. If you've got parents who are saying, well, we'd prefer it if you went and took a career in law, well, game studios need lawyers as well. There There is literally a job for anyone. And this is a really good example of the esports side. And as Bowie and Nims have pointed out, all of those amazing production roles behind the scenes. We've got an incredible team here who's providing you with all sorts of graphics and information. And speaking of, should we check out one of those graphics? Should we have a look at the bracket for the semi-finals?
I think so. Sorry for holding everything up there. I do apologise.
No, it's a worthy point. It's a worthy point. So here are the results. So from Group A, PLS won with 3 points, and they will be going through to the semi-finals. From Group B, if we bring that up, we've got Altrincham Grammar School also won 3 points. So Creative Computing Club and Southend High School fought really bravely, but are out of the tournament. And from Group C, we have the Coventry Crosshairs going through, having triumphed against the Black Horse Knights and Holy Trinity College. And then, of course, we had Group D that was a tricky one because there was 4 teams playing, and New College Swindon, who we also just saw then on stream, have come out on top with 3 points. So those are our 4 teams that are going through to the semi-finals. Stay tuned because we are going to a break right now while they prepare, but when we come back, we will be seeing who makes it through to the grand final. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. I hope you got a cup of tea in that break and are suitably caffeinated for our semi-finals that we are about to go into. We've got 4 teams who have made it through. PLS, a New College Swindon, Altrincham Grammar School, and Coventry College. In a moment, we'll be going through to Altrincham Grammar School, who will be fighting Coventry College to see, because we've not actually seen on the stream yet, Coventry College and what they're capable of. And in the background, PLS will go against New College Swindon, and then we'll see who they go up against in the final in a few seconds. But for now, let me bring back our amazing commentators, Bowie and Nims. How are you doing, guys?
Thank you. Very kind of you to say. That's a lovely thing to say. Our wonderful host here introducing us. Stop it.
Oh, stop it. Yeah, it looks to be a really, really strong semi-final, doesn't it? I'm very intrigued to see what Coventry College are like, because of course, you know, they've beaten out over 10,000 other players to make it through to this semi-finals. Like, let's not underestimate the size and the scale of the achievement that these 4 teams have achieved to make it through.
Yeah, it's definitely a long way to go to make it here. But these are the last 4 teams and the last 12 players. So yeah, there it is. We're going to be, as Alicia just said, we're going to be catching semi-final B, and then if there is any of semi-final A to watch afterwards, we'll try and catch as much of that as possible, and we'll see that grand final out in sweet style. So this is how it's looking after our round robin earlier today, which is pretty damn exciting, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And you do say so yourself. So Nims and Bowie, you know, you've brought it up a couple of times that you were there at some of the qualifiers earlier in the year. Nims, have any of the teams that you saw playing in those qualifiers made it through? Have we seen them play today, and how did they do?
At the moment, I don't think these particular teams were there when. Well, don't forget, myself and Bo were covering different sets of teams. So the teams that I was covering there aren't specifically in this semi-final per se, but I do recognize some of the school names that I'm seeing here. I didn't see specifically those matches, but I've definitely seen these school names come up when we were there earlier this year, watching some of the qualifying rounds, and I'm excited to see what the guys bring out in these semi-finals. Obviously, we're turning up the heat. I believe definitely the players are going to be more prepped now and kind of have an understanding of what's working, what isn't working. I'm pretty sure they're kind of conferring with one another in terms of who's going to go first, who's going to do the 2v2s, who's going to be doing the smash downs, etc. And we're yet to still see, of course, in terms of how the games are going to be running in terms of round robin, we're yet to still see a squad strike, which would end up being, if a round gets to, of course, the 5 games that we may end up playing, as of course the games are all best of 5. But we're yet to still see a squad strike, which I think would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, that would be very exciting.
Would take on that particular style of gameplay, because it is very much a process of elimination, and it does get very intense. So I'm very interested to see if we're going to even see perhaps the same fighters as well. Who knows? They might have secret characters that they haven't showcased just yet. Like I said, we haven't seen anything from Coventry Crosshairs just yet. So they might have some tricks up their sleeve for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, Coventry Crosshairs, let me give you a little bit of information about them, because this is the first time that we're seeing them on stream. So this is actually their second tournament. They have been here before. They are seasoned Digital Schoolhouse pros. They made it through to the 2019 grand final at Gfinity last year. So this is a really strong team. They're definitely one to watch. It isn't a surprise that they've made it this far. And there's, they're going up against against some really strong talent. I've not told you about New College Swindon, who they participated in the very first Digital Schoolhouse pilots back in 2017. And here they are live. Look at them there hanging out in some very comfy looking chairs. I'm quite jealous.
Very comfy.
They look far too calm for people who are about to compete in a semi-final of a tournament.
There's some top quality haircuts going on there. I like the longer hair. That's what I want to see. They're seemingly chilled out. These four seemingly chilled. They're just waiting for their time to play, practicing. That is looking like the left and right Joy-Con grip there. That's a classic way of playing the game. God, you love to see it. Love to see it. Haven't really talked too much about control scheme, but yeah, it's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that, Bowie. So, like, you know, you mentioned there different controller layouts and options. What are some of the layouts that are favoured that we often see in these kinds of tournaments?
Well, I mean, in terms of controller, it's whatever. I'm not going to go into controller because we could be here for days. The game controller isn't that good. Anyway, a big thing that comes to when it comes to competitive play. Sorry, I have to do it. Just get the poke in. A big thing that a lot of people love to use, and I use it myself, is changing the right C stick from smash attacks to tilt attacks. This is very, very important because it allows specific types of movement to be done, and also kind of because you don't really need it to do smash attacks. You gain more by allowing yourself to get active tilts. Otherwise, you have to rely on very, very precise left control stick movement to kind of get those tilts out without going into smash attack or moving too much or too little. So it allows for much more consistency on that, but also allows some movement options to open up a little bit more. Usually drift in the air when it comes to using aerial attacks. Allows you to move a bit more left and right, so you can probably make better ground or open more space if need be. So play a little bit more flexibly with that. And then for everything else is just kind of what works for the player. I've seen some people have I think attack on R and jump on the up D pad or grab on the up D pad because it's just how their hands work. Because some people claw and some people just play like that. So whatever works for you.
We'll see a whole bunch of variety maybe today. It's always really great to see our players as they're preparing because it's a nerve-wracking thing going into a tournament like this. Nims, do you have any advice for players who might want to go to a tournament or have in the past and struggle a little bit with that kind of stage fright? How do they manage it?
Honest to God, the most important thing that I really encourage players to think into if they are going to get into more the competitive side of things or they want to take part in tournaments is just breathe. That's the most important thing, is because sometimes you get so carried away when you're playing on the controller and stuff like that, you forget to breathe. And just enjoy it. That's the most important thing, is just enjoy the process of it, because I've seen some players that have come to some of the live shows that Alicia, you've done with myself and Bowie, and our other lovely co-host, shout out to Mark with a C. We do lots of course with Nintendo UK Versus, and we've seen players come from going into a tournament and getting completely knocked out within the first round, and then when we've gone back, let's say a couple of months later or maybe the following year to do the same tournament again, they come back and they've trained and they've practiced and they go and smash the competition. So I would say it's more about you just enjoying the process, and we welcome everybody from all walks of life, and don't panic and don't stress. We definitely encourage everybody to come into it. But I think we're pretty much ready to go into the next set of games, aren't we, Alicia?
Yeah, we are. And in fact, this is PLS versus New College Swindon, and I will let you guys take it away with the commentary.
Okay, and I'm happy because we get to see a Richter Belmont. Let's go. Take this.
Richter!
The B button is activated, my friends. The B button is activated. We've got crosses. We've got axes. We've got holy water. We're getting defeated by DDDs landing with an up B. Everything's happening. There's so much action already. My word. Okay.
Whips.
Yeah. It's pretty intense, but yeah. Look at that range! Look at that range! Also, to be fair, Richter did have a very minor buff in the recent patch, which I'm very happy for. On the left-hand side, we're seeing Kirby go down and losing their first stock, so it's kind of 6 stocks to 4 right now in favour of New College Swindon at the beginning of this. As I say that, we have a stock get taken by the Vampire Hunter. Oh dear!
Beautiful.
Goodbye. Is not looking good for that. Yeah, be gone, monster! You don't belong in this world. Wrong person. That's the wrong person going away. Sorry, I just get excited whenever I see the Belmonts.
Right, it's the whips. It's all the whips. So Luigi's still at a 3 stock, but with a very high percentage here. Of course, Richter down to 1 stock, I mean. Kirby, very high percentage as well, racking it up, but still trying to hold on. King DDD really punishing a lot of people on that stage with that hammer. And of course, the Gordo. It's got to be really careful. Very nice.
High percentages right now across the board. It looks like it could be, if Kirby can stay safe for a little bit, manages to get the connection, any kind of sizable hit onto the Luigi, but went down as well. So 1 for 1 there. Looks like it's a 2 stock advantage right now for the red team, but high percentage on DDD. So
our Belmont brother is out of the ring. Unfortunately, it is down to a 2 versus 1 situation here on the screen. King DDD and Kirby both down to 1 stock apiece. Luigi still holding on with a solid 2 stock and not even a high percentage, actually. Oh, there's the chop.
Done. Red team take that first game. New College Swindon 1-0 in their semi-final.
1-0 indeed. 1-0 indeed. A very, very interesting play from all of our players. Our players look they look very chilled on the screen right now. Very chilled.
Yeah, relax. They're like, yeah, don't worry. It's just how it goes. Yeah. So just for clarity's sake, I know we said we were going to be watching the other game, but yeah, they were just having a few tech things to work through, and we'll get them on screen after as well. Basically, they should be ready or at some point soon, so that game will be going on after we finish this one here, and then we will see what we can get to get them on screen for you. We like a little bit of clarity. Right, 1-0 then. Look at that. They know they're on screen. They know they're on screen.
They realise they're on
Look,
screen.
Ma. Yeah, we'll get used to it. So yeah, we're going into the Smashdown 1v1s.
Yes. So of course now, as we go on from further on out for these games, depending on obviously what characters they use, once they've used them, they cannot be, of course, used after that round. And of course, the member of each team that we didn't see play in that 2v2 will now partake in this 1v1 game 2 of our first set of semi-finals. Good stuff so far. It was nice to see some new characters being introduced into the game. It was good to see Richter joining up in there. What do you think? Do you think you'll be seeing any more of that, Bowie? Do you think you'll see any more different characters coming in?
Well, I mean, obviously, what they can do is they need to make sure that all the players play. So, in terms of, I mean, it could be any character, of course it can be, but in terms of what we've seen, it's nice to see that there was a Belmont on the side of Prendergast there. I would like to it's one of those things where I personally, it might just be my personal play style when it comes to playing Belmont, but I do find that the Belmonts aren't the strongest in a 2v2 scenario. So maybe it's one of those things that you can bring it out for a more effective 1v1 situation. But again, matchup it's kind of matchup dependent, so it's quite a difficult thing to kind of go, you know what, we should probably throw the Belmont into the 1v1, when we're 2-1 down or something and we need to win this one. You can do great things, it can be very impressive, but at the same time it's kind of hard to say. There are characters that you can say are more kind of categorically safer picks. The whole pick a top tier might as well, or pick a good character, whatever you want to say. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the ins and outs of the community's tier system.
Talk about every single character in the game. Go. All 70 plus characters. Go.
Do you want personal bias or do you want?
Oh God, mate! Do you know what? When we get back onto the screen where I can see your lovely face, though, because at the moment we are looking at the arena. I think all of our characters are getting back onto the screen. I've actually got some of my amiibo. They're sitting here watching the game with me. I don't know if you can see on my screen right now, but we'll take a look at those in just a moment. But I am definitely interested to see, again, if we do get a bit more of a wild card scenario. And as I've said that, we're going to see a new character being showcased for the first time on the stream, Pokemon Trainer for PLS.
If one character's not enough for you, you can have 3. Okay, so we've got 3 very, very different characters here in one. We've got the combo heavy Squirtle. We've got the neutral game master and finisher in Ivysaur, and you've got the big boy in Charizard. Now I know players, a friend of mine, Viram, who only plays Charizard, just nothing else, because he's so confident that it's solid enough. That's enough of a weight to not get back. Most players will play with Squirtle at low percentage to get big combos, rack up good percent, and then switch to the Venusaur. Ivysaur, Venusaur. The Ivysaur, wow. When they want to kind of play a bit more of a neutral back and forth, and maybe try and get grabs to grab confirms. And then play Charizard when they're kind of at high percent anyway, because he's heavier, he won't be KO'd as much. And then do they want to just go for big hits, Flare Blitz in neutral, why not? But here comes the Ivysaur.
Very nice indeed. Of course, as Bowie said, guys, 3 different Pokemon available to use for the Pokemon Trainer. So it's interesting to see that our player utilized, of course, Squirtle for that first stock. Will he utilize Ivysaur for the next stock and perhaps go to Charizard for the final? Or perhaps King K. Rool is just going to use that foot and down smash him straight off the stage, even as he was hanging in. But here comes Charizard. 2 powerful plays here. Beautiful parry there or counter, should I say, from King K. Rool, utilizing the Golden Belly, recovers back onto the stage, both packing very, very heavy attacks. The grabs, the bites, the throws, seismic toss.
Pretty good so far. There's the forward tilt, lovely. The strength, when you get the sweet spot on that tail, that is a chonky hit. Very, very nice to see. That's why people like me. Charizard is a closer. He's the Harvey Specter of Pokemon. Sorry, I've been watching Super. Anyway, moving on. You can see how much work. Squirtle's got a load of small, tiny hits like that. You can slowly just build away and just tap people back consistently. But you have got that was interesting switches. But
very
nice to grab that.
He connects.
Gets it as well. Goodbye, Donkey Kong Island. Bosh. Whee. Okay, evens it up. And it's not impossible with that percentage. Just got to play like a god for about 20 seconds. This is not what I meant, right? To play.
That counter again. That Golden Belly. Look at it. Beautiful play here from our Pokemon Trainer. With the grabs with the throws, using Vine Whip.
Oh my word. Okay.
Play. That deserves
Down Air has got a hitbox the size of China. It's huge.
It's huge.
I'm pretty sure it was even adjusted to make it smaller, but it's still huge because that's just Ivysaur things.
Nice.
Yeah, the runoff down air. That's going to be it. Bosh, nice and easy. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So looking pretty good. Pretty good.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Look at our players. They're just chilling in their games room at the school. I'm just casually playing a bit of Smash. I'm not in the grand semi-finals. I'm just chilling. Look at the smirk. He's just happy. Happy players. We like it. Yeah. Very much so. I've taken out more amiibo onto my table now. I've actually just pulled out the Ivysaur amiibo. I've just got them all sat around watching the screen with me. But very, very good play there from our Pokemon Trainer. First time we're seeing it on stream for today's tournament. And as you said before, Bowie, 3 very different Pokemon and 3 very different strategies you can utilize when playing against opponents. Starting off with a Squirtle, very quick and nippy little attacks. Ivysaur utilizing, of course, the Vine Whip, very good throws and lots of powerful edge guarding, and then finishing it off with massive power attacks from Charizard.
We saw Charizard's hits, definitely coming out very, very nicely. That, as I said, that forward tilt is very, very strong. But he's got a myriad of movesets that he can use. Whilst it is a bit of a joke to kind of talk about Flare Blitz being used, if you're kind of like one of those players, not about taking risks, but like if you're one of those players who can read your opponents very, very well, and you kind of like condition them into a particular pattern of behavior, you can normally call out those behaviors with something like Flare Blitz because it's such a powerful move. I've seen some really nasty like sub 50 KOs with that move. In my time. So it's one of those ones where it's not ideal, but it's always kind of like you make a statement with that move. It's one of those ones where you send a message like, I will find you.
You send a message.
I will KO you. Yeah, it is difficult
to land,
but it's kind of fun.
We are pulling out new characters, which I'm really liking to see. It does seem like that our players are really holding back on some tricks up their sleeve. Started off with lots of popularity with the Mario, and of course seeing Link a few times. King K. Rool we've seen quite a few times as well. Very popular character today, and Kirby also in the roster there from a lot of our schools that are partaking in the tournament. We got you, Richter. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see now who else we're going to see from our schools battling it out today. So we're going to go into the next game very shortly, again, which will be another 1v1 Smashdown battle. Of course, both of our teams cannot use any of the characters that they've used already. So it will be interesting to see where they go with this next. And hopefully they are just getting ready. I believe they're just preparing their characters for this particular game. Besides the brothers, Bowie, who else do you want to see?
Do I want to see? It'd be great to see Zelda. I want to see some lightning kicks. Let's go. Well, we've got a Link and a DDD. So don't worry about that.
Really?
We've got Link with his Nair shenanigans and item shenanigans. Is going to try and control the space as much as possible, which is going to be quite interesting. I was mentioning how Gordo is very easy to reflect. So, anything that Link can throw out can pretty much, I guess, counter Gordo. Yeah. Which should be okay. Oh dear, it's not a good idea to not go for the edge there. That is a okay.
Dangerous.
I wonder if this Link player's been. Oh, he really phased back way too far there. He didn't need to do that. Bit of a misplay there from our Link player. Okay, goes for the grab. That's fine. Gets a back air, double back air. Goes for the recovery. See these? Okay, yeah. Landing on stage like that is not ideal. You got a really strong recovery with DDD. You don't need to be so. You don't need to force landings and recoveries like this. You can just play it safe. Go underneath. Try and tech the stage. But he didn't.
Okay,
no tech.
Available.
Okay.
Grabs the platform. Activates a little too early.
Mm-hmm. Saying something. Waiting patiently. I think he felt that he knew that the spacing was a bit incorrect, that he was going to be safe with where he was. It wasn't going to try and hit below. So, yeah.
Interesting tactic here for our Link player, trying to counteract the Gordos with boomerangs, just so they don't hit him and add that extra damage applied from the Gordos.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping very... Oh, there it is again.
Oh, done it again, going over. Yeah.
Danger.
There's been a lot. So I was talking earlier about conditioning, movement and behaviors, and you can see, the Gordo is kind of forcing the Link player to come higher, and it's very, very easy just to wait with these forward smashes. That's just going to be enough to take it. So currently it's 1-1 between the two of them. It's this is going to be putting one of our players here on match point, one of our teams on match point, to go through to that grand final.
Yeah.
So it's very important if if PLS1 wants to stay in this, that Link does not fall to the King Penguin. Not an Emperor Penguin. Don't actually know what kind of penguin. He's a big
Smash Ball is available on the stage.
Oh, the green again! Please, nice. With the green.
Okay.
Very nice. Yep, down throw into up smash. Low percent.
Smash to his advantage. Goes for it. It is!
Why would you just? Okay, I have to. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean here, but why would you start your breathing in when Link has a smash ball to hand? I wouldn't recommend it in future. That's a learning point. That's a learning point.
I mean, it just goes to show as well. It's that perhaps that confidence of maybe thinking that I've just come back from being smashed off the stage. My percentage is very low, and Link producing that final smash wouldn't have necessarily taken him out. But again, the underestimation of the power of that final smash attack, of course, unfortunately proved that it is a very powerful attack, which you have to be very careful of. But excellent strategy there from our Link player, looking like he was doing not so good towards the beginning and the center of that game. King Dedede put up very, very strong guarding throughout that entire stage, kept Link pretty much off the side of the stage for most of that game, Link having to force himself to try and get back on. But it was interesting how he was trying to learn how to get around the Gordos, utilizing perhaps the boomerang. But it was interesting, we didn't see any bombs used in that particular round, which we saw in previous rounds. Our Link players were fully utilizing the bombs, as Link can use them in a very, very powerful tactical way.
Yeah, we didn't see it so much kind of like, building up, the kind of foundation of the approach that, most Links would play. They'll go for like the bomb drop re-grab tech, when they're kind of like spamming nairs in someone's shield and is eventually winning because that's what Link nair does. But so not much like over usage of it on the stage. We did see a lucky catch taking the first stock from the D3. Where the bomb kind of like just managed to like connect onto D3 under the stage, getting the stage spike. So yeah, there wasn't kind of much, like fundamental usage of it again. But it was here and there, but it didn't kind of like build the backbone, which is kind of what you normally see. But we will hopefully see more of that in future. Potentially, we'll give a chance for that Link player to really rack up that percentage with those projectiles and items in future. Maybe we'll have to see though. It's not over just yet. PLS are 2-1 up right now. One game away from the grand finals here for the DSH. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a sibling rivalry.
The classic infamous bros.
Is it really bad? The kind of like, I'm always surprised at how many people play Mario. Is that bad? Because like, it's Mario, right? It's the guy. It's Mr. Nintendo. It's Mr. Video Games himself. But I'm always kind of like, there's so many Mario players. Why does everyone play him? It's because he's very straightforward. It's very simple. Not easy to play by any stretch, but like he's just straightforward. Everything he does works and makes sense. Simple.
I think it's very evident today, even from all the different schools using Mario, the different styles and the different strategic ways that people are playing with Mario.
Oh, there we go, the chop.
But then Luigi comes out with the chop. Oh,
yeah, collect that jump push there. Oh, hello. Do you like the B button? Because I like the B. Oh, never mind. Yeah. I love the B button. Fortunate for the Mario, unfortunate for the Luigi. Just throwing back these smash attacks back and forth. Okay, running down, going for the tornado.
Nice.
Double back air, yeah. Okay, yeah. So jumping a little bit higher. We've seen a lot of this where we've seen players try and catch these early landings or these like neutral get-ups or get-up attacks, that kind of stuff, and going for a jump instead, not so bad. Oh, okay, that would have been cheeky. That would have been really, really cheeky if our new college player got that. So there's like a spike hitbox on that kick if you get the timing right. That's really rude.
Okay, very high percentages for both of our fighters at the moment. Mario, of course, down by 1 stock. Luigi still holding out strong on 3 stock. This is pretty intense. Both of our players are utilizing very interesting ways of keeping each other at bay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, opting for the grab. Oh, there's a shield break. Good night, sayonara, mamma mia. Beautiful. I love a shield break.
Right. Oh, but not today. He said you're losing a stock too. 1 stock remaining for Mario. Luigi down to 2 stock. Smash Ball available.
Beautiful. Right, yeah, Smash Ball, we'll see. Obviously, again, Mario's is a very, 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 quite a simple one. It's quite straightforward. Just kind of like shoots fireballs off in one direction. If you catch someone on the side, you know, oh, I think he rolled backwards. That is an unfortunate input. I must say maybe just buffered incorrectly there. But we'll see.
With the throws.
Yeah, the
recovery.
Ooh, a little bit wide. A breathing room now. Yeah, PLS can, you know, bring this back now thanks to that. If they win this, it'll be game 5, and we're going to be going into a squad strike, which is obviously very exciting. 1 stock per character, 3 characters, 3 players, easy.
Nice.
Down tilt's just jabbing him out, keeping that shield honest. Goes for the super jump punch. No major punish, no sweet spot. PLS looking to win this one if they can. They want to get that grand final positioning. Okay,
Good
yeah,
use
there's
of
the flood. Okay, yeah. Quick recovery, doesn't go for the green tornado. You see. Oh no! That was very, very scary. Decisions, please. Nothing. Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Finds the back
Mario
there.
going on solid edge guarding here. Oh, what's going on here? Recovery. Recovery.
This is ridiculous.
The flood.
This is ridiculous. The back and forth from these players and a nice air dodge to get that. Gets the grab. Back throw. Gets himself the jolly. Ah! Oh! New college are back, baby! They're in! Game 5! Let's go!
Squad strike, guys. Squad strike it is.
Okay.
Wow.
That's looking good.
Wow.
I'm not sure if that was woo! Okay, that was very nice. Very nice. The Smash Ball coming into some serious clutch factor there for
That
New
was
College
some
Swindon.
entertaining play.
Love to see it. Love to see it. There we go. That was, you know, I know that there are some people out there that are like, Smash Balls. I don't know about that. But you know what? I am a big fan. A large fan.
I mean, it was just clearly evident there, the skill set from both of the players. And you noticed as well, as the game progressed, both of them were really starting to understand how each other played and were trying to throw spanners in the works of both of them. Mario really showing some powerful edge guarding there from one side of the stage to the other, to the other, to the other. Luigi trying to recover as much as he can. Saw Luigi quite a lot off the side of the stage there, but manages to definitely bring it back in there. Beautiful combos. Excellent play from both Mario and Luigi. Again, Bowie, it's only going to get more hype from here, man. These schools are bringing it. They are bringing it. They want to win. Excellent play.
Yeah, absolutely. And the
So
thing
now
is,
we're
like,
going
now
into...
it's time.
Sorry, go on. Go.
I was going to say, yeah, our players have to work as a team now. I mean, they've been working as a team the entire time. Everyone has played at this point. So, yeah, we're going to be going into a squad strike. 3 versus 3. Every player will choose a character, and those characters have 1 stock each. So all the characters that we use in Smashdown can come back. So they can use whoever they want, whoever they're comfortable with. So, yeah, it's kind of like a mini crew battle, if you will. So, yeah, we'll see exactly how this goes. I think this is interesting because you get to choose 3 characters, and again, who you're gonna take first, second, third. Do you want to go out absolutely swinging with the big lads, and then maybe try and get an early lead, or do you want to try and make a comeback, or do you just want to try and balance it as best you can? We don't know how they're going to go. Are you looking for, if you're seeing what the opponent's picked, are you going to try and, I guess kind of counterpick them in terms of who goes where? Because again, matchups are a thing. Certain characters will work better against other characters, and some will struggle, some will have an easy time. And you want to try and make sure that the character you're playing doesn't have a hard time against whoever the enemy will pick.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. Are we going to see the familiar faces that we've seen throughout today's tournament? Are we going to see the King K rules? Are we going to see the Kirby's, the Marios, Luigis, even Link maybe perhaps coming back. Jigglypuff we saw earlier today as well. Is somebody going to go for Richter once again? Perhaps bring back the Pokemon Trainer. Obviously, with the Pokemon Trainer, you have got that strategic play of having 3 Pokemon essentially in one character. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go with what strategy both schools are going to play. And as you said, Bo, this of course is the match point in terms of who goes through to the grand final of our tournament today. I still that match was that Mario Luigi match was insane. I'm still just thinking about it in my head. Like that gameplay was incredible. Brilliant gameplay. So shout outs to both of these schools, man. Excellent talent being showcased here on the tournament. So yeah, thank you for getting me and Bowie just hype in our rooms. We're just in our where we're kind of commentating from right now. Thank you for the hype. Thank you for the hype.
It's always nice to see players kind of like just keeping the pace up. I think one thing I like is I've always enjoyed is this fast-paced play. I mean, obviously not, and that's not about the speed of the character, and it's not about the speed of the style, but just fast-paced in whatever you do. If you're playing a defensive game, fast-paced defensive play is definitely a thing you can do. And I think it's definitely a way to kind of like, at least, it's definitely engaging in that regard. If you see play like that, for sure, it's enjoyable.
Yes. And it was evident earlier as well throughout the day that when we saw initially how players were playing and the characters they were choosing, there was quite a popularity with some of the scores in terms of the Fire Emblem roster of characters. And then we kind of shifted over and we started to see a little bit more of characters like Ganondorf. We saw King Dedede. We saw Link coming backwards and forwards quite a few times. We even saw a young Link earlier on today as well. So it's going to be let's see what we're going to come across with these two next games. And of course, as we move slowly but surely into the squad strike, I think our characters are just making sure that they are all good to go. They are somewhere. I think it's just we're waiting on, I believe, just one school to choose the character that they wish to choose in. It's quite a tricky decision to make, especially when you're playing squad strike, as you said. Choosing 3 characters for this intensity is tough. It's very tough.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot's riding on it. The pressure's definitely there, and you're gonna probably feel a little bit worried about making sure it's all gonna go, your way. But you can't worry too much about it,
Oh,
okay, so
I'm seeing a new character there.
Falco, okay.
Yeah. I'm seeing a new character. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so this last one, the way it has to be done, because we can't do like a proper, I think the way we're going to be doing it is that it's going to be a best of, we're just going to play out 3, I think.
Yes.
And when the 3 players get defeated, it's one stock, and then we're going to just do each one as it goes, kind of thing. So it's going to be quite interesting because percentages are not going to be kept between games. So it's like it's just a rush to see who can get there first, kind of thing, which is an interesting method of doing it. Again, because of the situation this year, the global pandemic. We are doing everything remotely. Everyone's in their own schools and all that kind of stuff, rather than us being in a studio doing it together. So we have to take some things and some changes into account when putting this all forward. So
yes. At the moment, our King K role player is at a very high percentage now. Falco, again, first time being used in the tournament today for us to see on the stream. Smash Ball is available. Falco does grab it. Will he activate? He does. Oh, a little bit too far away.
Very nice though. Gets the Falco illusion. Jump up back air will be enough to take that first stock. That means that PLS are currently 1 stock ahead, 2 stocks to go, and they will be in the grand finals.
Let's see. God, they're throwing these surprises at us constantly, Bowie. Just when I think I've kind of sussed what kind of characters they play as, I see a Falco come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Falco's a bit of fun. There's definitely some Falco players out there that exist.
Yes, they do. They do. They do.
Oh man, he is a character. He is a character. Hey, have you seen my amazing combo? Oh, what's that? Up tilt back air. All right, yeah. I've never seen that one before. Sorry,
amazing
just calling it. I'm just calling out
amazing.
every single Falco main in the world, but it's true.
Here we go. Back with Falco. Falco against, of course, Luigi.
All right, yeah. So yeah, good start from our Falco player. But yeah. So again, 2 stocks to go, and I guess they're just counting down for a time to begin, and then they're going to go 3, 2, 1, engage. No? Okay, we'll try it again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, run up. Okay. Oh, I don't know what's going on. But I think an error was made, maybe.
Perhaps.
Yes, maybe an error was made. That can't be it. That can't be it. Because, yeah. Probably we need to do over.
These things happen. These things happen.
Yes. Don't worry.
They just wanted to showcase more Falco because after your statement you made, Bowie. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was what it was. Yeah, there was like suddenly all of the schools heard that at the same time. Like, right, okay, wait there, don't play the game, annoy the commentator.
That's it. You don't like Falco, right? That's it. How dare you?
Have many bad memories playing against Falco, even from the Brawl days. Let's just get chain grab to 80. Yeah. We're gonna have that redone for sure. Yeah, just a minor thing there. Yeah, as I said, we're gonna redo that game. Don't worry. The Falco's not gone from the screen, friends. Don't worry. We'll get more Falco. But yeah, there's a slight technical issue that we're gonna go back into the game, and then we'll go for it. Also, I just need to apologize if you can hear a background noise coming out from my mic. I do have building work going on, so I apologize if you can hear that. Someone is soaring into the wall below my flat. Great. Building work. Okay, here we go. Reflectors, fireballs, reflectors, dash dancing. Because what else can Falco do? Never mind. Sorry. Oh man, you can see I'm getting tired.
I'm just seeing lots of poltergeist happening here, lots of suction cups. There we go. The plunger even.
Oh, we got roast chicken tonight! Roast chicken! Super John Punch! Babushka!
Wow.
Bye-bye, mate. Very nice.
You better roll those.
Good job.
You roll the wrists. There we go. There we go.
That was a 24-second game. Oh.
Beautiful play. All right, which then takes us further forward into our squad strike battle. We're going to see obviously Luigi, but then who is going to go up against Luigi in this potentially last game? Well, it is the last game of the squad strike. Let's have a look.
Oh no, we got 2 stocks on each side. That is, we got we had the King K rule went down, the Falco went down. We got 2 stocks on both teams. We got that was an intense game. That was over in 24 seconds. That was nuts.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I know. I really enjoy. Like a friend of mine. Some of you may know Mr. J Miller. The other Mr. Nintendo, as we like to call him. He's not a fan of that name, but we love to call him Mr. Nintendo. But yeah, he is like a famously big fan of Luigi. He loves Luigi. And has played Luigi his entire life, but doesn't play Luigi in Ultimate because of the way they change certain things. And it's kind of like, yeah, I think even he still like kind of enjoys watching stuff like that, I guess. It's the super jump punch is such a wonderful thing. Getting like movement reads, that kind of stuff just reminds me of Miller because he's so good at being able to read movement and make decisions like that so quickly. And yeah, it's good fun to see that kind of confidence in your play. Just to be like, oh, you're rolling, off you go.
Oh, the
Keating's back.
Pokemon trainer has returned.
This is technically 3 stocks versus 1.
But I believe we haven't put ourselves onto the spectator bench. And we have lightning bolts attacking one another on the screen right now. We will get back to, of course, them redoing this match just so we can spectate on the bench and witness this game unfold, should we say. So...
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this will get replayed. They'll just kind of jump out of this one and jump back in so we can actually watch it. That'd be lovely. Because as much as you... Oh, no, there we go. We're in. We switched the feed. We switched the feed to the other school, I think. There we go. It's looking good for both, mid-40s, mid-60s. We've got Ivysaur out getting chopped.
Charizard's here.
He's a big boy. Oh, and again, the neutral get-up, turn around, up, bing, it happened again. And again, it was just like no seconds at all. 2 for 2.
Luigi and the wrist rolls. The wrist rolls, they're back.
I can't believe just the disrespect of 2 turnaround up B out of shields from neutral get up. I've got a hint for you. Don't neutral get up against this guy on the ledge. It may not go in your favour.
All right. So, who are we going to see next?
I mean, Luigi.
That will obviously.
Yeah.
But who?
I kind of feel you want. I reckon some kind of disjoint might help. I wonder. Yeah, I'm trying to think who I would go for. I'm not too familiar on Luigi's matchups to kind of be able to make a call of like this character is definitely going to be the one. Pick them and you'll have a free win. But I reckon a disjoint might help here and there. Just you want to try and you want to be able to kind of like impact the combat without and keep somewhat of a distance to be able to kind of like get caught, to like avoid being caught out by all of these shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's going to be. Will it be someone we've seen already today, or will it be like a wild card? Because this technically now, again, if Luigi takes this one again,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be.
That's it.
Yeah, that's literally it. As soon as I said that, the Wario coin just went back to the character selection screen.
I might have to think about this. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Kirby's light, but has pretty nice combos. There's got some stuff he can do. Another friend of mine, GP, kind of spends a lot of time with Kirby, has put a little bit of time, and so did BWC as well. B-Dub. They both had like a bit of fun, working on Kirby and kind of like trying to optimize his combos here and there. So he does have stuff. It's very unorthodox to see him. So, fireball into dash attack. Yeah, just you want to try and don't neutral get up, I would say. Oh man, yeah, so far so good coming out from this Luigi player. Oh, he went for it again. Don't be so rude. Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
Okay, we've got to trying as much as we can to try and stay in the center of that stage, because proving once again Luigi's strategic play of edge guarding is brilliant in this game at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Go through it again.
It's just so much control. It's so difficult to get in. Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Just freeze framed on the massive noggin. Go ahead.
There it is, ladies and gents. Our Luigi player takes that particular game.
That closes the series out as well. 3-2 means that we will actually lose. I mean, we were talking about how confident some of them felt and how strong they were. But yeah, that means we lose Prendergast, Ladywell, and New College Swindon advances to the grand finals to face off again. Well, what we should do is we should probably jump back to camera and probably reintroduce Alicia to the conversation as well, if she'll she'll join us very, very shortly as we kind of like build up to our grand finals. She'll be along in just a bit. Don't worry.
Yes.
So, yeah, we saw New College Swindon did win that one, and they are in the grand final. There she is. Hello, you joined us,
Guys, I don't have nails left. They're gone.
No?
That was so intense. My word. What place and what a game of firsts, right? We had our first Falco in the stream, first squad strike, first 24-second game. We're really entering the grand finals with everything set to a whole new level.
So whilst we'll talk a bit about that game, but obviously we have some news that happened off stream that we should probably talk about as well.
Yes.
In terms of the other side of the bracket.
Yes, so we didn't see the other semi-final, which was Coventry College versus Altrincham Grammar School. Coventry College won that game 3-1, so they have gone through into the final. You can see here on the bracket. So that means in our grand final, we have New College Swindon going up against Coventry College. And if you've been watching us all day, we've not actually seen Coventry College play yet. Just due to a few different technical issues getting their feed in throughout the day. But they are a really, really strong team. This is actually their second tournament. They made it through to the 2019 grand final at Gfinity. So this is their second grand final. We're going to see the winning shot of New College Swindon. Look at them celebrating as they made it through into the grand final. Seats have been left. It's so exciting to be able to see players celebrating as they enter into this grand final because there's so many great prizes up for grabs. The winning team are going to get not only a whole selection of different really fab game codes for 2 Point Hospital, Team Sonic Racing, Sonic Mania, and the Crew 2. They're also going to get a year's license for Construct 3, which means that they'll be able to make their own games and their own game engine over the next year, which is fantastic. So we will see which of those two schools are going to get that grand prize. Nims, how are you feeling going into this final? Is there anything that any predictions, any feelings in your toes of who might win?
Honestly, Alicia, I couldn't tell you. As I said right at the beginning of today, it's really evident, now how talented these players really are and how incredible some of these matches have been. I mean, that last squad strike round was just proof in the pudding, really, in terms of, a 24-second round, new characters being thrown into the mix, some incredible plays. That match that we had earlier with Mario versus Luigi, just insane play from both of our fighters. And it's just honestly, everything today has been so inspiring, I would say. That's the word I'm going to take away from the matches we've seen so far. I mean, it's kept definitely me and Bowie on our toes in terms of commentating for such talented kids. I've actually been joined by like a few of my friends off my desk. I'm just going to show the camera.
Yes, I want to see your amiibos. Look at them.
I've tried to put together a few of the characters we've seen so far. So, of course, we've got Richter, we've got King K. Rool, Pikmin. I'm a big fan of Pikmin. We've got Piranha Plant. Just for you, Bowie, there's Palutena. Palutena's in the mix.
Can we just talk about the... Yeah, are you going to say what I'm going to say?
They're transparent. Are you going to say exactly?
Yeah, we've got the green screen up. Like, we can't see Piranha Plant.
Oh, yes, you can. You can see it if I do that. Where is he? There he is. There you go. You can see him. You can see him. He's there. He's there in spirit, okay? I even got an Ivysaur. Look, I've got my Ivysaur.
Yeah, you've got an Ivysaur. Are you sure you've got an Ivysaur, mate?
Ivysaur bowl, but not necessarily the Ivysaur.
But yes, I've got an audience. It's final. I've got the audience. I've got an audience of Smash fighters ready for the final. They're going to sit here with me and join me. And of course, you lovely people to watch this grand final. I'm, again, to answer your question, Alicia, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just expecting to just be screaming into my microphone for the next 20 to 30 minutes. So, yeah.
Well,
the neighbours.
well, in that case, we are going to throw to a break before we go into our grand final. So Nims, maybe go get a Strepsil, sort of like prepare your throat for the streaming, and we will be back soon. Also, I mean, in the meantime, if you're sat there at home and you want to go grab a cup of tea, also check out the Digital Schoolhouse website while you're there. I mentioned earlier that registrations are open for next year's tournaments. So if you go to digitalschoolhouse.org.uk/esports, you'll be able to register for the 2021 tournament, which will also be Smash Bros. So yeah, fingers crossed to see you next year. But before that, see you back here in a few minutes. Bye. College Swindon going up against Coventry College, and the match has started. So I'm going to throw over to Nims and Bowie. Guys, take us away.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, it's been a long year of tournaments and qualifying and many matches and backs and forth and all those kinds of things. And we are underway to our grand final now, our last best of 5 of the day. And after this, we will crown our champions for this year at least. We've got a lot of interesting characters. We've got Banjo on stage, brand new, and Incineroar, very powerful. Is Incineroar. We've got a huge counter. Where he can basically absorb loads of damage and then output it whenever he wants, like threefold. It's insane. So a scary character, but not the strongest recovery. He loses a stock early on there. So does Banjo.
Oh, uses the final smash there and activates and connects with our Luigi player, losing a stock. Excellent play from Banjo. But as Bowie just said, Incineroar and Banjo-Kazooie, first time being shown and used, of course, in the grand final of today's tournament. This, of course, is our first game, which is a 2v2. At the moment, we are seeing 2 stock apiece for 3 of our fighters. King DDD still holding out strong with 3 stock, utilizing pretty much going for it with those Gordos, once again taking out enemies on the stage.
Just get a quick update as well. The yellow team currently, as they are on the screen, is Coventry College, and then New College Swindon is the blue team currently. Don't worry about that. We'll get that. They should be in red and blue, but it's okay. It's fine. It's all good. Again, back and forth. We've got another stock being lost for Banjo onto his final stock now. Needs to be very careful of that one. Just trying to use these eggs now just to keep that coverage of the edge there. Gets caught though, and then here comes, well, not the full swing, but a stock taken again by King DDD. A 5-2 stock lead currently means a very good opening game right now for New College Swindon.
Absolutely. And of course, our Incineroar player being a very powerful character, but has to be very careful with the edge of each of the stages, as recovery isn't as strong as many of the other fighters in this game. So we have to be very strategic in terms of what gameplay we're going to see here from all of our fighters. We seem to be all just bouncing off the side of the stage there.
Yeah. So one thing about Banjo as well to note as a character is that he's got limited resources of a very powerful move. He's got a move called Wonder Wing, where he just basically slams into an opponent, but he's only got 5 golden feathers. So he needs to be very careful about how he uses it.
And those feathers will, of course, replenish each time, obviously, you get smashed off the screen and return back.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, this is looking bad. But yeah, that was a nice 1-2, but in the end, it goes over to New College Swindon in fairly let's say confident fashion. 3 stocks was left on their side there, and they were obviously brand new stocks, so very low. So it looked pretty good for them. That's a 1-0 then to New College Swindon, looking on form to take this grand final and become the champions.
Yes,
going
indeed.
into our
time seeing new characters on the screen. Who are we going to see return? I'm seeing a King K. Rool coming back onto the screen there, Bowie. Perhaps we're going to see, who knows? We might see the Mario and Luigi combo again. Who knows? We might see some more Link. We might see some more Kirby. Maybe a return of some of the Fire Emblem characters.
Maybe. Pretty solid characters, but we've seen some interesting enough stuff from this King K. Rool today. What are they going to bring to this greetings?
Yeah,
Greetings from
and
Germany.
of course, yes, and of course, just as a reminder, of course, this is going to be into a game 2, which is our first Smashdown, and the team member who didn't, of course, play in the 2v2, which you just saw previous to this game, will be the member of each team that will play in this game 2 of our grand final today. King K. Rool being one of them.
Yeah. We've got 3 games of this Smashdown again. We're going into the best of 3, and remember that all players have to have played by the 4th game, or by the 3rd game rather. So make sure that everyone gets a go. But yeah, we'll see exactly what's going to get pulled out. We haven't seen too much of the Coventry Crosshairs, I think they call themselves, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, great name, powerful name. Yeah, so they are. We haven't seen too much of them. We saw that final game that they were finishing off in the squad strike. We just saw that like very, very last game, so we didn't really get to see anything else from that team. So looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing out. I'm not sure exactly who they play, how they play, but they made it to the grand final, so they must be sweet.
With a powerful name like Coventry Crosshairs,
They are
Who knows?
aiming
We'll
for
see.
that trophy.
They are indeed. But will we see another squad strike in the grand final? That's would be a very, very interesting play from both of our teams. And let's see where this grand final is going to take us. We're just waiting for, of course, both of our teams to get ready. I believe we're just choosing a stage.
Yeah, we should mention that all of the kind of like stuff like stage choice and all that paperwork is being done obviously by the schools remotely. We don't know what's going on there, so we just find out when they select it. But yeah, Town and City it looks to be again pretty solid stage. King K. Rool doesn't mind so much, I guess, being on there. A few platforms he can have a little bit of fun with. Blunderbuss shenanigans abound. Looks like they're about to get underway. Press that plus button to give us +1 games to commentate. I believe in you.
Okay, I think we are pretty much good to go. Just waiting on confirmation of both of the players to get into game 2 of our grand final. Once again, of course, this is a round robin format once again in our grand final. We're just waiting on a hand going crazy on the screen right now. What's going on with this hand? Looks like crazy hand.
Well, I mean,
is a game.
Yeah, there's probably something. Okay, say that. A hero, right? Okay, sure, I'm game. Let's go. We have,
and it's an interesting choice of hero as well.
Yeah, we got Dragon Quest 8 hero, the Dragovian. Just just referred to as 8. Some of them have like, actually, I'm trying to remember that. Yeah, never mind. They all have names. They actually have like canonical names, like specifically those in the Zenithian trilogy. Most of the fans of Dragon Quest just call him 8, but he is a very fun character. I know that obviously a lot of people dislike him, and that's why it's so deliciously fun to watch him being played, because he is just RNG and I love it. Psych Up, lovely. With Psych Up and Oomph, you can actually just crack a shield with 1 hit, which is lovely. So Psych Up doesn't go until you land a hit, which is good.
Wow.
But the thing with Hero is that his general, his normals aren't the strongest. Like, obviously, the menu down B is very, very good. But you don't want to overuse your MP, because it's your only way to get back to stage. So you want to be landing some hits, get some MP back with obviously the MP drain or on the Osmos that you kind of have when you land these. Yeah, sizzle.
I want to see some thwack.
See, bounce is really good. Yeah. So bounce is going to be helpful because it's going to reflect any of the cannonballs and the crown. So it basically takes off a little bit of the interesting part of the neutral game for King K. Rool. That's a wonderful parry into
Very
smash.
wonderful parry. Nice. Or we could have used the heal if you wanted to. He's holding onto that heal.
This is clean work so far from Coventry College.
There's the flag.
Okay, yeah, that has a chance to KO on hit. Very, very low at that 0%, but obviously it goes up as the percent increases.
Bit of edge guarding.
Yeah.
Keeps him at bay.
Oomph.
Uses an oomph.
Okay.
Ooh, activation. Okay.
Interesting. I think K. Rool got that by his recovery with the propeller hat. Caught the last couple of hits of the smash ball. That's how he grabbed that. Okay, so he's got a Kafrizzle ready to go.
Oh. Try to use the metal slash. Goes for a bounce.
Ooh. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. That was amazing. So he had the bounce up as well. He gets the JV3. He had the bounce up, so he threw out the Kafrizzle knowing that there could be... He saw his opponent throwing out his belly, right? And because obviously he has a guaranteed counter or like, a reflector because of bounce, he threw it out, saw the belly coming, it bounced back immediately. That was mind games. That was mind games. That was hero, boys and girls.
First time seen today. Like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, these schools have got some tricks up their sleeves. 100% confirmed as that is today. We've seen lots of King K. Rool, but this, as you just saw it there, Hero having a very particular game style or play style, should I even say. But once you understand the technicality of him, he's quite the powerful character, and utilizing all the different moves. And as you said, being very careful of your MP, Bowie, he could. It's quite a lethal character once you understand the mechanics of it.
Yeah, he's one of those characters, like, as I said, his normals aren't the strongest, you're right. So you're meant to dominate him in kind of like the normal game. In the air, he's got very slow aerials. He's not got the strongest, tilts or anything like that. So you should be able to like beat out a lot of his frame data in the normal side, but that's where he wants to lean onto his more special skills, which allow him a little bit of fun. And where that, if you can, again, fundamentals will be very, very important here in being able to actively position yourself well in time and space your attacks, to make the most of it. There's some wonderful stuff you can do in terms of like, using, whoosh and swoosh, kind of like off the edge to kind of catch recovering characters, and, landing up air into up smash is just beautiful. But you should never get hit by up air. Ever, so because it's a tiny hitbox. So it's one of those things where it's like a trade-off. Like if you do land things with Hero, you kind of deserve it. Yes, even thwack and whack. I'll say it right here. If you get hit by thwack at 0% and you get KO'd, that's your fault, not Hero. He shouldn't be choosing it in the first place.
I'm glad we got one thwack and one sizzle. I'm happy with that. Yeah. I'm happy with a thwack and a sizzle. Lots of oomph happening here. We got lots of oomph happening from both of our schools. Where are we going to go next in game 3? That is the question. Obviously, now we cannot see King K. Rool or a Hero Fighter again in the game. Where are we going to go next? This is going to be interesting.
I'm sure the deluge of King K. Rool mains is going to be like, oh, damn, we can't play our character. No, it looks like a DDD.
Okay.
A triple D.
DDD. Popular character choice today, the 3Ds. Popular character choice.
Yeah, I think all the people that we've been watching and playing just obviously has been New College Swindon, so they have a D3 main. Oh, look at this.
It's like playing towards you, Bowie.
Yeah, it's almost like they know. To be fair, Simon's the OG, Rich is a bit kind of like more modern and a bit more like anime, but like Simon's the OG barbarian vampire hunter legend. Right, okay, so this is going to be interesting. A lot of these projectiles can be absorbed by the suck in from D3, so it's okay. The thing about this is going to be quite interesting because both characters want to play at some form of like range. It just depends on who's going to be making it work for them. There goes, the down air into any kind of neutral. Up B is usually a thing you sometimes see because it pops up your opponent quite nicely. We'll see what our D3 can do.
Essentially, at the moment, the match isn't between Richter or King Dedede. The match is between Holy Water, Axe, and Gordo. Holy Water, Axe, Gordo, and Whips. There's a Gordo.
Welcome to the neutral game, yeah. Do you like the B button? Because I do. And
an axe, and an axe. Another axe.
So you can see, like right now, at this point, New College Swindon are sitting there going, right. So what really do I need to do? And currently, as you can see, Coventry College just conditioning movement, and then when they see the opening, jumping in and getting the hit. So Holy Water is really, really powerful because it can catch people in it, and you can basically confirm a forward smash. So this is not the way that the D3 wants to play. He wants to get in there and do something. He can't sit there and be, passive like this because you don't. The thing is that the way to beat Belmont is you need to rush him down. No, well, not rush him down, but you need to be there. You need to be in his face. You need to pressurize him, and you can't let him.
Well, that was a miss. that was a mishap. Oh, we're falling off. Okay.
I'm wondering if that was just you know what, I'm done. Have the game because I don't want to play this, or if that was actually something's gone wrong. I need to sort something out. It might be that maybe wrong controls potentially, but I haven't seen that before.
We're just waiting to get a confirmation, of course, from the schools, and we will let, of course, you lovely people watching at home know about what happened as soon as we can. We're just waiting to just get a confirmation of what's happening.
Oh, it looks like they're changing stage, so maybe they were on the wrong stage. Okay, they're on the wrong stage, so we're restarting to go onto the right stage. Right. Okay, I see. I appreciate it. I was going to say, it would be very unfortunate if at this stage we saw you know what, I'm done. This button is too good. But yeah, it's a wrong map they're going to be redoing.
They're not giving up that easy. This is all part and parcel, guys. This is just providing entertainment for everyone, keeping everybody on the edge of their seats. But first, greetings and messages in the chat. Thank you very much. There you go.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
All right. So once again, of course, this is going to be a King DDD versus Richter in this particular game. And as we were talking about there in that particular match, Bowie, lots and lots of neutrals, lots and lots of, I would say just item usage in general in terms of Gordos and holy waters and axes and whips. Let's see what happens now we go into the actual game.
Oh yeah. Going to be excited to see it. Hopefully we're going to see these two go hammer and tongs this time. Whenever they're ready to join into the game, that'll be fantastic.
Well, we got to please wait.
I mean, we are waiting, don't worry. We are patient as well.
We are patient as well. We are indeed. It's a tricky decision. Who knows? He might actually not come back with Richter. He might come back with someone new. Just throw a wild card in there. Let's see some Pac-Man.
That would make me a little bit sad. They're in the waiting area. Maybe they're not changing character because I think they normally pop themselves up. Well, I don't know. I don't know why they're down there at the bottom. I normally see the tokens up on the top.
Yes.
So, yeah.
We've definitely come across Crazy Hand is now entered the arena. As you can see in the arena, Crazy Hand is doing some form of a infinity sign. Oh, is that what we're doing? Going for Crazy Hand?
Yeah.
Infinity. He stopped. Crazy Hand has stopped. Oh, okay. I think he's trying to like map out a message for the commentators.
Maybe. Yeah, you got me. That'd be great. They went that. Trying to find some. What they're trying to do is they're trying to find some like really sarky message to send because they have to wait a little bit. I've seen that. You always see it in some chats here and there. Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Greetings again.
Please wait.
Oh no. Well played. I see.
Okay.
Once again, the Crazy Hand is giving us this signal of a figure of 8. Yeah, beautiful.
So, if you are just joining us and you're wondering what on earth is going on right now, we're currently in the grand finals of the Digital Schoolhouse Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle 2020. So we have had about 1,000 schools, I want to say. 1,000 teams in about roughly 70 schools have been qualifying over the course of the year to basically, win wonderful prizes. So it's been like this kind of like national school versus school event that we've been doing, hosting events on a local level, on a regional level, and now kind of we're here for the grand finals. And we're just waiting for whatever, there seems to be something currently preventing Coventry College from joining the game right now. They're in the arena, but we're just waiting for them to join the game. As soon as we know what's going on, we'll let you know. So apologies we can't give you any more information than that right now. But yeah, if you don't know what the Digital Schoolhouse are, they're a company that kind of obviously create opportunities to kind of like help schools and students kind of get involved with, not just, video games, but anything in the digital space. But we're looking right now at esports and the video game industry. And that's kind of what we're here for, to kind of like, give them a chance to play, give them a chance to learn, and about all that kind of good stuff. So here we go. We're jumping into the game. Finally, at last, we're back in. Richter versus King DDD. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. All right. So we've got a little taster before we went into the real deal, and now this is the real deal. This is the main course for both of these fighters.
And you know what? It's B button time.
It's B
Don't land on that.
time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay.
That forward tilt is really scary as well. You'll be very careful.
Going for the Gordos again. Chucks the axe. Multiple axes.
Yeah. The axe has got a very, very slow start, but it's got a really, a fairly solid... that caught! Didn't get a sweet spot, though. That should be it, actually. Yeah, he's gotten it. Yeah, absolutely. The recovery from the Belmonts aren't the greatest. Like they rely on... mostly they can use their whip as a tether recovery. They haven't got much in the way of, distance that they can get from their... from their up B. So looking to see how much we're going to see this DDD player use this, use like the suck in, because then he can just use the vampire killer to catch from afar. You don't want to like overwork your items because you want to keep that knockback. That's going to be enough. Okay,
beautiful,
surprising.
Beautiful. Our Richter player very carefully keeping himself as much in the center of the stage as he possibly can, because as you can see here, King DDD packs quite the punch, has the smash ball available, activation, and it connects.
That was wonderful because he used the Gordo to try and force an action, and he got hit by that, and then followed up on the knockback to get that confirmation. Really, really nice stuff there from our DDD player. Richter's got, again, getting caught by the Gordo to push him into range of the forward smash. This is not looking so good right now.
Very
roll in.
Punishing tactic. Oh, good blocks.
Okay. Catches the Gordo there. Tries to go for the holy water for the first time, but lands it on the platform that doesn't actually connect onto. This is scary. The hammer here is not a nice thing. Okay, released a little bit early. You can normally read that, whatever one. You can just turn around and catch the roll or whatever you want, really. So this is looking kind of tricky.
Tries to keep him at bay on the side. Richter getting himself back into the center, throwing, of course, the axes. King DDD trying very much so to get back into the center using the Gordos.
Yeah, the thing is when you use moves over and over again, they can do what's called staling, so they'll become weaker and have less knockback overall. So you want to mix up your moves so you're always keeping them fresh, so they're always being able to do their best. So whilst it might seem fun to sit there and spam axes, you're not going to get anywhere doing that. So this is looking pretty good right now for our D3 player. Down goes the down air, but okay, yeah. So here you want to be throwing that,
and there it is.
Yeah. The super armor on the up B is going to be enough, and that'll be 2-1 going over to New College Swindon. Taking out that Richter player.
Alrighty.
Well done.
Okay, so now, of course, moving into our next game. Of course, we won't be able to see King DDD or Richter again in this final. So it's going to be interesting to see where our characters go next. Which characters have we not seen, which we've seen in previous rounds? Are we going to see the return of perhaps Mario, Kirby, Link, Ganondorf? We shall see as we go into game 4 of our grand final in Smashdown.
Yes, I'm not sure who the final... I'm trying to remember, because I think we've only seen, I'm trying to think of the first game. We had... it could be a Banjo. We've seen a Banjo, a King K. Rool.
Incineroar.
Incineroar, yeah. I'm just trying to remember exactly. Yeah, we saw the Incineroar as well. So I reckon, I mean, we might be seeing either a Banjo or the Incineroar coming out on the side of Coventry College, but I'm not quite sure, because that might be, people have doubles, have characters for doubles, and people have characters for singles. So that might just be a thing, and it may not reflect in their singles choices. So currently not locked in at 2-1, but a 2-1 lead right now for New College Swindon. They are one game away from being the DSH, the Digital Schoolhouse champions for 2020. So one game to go for that victory. Yeah. Right now we have Coventry College is waiting in the ring. They've probably they've chosen their character, I guess. Obviously, we're getting the way we're seeing it is we're getting footage from one of the schools. We currently have the New College Swindon school, I believe, that we're catching their viewpoint, so we can only really see the DDD that we had before. But I do expect them to jump into character selection soon. They're probably just going over who they want to play, who they want to try and close this game out with. Because as we were saying earlier, Smashdown is, there's a bit of strategizing that goes into it. Which characters do you want to use, who do you want to send in first, who are you going to bring out, to be your big guns to kind of fight back when you're down. So because it's not one person or two people going head to head, it's a team, and then bringing out your best when you need to is important.
Agreed. Absolutely. And of course, as you said, Bowie, this this next game could be match point, but if it isn't, we could perhaps see a potential squad strike in the grand final. Who knows? We are standing, of course, at the moment with 2-1 to Swindon. But of course, if Coventry Crosshairs does bring it back with this next game, we could be seeing a squad strike, bringing it right down to the wire. In this grand final, we're just, of course, waiting for our Swindon team to choose their fighter, and once they have chosen their fighter, we can get swiftly into Game 4 of our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team Battle Grand Final.
Oh yes. We haven't seen the last of this. I mean, if we do go to the squad strike, it's going to be, because obviously we're playing remotely, it'll be one of those things where it'll kind of work like a mini crew battle, where you'll you have the one stock, and if you lose, you lose, and if you win, and you go on to the next one. And we can't replicate the percentage taken, so it will be fresh. So it's very important to get these games in the squad strike. So yeah, it's exciting stuff. It's all to play for in squad strike. But we may not even get there. We've got to see how Game 4 goes first.
Who knows? We might even get another 24-second round. Who knows? Who knows? If we see the return of the Luigi's, who knows? We may see the return of him. But again, just once again, for everybody who's been watching at home, thank you so much for joining us. If you've just joined, and if you haven't, and you've been here all throughout the entirety of today, fantastic plays across the board from all the schools who have partaken in this tournament. And it's been an absolute pleasure so far to commentate for these very, very talented players around the country who are in school right now, partaking in this grand final of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So it's honestly been a complete roller coaster of what's being played in terms of the variety of characters we've seen and the variety of play styles as well, which has been very, very insightful and inspiring for myself. And I'm pretty much confident I can speak for Bowie on that particular front as well. So it's been very nice. So we just want to say thank you so much so far for all of these games. We're just, of course, waiting for our scores just to get prepared. Of course, this potentially could be match point. And of course, if it is at match point and our Coventry Crosshairs do get a point from Game 4, we would then have to go, of course, to Game 5, which would be a 3 versus 3 squad strike.
Seems like there's some movement happening on the screen, so get excited. It's yeah. I'm not quite sure currently what is holding the game up right now. Again, if we do have any information to send you, we will, and like just keep you in the loop for things. But I assume it's probably just a case of taking very long to strategize, or maybe some tech issues that's causing a little bit of a hold up here. But don't worry, we can talk for ages. You probably don't want to hear us talk for ages, but probably should talk for ages.
It's sick. I mean, you know, we are, of course, in some crazy times right now. So, of course, everything is being done remotely from their schools. Myself and Bowie, and of course, the lovely Alicia as well. We are completely remotely commentating over this tournament as well. So we do apologize for the slight delay in things kicking off for this tournament. So bear with us. I'm pretty sure we are on the move. I think we are just about to get a confirmation.
It seems like two people are off the benches right now. We've got one person selecting a character, I assume. And yeah, we'll see what we're going to be jumping into momentarily. But yeah, as I say, can't quite.
They're in the ring.
There we go.
In the ring.
Right. It's going to be a Sonic, but it looks like to be a shadow. Rather than
Sonic versus Luigi. Luigi has returned.
We've seen some gross stuff from Luigi's today. This is game 4. Again, remember, if New College Swindon win this, that means it's game over, and that they are the champions. But if we can have Coventry College take this one, we'll be going to game 5. So it's going to be the Sonic for a game 5, Luigi for a victory for a game over.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Okay, straight away, both of our players going right into the center there. Luigi going for it, trying to keep Sonic as much at bay as he can, as of course, Sonic is a very, very fast-paced character in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So Luigi's going to have to be pretty careful with all of the quick and speedy attacks Sonic can deliver, as of course we know about that charge spin, as we just saw there, can pack quite the punch.
Trying to feel each other out in terms of their movement, how they're wanting to position and how they're wanting to approach situations. Nice guard there. Does immediately follow up with that up smash. The cooldown on that feels almost like infinitesimal, but here we go. This is going to be a very interesting thing. You want to try and air dodge through that, but they really couldn't. Get caught by the Supersonic, and to the sky they go. First stock going over to Coventry College, looking for that game 5. They do not want to go down now. They don't really want to go down ever, but, you know, stay up currently. Standing strong. The green tornado.
The charge spin again.
Yeah, spin attack and homing attack, two
it.
Important parts of Sonic's kit. The hardest thing about Sonic is just catching him, like just trying to find the moment. Like, it's very easy to overextend because you're moving too much, trying to just like catch up to him. So it's very easy to overextend in that regard, and he can just punish you because of that. It's kind of his shtick. He's a very defensive character. Keep that space.
But also playing as Sonic is also another entirety of a ball game when it comes to, especially like I said before, the charge spin. You know, it done incorrectly, it can literally prove fatal. You can charge yourself off the screen. Another stock down.
Yeah. A stock back for New College Swindon. They're looking 2 stocks away from victory here, from the from being the winners, the champions of the entire thing. So yeah, it's one of those things where maybe Coventry just want to slow down a little bit. I know I say that as playing Sonic, but you don't want to kind of like go too much because things like that happen. The thing about Luigi is that grab combo is unbelievably scary. 26%. We've seen this player do a lot of this, you know, these kind of like catching these neutral get-ups of these rolls, you know, with this super jump punch, which has been a big part of their game.
Very speedy play happening here from both of our fighters. Luigi keeping up with Sonic. Once he manages to get himself into that close space, pulling off beautiful combos, and as we just saw there, that powerful up jump.
Yeah. Oh, smart of him to fall through the platform though to go to the edge. He's going to go for the cool. And gets the reversal too. Has the positional lead. Yeah, you can see he's making decisions. Oh no. Yeah, he just held it. Yeah. So the Luigi's making really interesting positional decisions. He's just trying different options. So obviously at the ledge you can neutral get up, you can attack, you can roll, you can jump. And he's just trying different things to try and catch a different option when it happens. He's mixing up his decisions basically. And when you do mix ups like that, it's hard for your opponent to know which choice to make because anyone could be caught. And an immediate F smash, 2-1, 1 stock to go. And if it is the case, it goes towards Luigi. New College Swindon will be your champions. Can Sonic bring this back? If he can just stay low on the percentage, if he can just stay patient and not get caught.
In that combo, it's a heavy blow of combo. There's the smash ball.
It's looking really good right now for New College Swindon. Back air though will connect. A free smash ball for Sonic. Doesn't get it.
Okay. 1 stock apiece for both of our fighters. Luigi, he goes. Oh, and knocks it right out of him.
This is actually a huge smash ball here. This is game changing. Game saving.
This could be it. Will he go for the activation? Goes for it.
Gets away. Does he catch him? Okay, stays safe. Stays safe. That was huge.
Beautiful play from Sonic.
It's a scary point now because it's one of those things that I was talking about the overextensions. That's very easy when he got caught in the wall. Very easy when you're playing against Sonic. So you got to be careful. Plus, Sonic did have a little bit of a buff again. Oh, there it is, the roll read! Perfect way to secure this match. We saw him do so much, but once again, a wonderful roll read into the super jump punch will be the confirmation. And, taunting the screen. Look at that. New College Swindon, your digital schoolhouse champions.
Oh, yes.
Look at the joy. Man, what a wonderful finish.
Wow. That was, I was literally like, I had to just sit back for a second there. I was like in my screen watching that because that was some beautiful play from both Sonic and from Luigi. You just didn't know where it was going to go, even with the smash ball.
Yeah, it's so easy to overextend sometimes, and it's kind of one of those things. I was saying it's kind of a part of playing something you need to be aware of. And times, Coventry were bringing it back, but I think it ended as ideally as it could have for Swindon there, just because it was the signature move we've been seeing. Loads of making a decision on either get up or roll reads to get that super jump punch. It's really, really impressive that they managed to get so many. I think 4 or 5 they got today, which is well done them. It was a nice varied bit of play, but those big moments to get those. I think the final smash, or the smash ball at the end was really, really tense, and it was nice to see it go down to the wire in that regard. But after that, and all of that pressure had been taken away, who was going to get that first big hit? And it came down to Luigi with that upbeat.
We evidently saw throughout the entirety of this tournament today the strong play from our Luigi fighter, even through the different rounds, even through the squad strikes, even through the smashdowns. We saw some solid play from Luigi there. And it was just incredible to see how our Swindon team really progressed through this tournament, utilizing all the different types of characters and great teamwork. Great teamwork was clearly evident from our Swindon players. So congratulations to our winning team. But before we, of course, fully congratulate them, we need to bring back the lovely Alicia. Where are you? In the sky.
Hello. Thank you, Bowie. I love the jazz hands. Oh, man. Commiserations to Coventry Crosshairs, but what a win from New College Swindon. And, I mean, unsurprising, this is their 4th Digital Schoolhouse tournament. They have taken part ever since 2017. So these guys really showed that professionalism here and took the championship win. So huge congrats to them. You can just, if we replay the moment again. There they are. Hey.
I'm a beast, he says. I'm a beast. My bees are sick, bro.
So well done. Look at them congratulate each other. A wave to the screen. A bit of a taunt. Oh, it's so exciting.
Yeah, great
How,
round. Yeah,
how
it's just nice to see.
are you guys feeling after a day of watching some really talented players? You know, what are your thoughts and takeaways?
I think I'll say is that, like, you know, I've been commentating Smash for a long time. Been part of the community since 2013, and it's kind of like it's always nice to kind of see. I'm used to seeing like the kind of more like professional competitive side, like the ones who are like, you know, going to events, and it's all kind of the grassroots side of it. And so it's nice to kind of see Smash Bros as a competitive you know, game be taken to to schools on a national level in this way. It's kind of nice to see, you know, Nintendo getting involved and working with great companies like DSH, you know, and UKIE to kind of make these experiences happen for younger people. Because I'm pretty sure some of these players are part of the Smash community in their local regions, but also, you know, it's some of them may not be. So it's kind of nice to like introduce them to that and give them ways to progress through from becoming, you know, a local player to maybe a regional player, and maybe attending some of those bigger events, either online or, you know, maybe hopefully one day when we get there again, offline, and, you know, to those lands.
In real life, gosh, such a thing
that we've only heard of in this room. Yeah.
No, but you're so right to call out some of those companies that you just called out there, Bowie. And it's a good time for us to just thank everyone who's made this stream possible today. First of all, huge thank you to Nintendo UK for putting this on, and all the hype and everything around this incredible tournament. Also to Belong Game Arenas and Staffordshire University, Ubisoft, Sega, Koyo Store, and Skira, our sponsors, who have made this whole day happen. But very excitingly, I think we can interview our winners.
Oh,
New College Swindon, hello, how are you guys doing? Congratulations. We saw you guys win, kind of leaving your chairs and celebrating. How do you feel? It must feel incredible.
It was incredible.
How long have you guys been training for? What's been your process leading up to this tournament?
Well, I mean, when did you start playing the game? Me? Oh, like when it came out. When it came out, well.
Right, so a couple of years.
Yeah. But we started training together this morning, so.
Oh wow! Okay.
Last minute cram.
Last minute, yeah. That's good.
Like for an exam. Bowie, do you have any questions from having watched these players play all day? What do you think?
So I was going to ask, apologies, I don't actually know your name. So the gentleman playing Luigi at the end, if you want to raise your hand quickly. I think I believe you on the right-hand side, yeah. I was watching your play throughout the day, and then the thing that I was kind of like very impressed with, specifically, you know, when it comes to your play, is a very integral part of being able to play this game, you know, to a higher level, and it's about being able to kind of like make anticipated movements and make decisions based on how your opponents are behaving. So you're doing a lot of reading of like neutral get-ups and rolls and reacting really, really quickly. You know, how much of that was kind of when you're practicing the game and you're playing it, how much are you really focusing on trying to force your opponent into behavior, into making certain decisions, and then how do you know to kind of punish them in the right way?
Well, there's like a thing called advantage. If you're not familiar with like competitive play, the advantage is to sort of stay on your opponent.
Yeah. So sorry. Do you mind just speaking? Do you mind being a bit louder? We just can't quite hear you. Sorry. So just a bit more volume. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, right through to the mic. Nice.
There we go. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Okay.
Can you hear us?
A bit more volume. Perfect. So so the same question. It's just that we couldn't quite hear you because of volume. So yeah, like obviously when you're looking at the game, how are you trying to like read your opponent and make your decisions?
So basically, in competitive, there's an advantage state that you shouldn't lose. You can lose it by like letting your opponent slide, but you want to stay on them as much as possible. And a lot of how I play is when they're off the edge, they're off stage. Sometimes they use the air move to use Luigi's plunger thingy to like sort of knock people off unexpectedly. It's all about being being a bit unpredictable in some cases. Like, I don't tend to use much. Like, people send me videos like, this is how you play Luigi, but I don't watch many of those videos because I want to be like have my own way of playing him. So people can't really like a textbook. Like, I just do what works, basically. What I think, this will work in a situation, stuff like that.
Excellent. Well, thank you. It's very refreshing to hear, because a lot of people have what they call like the flowchart characters, don't they? Where you play in a very, very certain way. So it's nice that you're trying to carve out your own style, and it definitely showed today.
Yeah, that was really interesting seeing you guys kind of have your own styles and really be flexible. I feel like one of the things that really made your team stand out was reacting to your opponent, kind of reading what their moves were and then finding ways to counter them. Is that something that you're really aware of when you're playing?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think when you practice the game, say, like for me, for instance, it's a hobby of mine, really. I play for fun, but at the same time, I'm looking to win, of course. But mostly I play Luigi because I find him fun. He's a fun character to play. So. Okay, I've lost track of the question actually, but sorry.
So have we probably at this point. I don't know.
Nims, do you have any final questions to take us out?
You know what? It's not even a question. Well, it's a small question. The small question is, guys, are we going to see you guys as a team take part in more tournaments in the future? Has this tournament inspired you to perhaps get involved more with the Smash community, take part in tournaments that are online, and eventually when we do actually go into live stage tournaments that may happen in the near distant future, has this tournament inspired you to kind of go, yeah, you know what, I'm going to go for this, and I'm going to pursue it, and I'm going to push forward and take part in more tournaments?
Do you want to answer that? Because I feel I've done too much talking.
Yeah, I feel like before this I've never even heard of or seen advertised in any Smash tournaments. And then we started this back earlier this year, and it was really fun. But then obviously the coronavirus thing happened. And yeah, we're gonna join this same tournament this year, or like the next one, I think. Yeah, the Digital Schoolhouse one. And yeah, if there's any other ones we see, then yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't join them as a team.
Fantastic. We cannot wait to see you guys compete again. And congratulations again on an absolutely astounding win. I hope that you've got lots of celebrations planned tonight. Cool.
Well, look on the low down. Yeah. No, have fun.
It's like, oh. Cool. Well, huge round of applause again to our winners, and thank you guys so much for watching at home. It's been an amazing day with so much talent on display. Thanks as well to you guys, Nims and Bowie. You have been absolute superstars on commentating. Very, very well done.
It's a pleasure to work with you again, because I've missed it very much.
Yes. Yes.
It's a pleasure to work with you guys as well. It's been far, far, far too long. But thank you again for joining. And we will see you back next year for Digital Schoolhouse 2020, where we will once more be playing Smash Bros. Like I said before, if you've not registered and you want to, deadline for registering is November the 30th at 5 p.m. So get a team together, get on that. If Digital Schoolhouse isn't in your school, it's an incredible program that will put on computing classes and just basically give you all the skills that you need to kind of make it in the games industry. So it's worth talking to a teacher or someone that you know to see whether there's anything that can be done to bring them into your school. But that's it from me. That's it from Nims and Bowie. Thanks so much again for joining, and see you next time.
Thank you. Bye, guys.